Chapter 524. Today's breakout. The second update has arrived. He arrived at the warehouse. This was a huge warehouse meticulously built by the money addict Fatty Tang. It was located 3 meters below the aristocratic hall, and didn't have a specific measurement of its area. In any case, it looked like a large black field. Tang Yuan's lifelong dream was to fill this place with silver. He had once said, "If one day I fill this place with silver, then I, Tang Yuan, will really be able to go to the underworld with a smile." Fatty Tang hadn't expected that his dream of going to the underworld with a smile would come true so quickly. Moreover, it wasn't filled with silver but with gold. Fatty was going crazy. Jun Moxie didn't see the black field when he arrived. Instead, he saw a dazzling sight of gold and jade. There weren't many lights, but this place had turned into a world of gold. Or perhaps it was a towering golden mountain. It was too dazzling. This spectacular scene made Jun Moxie's eyes glitter with a golden light. It was as if he had cultivated his Xian Qi to the gold Xian level. A strange sound that sounded like crying and laughing came from afar. Then, a tall and sturdy figure dashed out from the depths of the treasury. He roared as he flitted past Jun Moxie's eyes, as if he hadn't seen him at all. Then he dashed around the golden mountain, and then another. It was hard for him to run so fast with his thick legs. The one running was the money addict Tang Yuan. Fatty Tang waved his hands in a frenzy. Spittle splashed from the corner of his mouth in all directions. He was sweating profusely. His eyes were opened wide in terror as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Jin Z! So much gold. Motherfucker, I'm the one who earned it. It's all mine. Gold. Damn it. I'm rich. I'm really rich." In such a short span of a day, the incomparably huge Fatty Tang had unexpectedly lost weight. It was very obvious. He had actually lost weight several times in a short period of time. The weight loss effect could be said to be exceptionally remarkable, but his mental state seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Throughout the day and night, Fatty was in a highly concentrated state. At first, he still remembered to take a few bites of pig trotters to replenish his nutrition, but later on, he did not even have time to drink water. Even when someone reminded him to drink water, he was impatiently scolded by him. It was a waste of money. His eyes were filled with gold, his hands were filled with gold, and his body was filled with gold. This could not be filled, not because there was not enough gold, but because there was too much gold. Even if there were dozens of Fatty, he could still bury them all. It was said that counting money would cause one's hands to cramp up, but Fatty Tang's whole body was spasming from counting money. His entire body was drenched in sweat. According to eyewitnesses, young Master Tang's robes were completely covered in salt and alkali rings. All in all, Tang Yuan couldn't help but fall into Jun Dashao's trap. On this day, he willingly overdrew himself n times. According to incomplete statistics, Tang Yuan's weight loss today was at least 25 kilograms. What a frightening number it was. Finally, as Tang Yuan sang and danced past Jun Moxie again, but he still ignored him. Finally, Jun Moxie shouted, "Tang Yuan." Fatty Tang turned a deaf ear to Fatty Tang's words, and continued to walk around his golden mountain. Jun Moxie was quick to react. He grabbed a big piece of fat from the back of Tang Yuan's head and dragged it to his side, as if he was carrying a huge sack. Then he threw it on the ground. His hands were full. This time it was not the feeling of fat but sweat. A lot of sweat. Tang Yuan's eyes were blurred and fanatical. He panted for a long time. As he stopped exercising, sweat poured out from his head and body like melting snow. Looking at the amount of sweat, Jun Moxie was shocked. If he sweated like this, he would probably be dehydrated or even die. But this guy, Tang Yuan, had been sweating like this for almost an entire day, and he could still practice a 100-meter sprint here. He really had to admire this guy's fat. It was really thick. Sweat poured out and Tang Yuan's consciousness gradually returned. Finally, his eyes regained focus. Shaking his head, he asked in confusion, "Third young master, why do you have 3 heads? What kind of kung fu is this? It's amazing." His voice was so hoarse that it couldn't be heard. Jun Moxie was speechless. This guy was sweating so much that he felt a little dizzy. It seemed that he had to help him replenish some water. Losing weight was a good thing, but if he wanted to lose a lot of weight, then, unexpectedly, Tang Yuan suddenly jumped up and grabbed Jun Moxie's shoulder. With unknown strength, he lifted Jun Dashao up and shook him back and forth in the air like a scarecrow. He yelled crazily, "Wah, wah, third young master, I love you. I love you more than anyone else in the world. I love you so much. We're rich this time, la 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 la. Damn it, I Tang Yuan have such a day." Jun Emocia was fluttering in the air like a piece of paper. He felt dizzy as he listened to Fatty's declaration of love. He felt like he was being showered with spittle. He was battered and exhausted and finally couldn't bear the burden. He flew into a rage and roared, "Fatty! You damned fat rabbit, put me down right now." Wuxia didn't dare to forcibly struggle out of Tang Yuan's grasp. After all, Tang Yuan's body had clearly been overdrawn to a dangerous state. Moreover, this guy's mind was still in a state of extreme excitement. In fact, Wuxia didn't doubt that Tang Yuan's arms would have been torn off if he were to fall to the ground. Bang! Moxie fell to the ground, but Fatty Tang had no choice but to stop his madness. He was completely exhausted and fell on his butt. Then, he completely lost consciousness. What happened? What happened? What happened? Sun Xiaomei rushed in a panic. What happened? He's exhausted and fainted. This money addict. Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did he lose so much weight all of a sudden? Sun Xiaomei cried out in pain. Isn't this too fast? Can his body take it? Moxie looked and saw Tang Yuan lying on the ground. His face was almost visible. He couldn't help but be shocked. The effect was simply too obvious. "Miss Sun, you should send Fatty back first. I'm afraid he still won't feel like eating for the next few days. Don't worry, it's because he's too tired and hungry today. He probably won't have any appetite for 5 to 6 days. And this period of time is when he really loses weight. If he's thirsty, drink some water. If he's hungry, eat some vegetarian food. Don't let him eat meat. He can't touch any of it. He can't stand greasy food now. Before he returns to normal, I'll give him an unforgettable slimming treatment." Moxie laughed weirdly. How about not losing weight for now? Who can bear losing so much weight in one day? Actually, Yuan looks better with a chubby face. Sun Xiaomei said hesitantly. Tang Yuan's weight loss today was too much. Sun Xiaomei was a little scared. A fat husband was better than a dead husband. Idiot. If you're so indecisive and let him get fat, he'll die. Being too fat is also a serious illness. Moxie was furious. He shouted, "If you can't bear it, I'll be the bad guy. Come, help carry Fatty away. No one is allowed to visit him without my order. Even if it was his father, mother, or wife, he wouldn't be able to do it. Song Shang, you'll be in charge of him. If he eats even a little bit of oil these days, I'll skin you alive." He stormed out the door in a huff. Sun Xiaomei looked sadly at Moxie's back as he left. She whispered, "Why is this person so heartless?" "He just lit a fire." She squatted down and caressed Tang Yuan's face. She said softly with a heartache, "Fatty, you must hold on. You should be fine if you don't eat meat for a few days." The fat man who was in a coma suddenly laughed foolishly. His hands were raised up high unconsciously. Saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly roared, "Gold? So much gold. So many wives, concubines. Wah!" Sun Xiaomei stared blankly. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Then she stood up and ferociously kicked Fatty's buttocks. She then walked out with an ashen face and shouted, "Come. Watch him closely. Song Shang, I won't need the third young Master Jun's help if you give him too much oil. I'll skin you alive." Then she walked out in a rage. Song Shang chuckled as he walked in. He stroked his chin proudly. "Fatty, you've finally fallen into Uncle Song's hands. See how I'll deal with you. If I let you shit on my neck again, I'll serve you lavish food every day for the next few days. I won't let you touch it." As expected, Tang Yuan slept for 2 days. When he woke up, the first thing he did was to anxiously look for the latrine. After all, he had been holding back his food for 3 days. With Fatty's frightening appetite, who knew how much food he had stored up? When he returned, he fell on his bed. He was dizzy and had no appetite. He felt nauseous. On the first day, he only ate 2 small bowls of millet porridge. This greatly surprised Sun Xiaomei, who was secretly observing him. So what Moxie said was actually true? Although Miss Sun was angry, she was still worried. So she hid in the dark and kept investigating. If Tang Yuan apologized to her, she would help him steal some food no matter what. However, Sun Xiaomei's intentions were destined to be in vain. Fatty Tang had offended her twice. But both times he was in a daze. He didn't even know what he had said. How could he apologize to her? The next day, Tang Yuan was still dispirited. He ate some appetizers, drank some millet porridge, and frowned at the sight of steamed buns. On the third day, Tang Yuan regained some of his energy. He wanted to eat. So Song Shang carefully cooked a feast. Then he and Hai Chin Feng gorged themselves in front of Tang Yuan. Fatty was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, jumping up and down. But how could the 2 Tianxian experts let go of the opportunity to punish him so easily? With them guarding him, Fatty Tang jumped for a long time. But he couldn't even get a bone out of him. In a fit of anger, he went on a hunger strike for another day. Chapter 525. The fourth day was incredible. Tang Yuan looked at the doorpost and wanted to bite it. He had eaten 3 steamed buns in the blink of an eye. But there was no more. There were a lot of vegetarian dishes. He could eat as much as he wanted. But this thing couldn't resist hunger. On the 5th day, Fatty inadvertently discovered that his big belly had shrunk a lot. He could even see the tips of his feet. He could even see the shape of his eyes on his face. They had been squeezed by his fat to the point where only a slit could be seen. But they were now visible. Tang Yuan was very excited. He immediately brought a large scale that was used to weigh pork. He stood on it and 2 burly men lifted it up. And they were pleasantly surprised to find that his weight had gone down. He had reached a terrifying 530 kilograms 5 days ago. But he was only 370 kilograms now. It had only been 5 days and it had actually dropped by 160 in one go. Tang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This is too scary. Am I dreaming? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a good thing. But an unexpected situation occurred while he was pleasantly surprised. 2 burly men suddenly appeared at the entrance of the aristocratic hall. They held long sabers in their hands. One of them pointed at Tang Yuan and shouted, "It's Fatty! Kill him!" Tang Yuan was shocked. He didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the Huang family has hired assassins? So he turned around and ran. The 2 burly men were hot on his heels. Tang Yuan shouted for help as he ran. But the normally heavily guarded aristocratic hall was like an empty city at this time. Tang Yuan had no choice but to run around the courtyard of the aristocratic hall. The 2 burly men were also hot-headed. They were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs. But they didn't know how to attack from 2 sides. They only knew how to chase after Fatty's butt. Their martial arts were probably very sloppy. So they couldn't catch up to him. Fatty's running speed wasn't very fast. But the 2 men behind him weren't very good either. They kept shouting and killing at a distance of 4 or 5 feet from him. One of the men chased a little closer and slashed down with his saber. The clothes on the back of the Fatty were cut open, and even the fat on his back was cut open by the tip of the saber. Blood instantly flowed out and it was a painful experience. Fatty screamed in pain. He ran even faster under the influence of the pain. His face was full of fear. Damn it, it turns out that it's really deadly. Oh my god. Under the fear of death, Tang Yuan ran even more desperately, and his speed became even faster. The 2 men behind him kept shouting and cursing. They wanted to extract the fat from Fatty's body and use it to light the sky lantern. From their cursing, Fatty found out that these 2 men were assassins hired by the Huang family to take revenge on him. This time, Fatty was so scared that 2 out of 3 souls escaped, and 5 out of 7 spirits escaped. Damn it, how good would it be if he wanted to settle accounts? I have plenty of gold. But this is for revenge. He wants my life. In his panic, Fatty began to run even more desperately. He knew his own situation and Fatty was also aware of his own speed. He was afraid that if he stopped for even a moment, the 2 assassins would catch up to him. He didn't even dare to turn his head. He was panting and sweating profusely. His legs felt like lead and his throat was like a bellows. But the 2 soul chaser envoys didn't stop. So how could Fatty stop and wait to be slaughtered? So he mustered his remaining courage and continued to run. Suddenly he felt his whole body relax. His legs had inexplicably gained new strength. Tang Yuan was overjoyed. He continued to run with all his might. Jun Moxie, Hai Qinfeng and Song Xiang were squatting on the roof. The 3 of them were eating melon seeds with a smile on their faces. They weren't anxious at all. Suddenly Jun Moxie said in astonishment, "How did Fatty suddenly break through his limit? This is too incredible." Hai Qinfeng and Song Xiang were stunned. They didn't know what he was talking about. As Tang Yuan madly ran, he could only scream in panic and shout for help. However, no one came to help him. Therefore he ran for his life again and again. He felt that his legs had run out of strength after running for a while. Then he suddenly felt that he could run again. Then he suddenly felt that he had run out of strength again. Then he could run again. This cycle repeated itself 7 or 8 times. Finally, there was a limit to one's strength. Fatty's energy was exhausted, and he fell to the ground. His limbs twitched for a while and he almost vomited blood. He said in despair, "Do whatever you want, I admit defeat. Give me a quick death." After saying that, he directly fainted. The 2 men who had been chasing him threw their knives on the ground. Then they put their hands on their knees. Their tongues were hanging out as they gasped for air. They were gasping for air. "Young master, you've killed us?" Who would have thought that this fat Fatty could run so fast? But he didn't stop for an entire morning. My God. Looking at the road, he was drenched in sweat. Jun Moxie snapped his fingers in satisfaction. He came in front of Fatty and carefully looked at him. Then he said with a smile, "It's done. He has returned to the state he was in 5 days ago. Do as I said. Continue to forbid him from eating meat. If he really can't do it, he can eat some Shaoyang pills. But remember, he can only eat 1 pill a day. Also, he can't eat more than 3 steamed buns in 1 meal. That's all." Tang Yuan slowly woke up. He was already on the bed. Beside him, Song Shang had a worried expression on his face. When he saw Tang Yuan wake up, he hastily said, "What happened? I only went out for a short while. How did such a big thing happen? Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, young Master Tang would have become a ghost under a knife. All the bodyguards died today. If anything happens to young Master Tang, all of you will be buried with him." Tang Yuan rejoiced. He weakly thanked Song Shang and drank a bowl of millet porridge. Then he continued to sleep. And so, another 5 days passed. On the 10th day, Fatty finally felt a lot better. He remembered that he hadn't seen Sun Xiaomei for a long time. When he asked, he found out that she had returned home. So, he went to the Sun residence to visit her. Who knew that when he arrived at the entrance of the Sun residence, he would run into a young man with oily hair and a powdered face. It turned out that he was a rival in love. It was said that he was also pursuing Sun Xiaomei. It must be said that after Sun Xiaomei's figure and appearance were cured, she could be said to be both talented and good-looking. She had many suitors. Even if they didn't line up from the South City to the North City, it was almost the same. When this powdered youth heard that this fatty in front of him was Tang Yuan, he immediately became furious. He ordered his subordinates to kill him. When the bodyguards that Tang Yuan brought along saw that the situation was not good, they scattered and ran for their lives. Only Tang Daxiao was left to face the knife and sword alone. Tang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. "Damn it, why is it not over yet? There are people waiting to kill me everywhere. I can't help it. I have to run." So, Fatty turned around and ran for his life at full speed like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. That young master did not let it go. He brazenly chased after Tang Yuan, Tang Daxiao on the streets of the capital. His knife and sword were shining brightly, and his murderous aura was soaring. Speaking of which, it was strange that there was no intervention from the soldiers. There were no heroes who came to defend the injustice. As for those acquaintances of Fatty Tang, not a single one of them could be seen. Moreover, every family had closed their doors. Tang Yuan could only run along the street to another street, but it was still the same. At the end of the day, Tang Yuan had almost run through the entire street of Tianxiang City. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. This time he was in a better condition. He did not faint. At this critical moment, a righteous voice shouted, "Who dares to hurt young Master Tang? Men, come and kill him." This heavenly voice belonged to Hai Chin Feng. His savior had finally arrived. He was finally out of danger. Tang Yuan was so grateful that he almost shed tears. He is such a good man. How could I have been blinded by greed and used a chicken feather as an arrow to torment him? Then he heard a blood-curdling scream from behind him. The sound of swords and knives falling to the ground could be heard. Then he heard someone say, "This is a tough nut to crack. Everyone run." Then they disappeared without a trace. Hai Chin Feng carried Tang Yuan on his back. He did not feel that Fatty was heavy anymore. Poor Tang Daxiao was obviously on the verge of collapse after being dragged and frightened again. After returning, he was served with clear soup and millet porridge as usual. Tang Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears. His eyes had turned green. In his own words, "This young master's intestines are thin from hunger. Can't you give me something delicious?" Another 5 days passed. Tang Yuan was weighed again. This time he was scared out of his wits. Damn it. 130 kilograms. From 530 kilograms to 230 kilograms. He had lost 150 kilograms in only 20 days. Fatty still looked somewhat bloated. But compared to before, he could be said to be like a jade tree in the wind. Under Jun Moxie's demonic torture, Tang Yuan had finally succeeded in losing weight. Moreover, it was a great success. No matter which world he went to, this kind of weight loss speed was unprecedented. It was definitely at the peak of perfection, a typical legend. If this happened on Earth, young Master Tang's name would definitely be recorded in the Guinness World Records. In the words of one of his brothers, even if he had cancer, he wouldn't have lost so much weight. An average person would not have been able to bear it. But Tang Yuan's body had been strengthened by eating delicacies since childhood. His body was rich in gold. Moreover, Every night when Jun Moxie saw that Tang Dashao could not bear it, he would secretly use his spiritual energy to unblock his meridians and nourish his body. Therefore, Tang Dashao would definitely be full of energy the next day. But this guy was kept in the dark. He could only lament his bad luck these few days. But now that he had lost weight, Fatty's appetite had also disappeared. After 20 days he had gotten used to eating vegetables and tofu. He could not tolerate greasy food anymore. To Tang Yuan, this was truly a matter of endless agony. He obviously wanted to eat it, but once he ate it he would feel sick of it. After swallowing it for a long time, his stomach could not take it anymore. So, Fatty clenched his teeth, stomped his feet, and announced with infinite grief and indignation, "From now on, I won't eat fatty meat anymore." At this point, it was officially announced that Tang Yuan had lost weight successfully. Chapter 526. Fatty was also a smart man. He quickly understood that all of this was obviously a ploy by Jun Moxie. In fact, there were many flaws in the previous incident, but there was no time to think about it in a matter of life and death. Fatty did not know whether to laugh or cry. He actually did not know whether to go forward to thank him or settle the score. Then Jun Moxie carefully selected a martial technique and let Sun Xiaomei force Fatty to practice it. Fatty Tang's weight loss also caused a small joke. One day he went back to the Tang family to take a look, but was stopped by the guards at the door and refused to let him in no matter what. "I really don't recognize you." Jun Moxie deeply felt a huge pressure during this period of time. The three holy lands were like three irresistible mountains pressing down on his heart. Jun Moxie himself did not expect that organizing an auction to earn some money would actually attract such three giants. With the Jun family's current strength, it was undeniably a super family in the secular world or even the world. But compared to the three holy lands, which were the pinnacle of power for tens of thousands of years, it was still far from enough. If the three holy lands were eagles and the ordinary families were chickens, then the Jun family was probably just a little higher than the ordinary families. If the three holy lands were really determined to destroy the current Jun family, then the Jun family's current seemingly tyrannical strength would not have any power to fight back. They could be destroyed in a single day. This kind of feeling of being on tenterhooks at any time and place made Jun Moxie very angry, but there was nothing he could do. At least for now there was really nothing he could do. Since crossing over to this world, step by step, the overall strength of the Jun family had indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. From an ordinary official family, they had leaped several levels in one fell swoop to become the most powerful superfamily in the secular world. They even had relations with several great master-level powerhouses, and had the backing of a powerful alliance like the Tianfa Forest. At this point in life, they could already be said to be unstoppable in the secular world. With such achievements, Jun Moxie was not without pride. All of this was built by him. Everything had been smooth sailing, and Jun Moxie couldn't help but admire his own intelligence. This was the sense of accomplishment of creating something out of nothing and conquering a great empire with bare hands. But now, in the face of the impending crisis, this achievement was not even worth mentioning and could not withstand a single blow. Jun Moxie was not willing to be like this. His own fate, the fate of his family, was actually in someone else's hands. It was for self-protection, and also for the anger in his heart. Therefore, during this period of time, Jun Moxie was practically risking his life. All the time he was either in the Hongjun Pagoda concocting pills, cultivating, or running to the treasury to refine his blood of yellow flame. In 20 days he had refined 3 batches of vitality linkage pills in one go, and he had also refined 2 batches of vitality congregation pills with 12 batches. As for heavenly vitality pills, mentioning this matter, tears streamed down Jun Moxie's face. In his heart, this heavenly vitality pill was the most difficult pill to refine out of the 3 great pills. But he had actually succeeded in one try. Moreover, there were 10 pills in one batch and each pill was perfectly round and plump. All of them were high grade and some were even of the highest grade. Jun Moxie finally fainted. So I was wrong. This was actually the easiest. It's a pity that I've always treated it as the most difficult mountain to conquer. I'm really speechless. The gloomy Jun Dashao refined 5 batches in one go, and actually succeeded in all of them. He only managed to chew on one pill, and fiercely chewed on it twice before he could vent his anger. But in this period of time he had been constantly refining pills, constantly overdrawing his energy and constantly recovering. The bottleneck of Jun Moxie's Tianxian peak had finally loosened. After taking that heavenly vitality pill, Jun Moxie had finally succeeded in raising his cultivation to Xinxian's level. 50 years of pure energy had loosened any bottleneck. Jun Dashao had broken through the bottleneck. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. So he had also swallowed a soul-amassing pill. There was no harm in taking more of these pills as long as one's cultivation was high enough. Moreover, Jun Dashao had the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. So, it didn't seem that he couldn't bear it, or that his cultivation wasn't high enough. 20 days of hard work had finally come to an end. Apart from helping Tang Yuan lose weight, Jun Moxie would take the time to go home to take a look. But, he would immediately return to the Hongjun Pagoda when he found that there wasn't any movement. So, he would immediately go back to the Hongjun Pagoda. And he would do it like a meteor shower. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker were very happy during this period of time. They spent their days in Tianxiang City, and indulged in debauchery. Jun Moxie didn't have the slightest intention of driving them back. Instead he tried his best to make them stay. He was waiting for the day when the pills were refined. He wanted them to improve their strength before leaving. Jun Moxie was almost certain that the two Beast Kings would encounter a powerful and deadly ambush when they returned. So, they would have more assurance in protecting their lives if they could improve their strength. Moreover, he would have to help Tiger King break through his bottleneck at the very least. Then he would have enough strength to protect himself. The blood of Yellow Flame had also been tempered to the extreme under the continuous tempering of the power of gold. Jun Moxie had been in high spirits. In fact, he had even tempered the 9 swords that he had previously refined several times. And the amount of gold in the treasury had gone down by a whole pit. Fatty Tang would have cried out in distress if he had seen this. Prodigal ah, this is too prodigal ah, millions of gold taels have vanished into thin air without a trace. Jun Moxie came out of the Hongjun Pagoda early in the morning. He took a bath and put on his snow-white clothes. Then he walked towards Guanqing Han's courtyard with the fruits of his labor in his bosom. Everyone had been anxiously waiting for this day. It was urgent, elegant fragrance courtyard. Don't say that only women go shopping like crazy. In fact, men who haven't gone shopping in their entire lives are the same. Especially Bear Mountain and Earthcracker. How many times have they gone shopping? Therefore, even the craziest woman would have to concede defeat in their current state. They would buy whatever they saw and never haggle over the price. They would just take it and leave. The biggest advantage of a man is his straightforwardness. In fact, the main characters of the Tian Fa forest, Bear King and Tiger King, were bowing their heads as they were being reprimanded. These two Beast Kings had taken the gold and silver that Jun Moxie had given them. These days, the two Beast Kings had taken the gold and silver that Jun Moxie had given them. So they had crazily plundered every big shop in the Tianxiang city. They had bought everything that was pleasing to the eye. They had bought everything that was expensive. And the amount of gold and silver notes they had bought had rapidly shrunk. But the things they had bought had increased with each passing day. In fact, the number of things they had bought had increased at the speed of a small hill. Mei Shuiyan and Snake King had been concentrating on digesting the power of the vitality linkage pill these days. So, they didn't have the spare time to care about these trivial matters. So, they had inadvertently discovered that the Jun family's front yard had been piled up with a mountain of goods. The two Beast Kings were quite smart. They had placed all the things they had bought in the front yard. And they had kept them out of Mei Shuiyan's line of sight. Mei Shuiyan usually stayed in the elegant fragrance courtyard. So she wouldn't go out. So, the two of them had thought that they would be able to escape this calamity by doing this. Then they would wait until they returned to the Tian Fa forest. So, it was a pity that they had been discovered in the end. So, the two of them hadn't even had the time to go out and continue their crazy shopping when they were stopped by Mei Shuiyan. The two Beast Kings were paralyzed on the ground when Jun Moxie arrived. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Their faces were trembling with fear. In fact, they didn't even dare to move. Chen Sun Serpent Queen was watching them from the side. She was taking pleasure in their misfortune. She didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for them. It seemed very pleasing to watch these two gluttons get scolded. Guan Qinghan pursed her lips and smiled on the side. This situation wasn't strange at all. After all, Mei Shuiyan was going to sort these two out in 2 or 3 days. Guan Qinghan had tried to persuade them out of kindness in the beginning. But she had come to know that these two were shameless, and couldn't be cooked properly. So, she naturally wasn't in the mood to try and persuade them. Who would be in the mood to plead for leniency on their behalf if they saw these two shameless, mischievous and fawning people after they had been beaten up like crazy? Mei Shuiyan's anger hadn't subsided yet. So, she grabbed a woman's silk robe and threw it on Earthcracker's body. Earthcracker, I wouldn't have pursued this matter if you had bought something useful. But I don't understand. There are only Shen beasts and wild beasts in the Tian Fa forest. So, why did you buy so many women's clothes? Are you going to wear them? Or are you going to wear them for your tigers? And this, And this, you're out of your mind. Several large clothes were thrown on Earthcracker's body. A box was opened and a fragrant aroma filled the air. It was a box of rouge and powder. Earthcracker's face was full of embarrassment. He kept saying, Mei Shuyan was furious. Why did you buy this nuisance? Do you want me to rub it on your fur? Earthcracker, you're really promising. You didn't buy anything except for a bunch of women's things. You even bought a bracelet. This. Suddenly she became furious. What is this? Foot-binding cloth? Earthcracker. What are you going to use these for? Earthcracker kept wiping his cold sweat. He didn't dare to speak. She kept glancing at Big Bear. Fourth elder brother, quickly say something. These are all things that you asked me to buy. You said that they were prepared for Big Sister's future palace maids. I'm being wrongly accused. Please say something. Bear Mountain was squatting on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a ha-ha sound. His whole body twitched as he took pleasure in other people's misfortune. Wuxia, who was standing at the door, couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? You still have the face to laugh. Bear Mountain, you stupid bear. Look at the things you've bought. Look at this, and this. Bear Mountain's body was suddenly covered with all kinds of things. Chapter 527. It's winter, cold? Bear Mountain stammered. He was sweating profusely. Just now he was grinning and laughing at the misfortune of others. Suddenly he was scolded to his face. He was immediately dumbfounded, and his expression strangely stiffened. Cold. Mei Shuyan kicked Bear Mountain and he rolled away. You hibernate every winter. You've been like this for thousands of years. Why are you cold? You're a bear and you wear a coat made of bear skin? What are you thinking? You're too talented. You really think of yourself as a senior. You can only pretend to be like Jun Moxie. Aren't you ashamed? Jun Moxie was laughing at first, but he became depressed as he listened. Why are you talking about me? Didn't I just pretend to be stupid? I'm not really stupid. Why are you insulting me like this? Big Bear and Earthcracker had sullen expressions on their faces. They were completely speechless. That's right. Why didn't Old Bear hibernate this year? Why is he alive and kicking? Jun Moxie saw that the two were in a sorry state. He couldn't run anymore. So, he simply changed the topic and tried to smooth things over. When did you come? Why do you have to do everything? He's the Bear King. What if he hibernates? I haven't said anything about you yet. Tell me, why did you give those two idiots so much money for no reason? Mei Shuyan rolled her eyes. She was about to say something when she saw his face full of pride. She couldn't help but ask, what's the matter? Why are you so happy? Mei Shuyan instantly thought that Jun Dashao might have succeeded in concocting pills. So, she couldn't help but speak with a hint of expectation. Jun Imosia took a big step forward and chuckled. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shuyan, you can count the number of people now. As long as there aren't too many people, there shouldn't be a problem. Mei Shuyan raised her eyebrows. How dare he call me by my name? But then she regained her composure. Could it be that the elixir has been successfully refined? She immediately forgot about settling the score with him. She rolled her eyes at him, curled her fingers, and silently counted in her heart. The eyes of Bear Mountain and Earthcracker lit up. They secretly gave a thumbs up to Jun Moxie. His progress is so fast. He's even calling him by his nickname now. He's worthy of being my brother-in-law. He actually had Big Sister under his thumb. The two Beast Kings looked at Jun Imosia with admiration in their eyes. What an amazing person. 10 places are enough. Mei Shuyan closed her eyes and counted. She sighed and said, 10. Are you sure? Jun Moxie was very surprised. He thought that Mei Shuyan would include the 9th level peak Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest. He didn't expect that Mei Shuyan would only ask for 10 places. I'm sure. Mei Shuyan took a deep breath. 10 is a lot. One can't be too greedy. Those 9th level peak Shen beasts are only one step away from transforming. But how can everything be reaped without sowing? It would be more beneficial to the management of the Tianfa forest if we simply increase the strength of the Beast Kings. As for the rest, I'll go back and slowly select them. Then we'll talk about it after I train them. It would be a headache if a few of them are wild and untamable. Jun Moxie clapped his hands in appreciation. Not bad, not bad. This is the right thing to do. Streamlined administration is exactly like this. Only when the current Beast Kings are completely above the other Shen beasts and establish absolute authority can we consider the future development without being hindered. Shuyan, you are very thoughtful. He turned around and sat down. Then he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. There are 5 vitality linkage pills in this bottle. Plus you've already taken one. So there are 10 pills in total. June Moxie said in a deep voice, however I suggest that Tiger King, Bear King, and Snake King don't wait until they return to the Tianfa forest. They should take them here. Then you can protect them and help them improve. The sooner the better. What do you think? Qian Sun has already taken one. But those two are very hot-tempered. Moreover, they don't think before doing things. What if their strength increases here and they go back to act like a tyrant? Wouldn't that make me seem inconsiderate? Mei Shuiyin glanced at Bear Mountain and Earthcracker from the corner of her eyes. She seemed somewhat worried. Big Bear and Earthcracker were overjoyed when they heard that they could eat pills that could enhance their martial power. Ha! Big Bear and Earthcracker were overjoyed when they heard Mei Shuiyan's words. And the faces of the 2 Beast Kings collapsed. Mei Shuiyin could be said to understand them very well. The 2 Beast Kings had just been thinking, I must let Old Crane and the others know how powerful I am after I improve my strength. But how could they have known that Mei Shuiyin would reject this idea before they could even finish their dream? Otherwise, how could Old Bear and Tiger King do such a thing even though they are straightforward by nature? Even if they had started a massacre at the gates of the Tianxiang city a few days ago, that unlucky second prince was blind and wanted to take the elixirs from them. As far as I know, they had started a massacre on their way from the Tiannan city to the Tianxiang city. But they had never provoked anyone first. In fact, it was others who had provoked them first. June Moxie said in an awe-inspiring manner, so I believe that they would never do such a thing. The 2 Beast Kings were completely moved. They looked at June Moxie with tears in their eyes. Brother-in-law is so good. You are our brother-in-law for life. We won't agree even if elder sister wants to change brother-in-law. They would at most beat up Long Crane, that's all. The 2 of them would never try to usurp the throne, June Emosia continued. The 2 Beast Kings fainted at the same time. Do we look like people who would try to usurp the throne? Moreover, don't tell me you didn't expect this? Their journey back to Tianfa won't be as smooth as it was when they came here. June Moxie continued. His complexion had become very dignified. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. You must know that they might have to face the 3 Holy Lands on their way back. They can only protect themselves in a one-on-one fight with their current level of martial arts. So they can forget about being besieged. This is life-saving, it's not child's play. Their lives will be in danger at every turn. And their strength will certainly be damaged even if they are lucky enough to return to Tianfa. Do you want them to end up like Lion King and Monkey King? Mei Shuiyin's complexion became heavy. She pondered for a moment and said, what do you think are the chances of them intercepting Old Bear and Tiger King? June Moxie smiled bitterly and said, you know the answer. But you just don't want to believe it. So, there's at least an 80% chance of success. Are you willing to gamble with your brother's life even if there's only a 50% chance? Mei Shuiyin remained silent. But her eyes were faintly emitting anger. She said resolutely, what you said makes sense. I was indeed inconsiderate before. So let them finish their advancement here. Then they can return to Tianfa. June Moxie nodded and said, that's right. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker were beside themselves with joy. I hadn't expected that elder sister would admit that she was inconsiderate. Brother-in-law is brilliant. You've won this opportunity with just a few words. Wow. When has elder sister ever changed her mind in Tianfa? Brother-in-law is a high-level expert. Brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, we are so adorable to you. The 2 Beast Kings almost shouted out their last words. But they managed to restrain themselves with great difficulty. As for the possibility of interceptions along the way, the 2 Beast Kings didn't take it too seriously since they were naturally belligerent. The 2 Beast Kings had been fighting non-stop since they were young. In fact, it could be said that fighting had become part of their nature. So what if they have experts from the 3 Holy Lands? We don't know how many times we've walked through life and death situations in our lives. So, how can an interception take our lives? Especially Bear Mountain, who had made a breakthrough in his strength. So, he wanted to test how high his current strength was. And how much progress he had made. Intercept us? This is a big joke. Hurry up and intercept us. We want to see who will take whose life. Elephant Lion 6 and Monkey 7 are the same. Their strength was just at the beginning. They were still a long way from the peak of the Beast King level. Moreover, they were ambushed by the 4 great masters. So they were unfortunately defeated. We've been at the peak of the Beast King level for a long time. So we'll have an astonishing growth if we can make a breakthrough this time. Then we won't pay any attention even if a real expert intercepts us on the way. Mei Shuyan thought for a moment and said, "Let's not touch the 5 new pills for now. We'll distribute them after we return to the Tianfa forest. Take the pills I have here first." She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and poured out 3 pills from it. One of them was put into the jade bottle that Jun Moxie had placed on the table, making a total of 6 pills. Snake King had already taken 1. So Mei Shuyan only had 3 left. Just as she was about to let the 2 Beast Kings take them, she heard Jun Moxie say, "Wait." Everyone looked at him in surprise. He took out another jade bottle from his bosom and chuckled. "These are heavenly vitality pills. There are a total of 10 of them. Each pill can increase one's pure internal energy by 50 years. Each person can only take 1 pill. I think you should take 1 first and increase your internal energy by a certain amount. Then you can take the vitality linkage pill to increase your speed. That's the most effective way. Maybe you'll get twice the result with half the effort." Mei Shuyan exclaimed softly. Her body was trembling slightly. 1 heavenly vitality pill could increase one's pure internal energy by 50 years. The value of these 2 pills was obvious. But Jun Moxie didn't hesitate to take them out. For the past few days, Jun Moxie had been missing. He must have been working hard for these pills. And all of this was for her own safety. He was worried about her. All of a sudden, Mei Shuyan felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction from being cared for and loved by someone. This kind of feeling in her life, this kind of feeling had never appeared before. Moreover, her Shen Qi was peerless and she could roam the world unhindered. Who could give her such an opportunity? Chapter 528. The 3rd chapter. The 3 flowers formed by the thick fog returned to Mei Shuyan's body with a whooshing sound after a while. Then Mei Shuyan gently opened her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie with a strange glint in her eyes. Her heart was surging up and down, and her expression was complicated. That's right. Mei Shuyan could clearly feel that her elemental energy had indeed increased tremendously in this short period of time. She had gained 50 years of pure strength. In fact, it was even more than that. Mei Shuyan had been besieged by the top 10 experts, and had unfortunately sustained serious injuries. She had barely managed to escape back to the Tianfa forest. However, her injuries could be said to be extremely serious. Her body had been riddled with palm wounds, sword wounds, and knife wounds. Moreover, she had been struck by an extremely sinister martial art. That sinister yin qi had remained entrenched in her body, and couldn't be driven out. Mei Shuyan had painstakingly healed herself for decades. She had even reverted to her Shen beast form to cultivate. But her injuries hadn't been completely healed. Mei Shuyan had been soft-hearted at that time. She hadn't used her full strength in the beginning. She had always thought that these people were the main forces of the war for seizing the heavens. So, they could easily affect the safety of the entire continent. So, she couldn't afford to hurt them. Therefore she had suffered a huge loss. Mei Shuyan would have perished a long time ago if it weren't for her exceptional strength. That heavy injury had been a step away from a disaster for Mei Shuyan. So, how could the besiegement of the top 10 great masters be a small matter? However, she had struggled countless times at the gates of hell during that battle. Mei Shuyan had finally felt the edge of recovery on the eve of the Battle of Tianfa. But she had been frightened during the most critical process. She had been on the verge of success when the sacred fruit had been stolen. Her mind had been agitated, and her strength had suffered a backlash. And she had been beaten back to her original form in an instant. Coincidentally, Jun Moxie barged in when she couldn't move. He thought it was just an ordinary animal and played a prank on it. Mei Shuyan was so ashamed that she wanted to die, but she couldn't do anything about it. However, Jun Moxie unexpectedly used his Heaven and Earth Reiki to heal her, which had a great healing effect. Although it wasn't enough to make her recover completely, it had eliminated most of her old ailments. Even the backlash from her elemental energy was no longer a problem. After Jun Moxie left, Mei Shuyan concentrated on cultivating and finally recovered about 80% of her strength. She successfully suppressed her old injuries and fought against the 4 supreme masters, and won in one fell swoop. However, Mei Shuyan knew that her injuries were far from being completely healed. Moreover, the war for seizing the heavens was just around the corner, and she didn't have any confidence in her current condition. That was why she had suggested traveling the continent, hoping to find some opportunities to completely recover. And, following beside Jun Moxie was a premeditated arrangement of hers. That was because Jun Moxie's Heaven and Earth Reiki was the supreme method to heal her injuries. Jun Moxie had bullied her, but she needed Jun Moxie's Heaven and Earth Reiki to heal her injuries. This was a complicated and indescribable relationship. Mei Shuyan had been tormented by these 2 emotions along the way, and had become exhausted. But Jun Moxie had been triumphant all the way. This had made Mei Shuiyin even more indignant. Therefore she had plotted and teased him again and again. But this guy had taken all of her ploys. Even if he hadn't taken all of her ploys, this guy's skin was so thick that it was unparalleled in the world. His face hadn't even turned red once. What kind of person is he? Although Mei Shuiyin urgently needed Jun Moxie's heaven and earth reiki to heal her injuries, she was still a Tian Fa Beast King. How could she lower her face to beg him? After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, she still couldn't make up her mind. So when she entered Tianxiang City, she left with the Qiansun Serpent Queen. When the two of them met again, Jun Moxie had used an extremely shameless method. Not only had he spanked her buttocks, he had even kissed her. This had caused Mei Shuiyin's heart to be thrown into a mess. She definitely couldn't kill him. She also couldn't hit him too hard. As for reprimanding him, it was useless against this thick-skinned guy. Mei Shuiyin had been at a loss. Coincidentally, she had heard Jun Moxie inviting her to stay at the Jun residence. She had been infatuated with him and had agreed in a muddle-headed manner. But after interacting with him for a long time, she didn't know why, but the shadow of this shameless youth had slowly entered her heart. The calm lake of her heart that had been calm for a long time had suddenly become chaotic, especially during this period of time. Although her injuries had yet to recover, the vitality linkage pill that Jun Moxie had given her had increased her speed by 3 times. And this heavenly vitality pill had replenished 50 years' worth of pure origin energy. Her injuries had actually shown signs of recovery under the effects of these 2 pills. In this way, once she recovered, not only would she be able to regain her peak strength, she would even have a high chance of advancing a step further. Even though it wouldn't be able to make up for the gaps in her strength, it wouldn't be too far off. Actually, to make up for the gaps in her strength, she didn't need anything else. She just needed to receive this youth's heaven and earth reiki once a day, just like that time in the Tianfa forest. She believed that it wouldn't take too long for her to improve greatly. But that scene back then was really too. Even if Jun Moxie was willing, would she be willing? How many more miracles did this strange youth that people loved and hated at the same time have? The Snake King, Bear King, and Tiger King were still deep in meditation. Their strength was naturally far from Mei Shuiyin's. Now that they had suddenly gained 50 years' worth of strength, even with their supreme martial artist abilities, they would need to spend a lot of time to digest and absorb it. Jun Wuxia finally realized that the great beauty Mei was fixedly looking at him. In fact, it seemed as if she was watching him attentively. Therefore he couldn't help but feel good about it. So he made a few poses and pretended that he didn't know what she was looking at. Just look at this young master's charm. After a long time, Mei Shuiyin was still staring at him. Jun Dashao finally couldn't take it anymore and laughed bitterly. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you mesmerized? Do you think that I'm especially handsome? Especially sunny, especially handsome, and especially different from the rest? Although this young master is handsome and extraordinary, but if you look at me like that, I will still feel a little embarrassed. Mei Shuiyin finally collected her thoughts and smiled sweetly. Maybe it's because we haven't known each other for a long time. I really don't feel that way about what you said. But your especially thick skin makes me feel that you are very different from the rest. You actually feel embarrassed? Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. Being thick-skinned is actually a kind of advantage. Haven't you noticed? The saint said it well. If you are thin-skinned, you can't eat. If you are thick-skinned, you can eat your fill. Whether it's eating, drinking, or finding a wife, only those who are thick-skinned can get there first. Those who are thin-skinned can at most only pick up the good words of others. Picking up other people's leftovers is meaningless. In any case, I don't like that kind of food. Is that so? So you're saying that being thick-skinned is the greatest advantage? Mei Shuiyin said with a mocking tone. Although it's not accurate, it's not far from it. Whether it's to get promoted, to get rich, to lead an army in a war, or to have the heart of an emperor or the talent of a hero, there's no one who doesn't have this essential factor to achieve the final victory. You have to know that there are 4 essential factors for a successful person. Not one of them can be missing. Jun Moxie boasted. 4 essential factors? Don't switch the topic with me. Be frank and tell me clearly. Mei Shuiyin's curiosity was really piqued. Since she had nothing better to do, listening to him boast was also a way to kill time. The first essential factor is to be two-faced, Jun Moxie said seriously. If you're not two-faced, the chances of success are slim. This point was especially important as countless schemes and plots had originated from this point. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the foundation of success. What's the second point? Mei Shuiyan thought about it carefully and felt that this point was reasonable. The second point is to be bold. You have to dare to think and you have to dare to do it. For most things, if you dare to think, you're already halfway to success. What others don't dare to do, you have the guts. You have a higher chance of success compared to others. Jun Moxie looked like a great scholar. He shook his head and lectured tirelessly. The third point? Mei Shuiyan thought for a while and smiled. Bold, needless to say. How many things can a timid person achieve? Even if he sells vegetables, he'll be bullied. The third point is the most important. Be ruthless. Everything was done with him as the center. Anyone who infringed on his interests would be killed without mercy. He would mercilessly destroy everything that stood in his way. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Only in this way can one become an emperor, and even establish a foundation for eternity. Jun Moxie snorted. As he spoke till here, he couldn't help but think of Li Yuran. Ever since the rise of the Jun family, Li Yuran had been out of sight for a long time. There was almost no news about her. However, Jun Moxie had never let down his guard against the number one of the Li family's younger generation. Li Yuran was no longer a threat to him at his current level. In fact, the entire Li clan was nothing to him. But he still had to guard against the crafty plots and schemes in that brat's mind. He had a belly full of wild ambitions. If he wasn't careful, he'd be used by him. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me? What a domineering phrase. But it's true. What about the fourth point? Mei Shuiyan gradually became serious. She seemed to feel that Jun Moxie wasn't just boasting, and that he was hinting at something. Is the fourth point even more obvious? Of course, it's being thick-skinned. Jun Moxie laughed loudly. Hee, how many of these 4 points do you think you have? Mei Shuiyan tilted her head and asked, pretending to be serious. The second point is being bold and the fourth point is being thick-skinned. I've obviously reached the peak of perfection in these 2 points. I believe that in today's world, there are only a handful of people who can beat me in these 2 points. Jun Moxie played along and said seriously, as for the first point, black-bellied, and the third point, I only have half of them. Being emotional has always been my biggest weakness. It's hard for me to give up on my family, friends, and other things. Jun Moxie sighed. As for the first point, black-bellied, and the third point, ruthless, I only have half of them. Being emotional has always been my biggest weakness. It's hard for me to give up on my family and friends. The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. Asterisk, 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 this is not the number of words charged. 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 Chapter 529. Mei Shuiyan was surprised to see that he admitted that he couldn't reach the other side. She couldn't help but laugh and ask, what about me? You don't trample on my 4 elements. You're a fool. Jun Moxie bluntly said, you only have one of the 4 factors. And that is courage. Moreover, it's the kind of pure courage that you have. But it's pure courage. If you don't have the other 3 elements, then you're stupid and bold. If you only know how to rush forward, you're useless. You're not as good as those who are timid and know how to protect themselves. They don't have any of the 4 elements. That way you can live the rest of your life in peace. You're now a target for others to frame you. You're burdening yourself, burdening others, burdening your friends, and even burdening your whole family. Mei Shuiyan was infuriated. Nonsense. Nonsense? You're a smart person. Think about it yourself, Jun Moxie sneered. Let's talk about the time when the 10 great masters tried to stop you. It was the time when you were seriously injured. I didn't ask you about it, did I? But I can be sure. In the end, you were seriously injured and escaped, but the 10 great masters escaped unscathed. At most, they suffered some internal injuries when you were trying to break out of the encirclement. It wouldn't be life-threatening and they wouldn't be disabled. As long as they recuperate, they'll be fine, right? Mei Shuyan looked at him angrily. Her snow-white teeth unconsciously bit her red lips. The look in her eyes slowly changed from anger to grief. Isn't this soft-heartedness? A woman's benevolence. Jun Moxie was merciless and continued to criticize coldly. And you must have been seriously injured or even on the verge of death. You exhausted all your strength to break out of the encirclement and escape. Those 10 great masters who were spared by your magnanimity certainly wouldn't be grateful, nor would they repay your kindness. They would only chase you more fiercely. Therefore you fought your way back to the Tianfa forest while being merciful. Is the whole process like this? Mei Shuyan painfully turned her head away. Although Jun Moxie had never seen or heard of it, he was right. She still couldn't understand why. Everyone wanted to participate in the war for seizing the heavens, for the sake of the continent, for the sake of the common people. Why must they fight among themselves? Killing my own allies? Could it be that this was not their ultimate goal? But he clearly knew that they were fighting against foreign invaders and protecting the mainland as their highest responsibility. He was very clear about this. Because those people also disregarded their own safety and disregarded their own lives when facing the enemy. Spill your hot blood on the top of the pillar of heaven's mountains and preserve your heroic soul between heaven and earth. What? Could it be that even a Xian beast like him could understand this logic? But why couldn't they? Mei Shuyan didn't believe that they didn't understand, but she couldn't understand why. Killing him and executing Tianfa Forest would only mean losing a capable ally in the war for seizing the heavens. In fact, they might even lose a great deal of their combat strength. Why must they do such a thing that harms others without benefiting themselves? Are you very confused? Jun Moxie looked at her coldly. Can't you understand no matter how much you think about it? Everyone obviously has the same goal and we have the same enemy. We should cooperate sincerely and fight against the common enemy. Why must we kill each other for no reason? Isn't this making our own people suffer and our enemies happy? That's right. What? I really don't understand. This question has always puzzled me. For thousands of years, when was Tianfa not the vanguard of the war for seizing the heavens? When had he ever cowered? In these thousands of years, how many Tianfa beast kings have died on the top of the pillar of heaven's mountains? Thousands? I dare to boldly say that without the support of Tianfa forest, this continent would no longer exist. Mei Shuyan's eyes were spitting fire. But now the 3 holy lands want to kill Tianfa. Why is this? What? You Tianfa beast kings have a pure heart. This is something that is difficult for us to achieve. But this advantage of yours is also your biggest weakness. Don't deny it first. Let me ask you a question. Jun Moxie's eyes softened, but they were still sparkling. After countless war for seizing the heavens, there were 3 holy lands and 1 ominous land. But why not the 4 holy lands? Why the 3 holy lands? Have you ever thought about this? Tianfa Forest also contributed a lot. In fact, they were the one who contributed the most. So why can't they be included in the Holy Lands? Why do they have to be named after the ominous land? This? Mei Shuyan hesitated. She had never thought about this question. Since ancient times, the 3 holy lands and 1 ominous land had shaken the continent. Mei Shuyan had never felt that there was anything wrong with it. She had only felt that it was natural. No one dared to offend Tianfa's ominous land. That was why no human expert had dared to invade the Xian beast's holy land in the last thousands of years. But now that Jun Moxie had mentioned it, she suddenly remembered. That's right. What? Why do the other 3 have the title of Holy Land, while the Tianfa Forest is called a dangerous place? You or perhaps all the Xian beasts have neglected a very important point. And that is the pride of human beings. Or it can be said that it is a kind of inexplicable vanity. Simply put, the Tianfa Forest and the 3 Holy Lands were destined to be enemies at that time. Jun Moxie laughed mockingly. This is a ridiculous mentality of thinking that it is orthodox. That's why there is today's dispute. Orthodox? What do you mean? Mei Shuyan slowly took 2 steps back and sat down on a chair. You still don't understand? The so-called orthodox means that humans are the masters of this continent. Humans are the leaders. All civilizations and inheritances come from humans. Xian beasts are powerful, but they should only be the vassals of humans. But, in the war for seizing the heavens, it was your Tianfa Forest who contributed the most. No one can deny this point. In the first war for seizing the heavens, if not for the Tianfa Forest, the continent would have already fallen into the hands of the strange races. This has already become the pride of the Tianfa forest. But Jun Moxie's eyes shone brightly. In the eyes of many people who participated in the war for seizing the heavens, or those who are about to participate in the war for seizing the heavens, this is a disgrace to the human race. Because it was because of a group of beasts that we were able to win the war and protect our homeland and lives. But as long as the Tianfa forest exists, this part of history will never be erased. With the passage of time, it will also be passed down for thousands of years. Only when the Tianfa forest no longer exists, will this part of history be annihilated along with the wind. Generation after generation, because they did not have the confidence to win the war for seizing the heavens, and because they were afraid of the strange races taking advantage of the Tianfa forest, they continued to exist until now. But until now, one thing can be confirmed. That is, the three holy lands think that their wings are fully grown. In the future war for seizing the heavens, even without the Tianfa forest, they will still be able to win without any worries. So, this is the time when the tragedy of the Tianfa forest arrives. Humans treat their own kind in such a manner, let alone Yuxian beasts? Plus, coincidentally, the so-called dangerous land only has a fierce reputation, but not a fierce reality. This gives them the best reason. In this world where the fist is the biggest reason, don't feel wronged. The history books have always been written by the victors. Jun Moxie used a light and mocking tone to speak these words in one breath. Not wronged. Mei Shuyan shook her head absent-mindedly and muttered, My Tianfa forest Saint Kings and Beast Kings have all spilled their blood on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. They have always been proud of this. Who would have thought that today they have always been used as tools? Not wronged. Why are you humans so despicable? How can I not be wronged? You really don't need to be so wronged because the three holy lands will also disappear along with Tianfa. What are you wronged about? Jun Moxie sighed. The three holy lands will also disappear? How is that possible? Mei Shuyan was really puzzled. The reason is very simple. Even if the three holy lands can successfully get rid of the Tianfa forest this time, they will have to pay a considerable price. When the war for seizing the heavens begins, the first result will be the three holy lands dying in battle. The strange races will take over the continent, and even if the three holy lands have a successor, they will not be able to continue living. The result will only be eternal annihilation. Jun Moxie chuckled and said, The second possibility is that the three holy lands are really strong. They even won the war for seizing the heavens and their confidence will naturally soar. The Tianfa forest was no longer a fearsome target against the outside world. So, it was only natural that they would start to fight amongst themselves. And they would strive for supremacy. In the end, there will only be one left. Do not doubt this because this is the law of human development and also the root of human weakness. It would be strange if they did not do this. Impossible. Working together to defend against foreign invaders is the teachings of the three holy lands. As long as the strange races are not completely annihilated, how can the three holy lands kill each other? Isn't this the same as forgetting their ancestors? Who can bear such a stain? If there is only one left, they will lose the motivation to compete, and a single tree will not be able to support a skyscraper. In the future, if the strange races successfully invade the continent in the war for seizing the heavens, wouldn't they be condemned by history? Mei Shuyan shook her head violently. She did not believe Jun Moxie's words at all. From this auction, you can see that the three holy lands are still in the same boat. Is it still possible for them to work together? Chapter 530. Ancestral Teachings? These words from thousands of years ago may have been the golden rule at that time, but they have become stale dogma with the passage of time. Could it really curb people's greed and vanity? No. Those who follow the ancestral teachings are all mediocre people, except for a very small number of wise people. Wise people are wise and far-sighted, so they don't touch it. Mediocre people don't have the ability to change it, so they can only follow it. Only when ambitious people appear who are brilliant and talented will the ancestral behest be interpreted as a fart by them, even though they know that it's a golden rule. No one will give up the glory, splendor, wealth, and the country at their fingertips for a fart. Geniuses and smart people don't mean that they have wisdom. Jun Moxie said coldly. Mei Shuyan lowered her head weakly. She suddenly felt that the belief she had been holding on to since birth had collapsed at this moment. She held on with all her might and weakly refuted, No. Impossible. What you said is all your own conjecture. There is no evidence. You personally experienced the ambush and the pursuit. Are they also guesses? Are they not evidence? You personally saw the open and veiled struggle of the three holy lands during the auction. Are they also guesses? Are they also evidence? You clearly heard Ning Wuqing's last words. I believe you know the meaning behind them better than I do. Are they also guesses? Are they not enough evidence? Hermitage and the Great Golden City saw that the illusory Blood Sea couldn't get more pills and were humiliated by us, but they were indifferent and even rejoiced in our misfortune. You were there to see it and you did it yourself. Are these also guesses? What other evidence do you need? When we were far away in the Tianfa forest, you were also angry because of what Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng said. Are those also guesses? Are the above evidence enough? Do you need more evidence? These 5 questions were like 5 heavy bombs, continuously exploding in Mei Shuiyan's heart. Mei Shuiyan's face suddenly turned pale, and her body swayed twice. Young Master Jun is right, big sister. You should really consider this carefully. Otherwise, no matter what happens to the humans, the Shen beasts of Tianfa will not be able to escape the calamity. Qian Sun Serpent Queen's voice came from the side. She had finished her cultivation and had finally absorbed all the medicinal effects. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker stood on one side. Their faces were full of indignation. They had clearly heard Jun Moxie's words. Mei Shuiyan's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. She just sighed deeply. The 3 holy lands have as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. This is undoubtedly a fact. However, I believe that there are very few who can be compared to you. I'm even more convinced that even if 10 great master-level experts were to join forces to ambush you, you would still be seriously injured. But there shouldn't be many of them who can return unscathed, right? Jun Imosia said. With your strength, it's completely possible for you to kill a few, cripple a few more, and then escape with a body full of injuries. I even suspect that with your abilities, even if you don't consider the consequences and go all out, you'll still have a chance to escape unscathed. But you didn't. You only escaped with serious injuries. Those 10 people were intact. Jun Moxie sighed deeply. The reason why they still want to set up a trap to deal with you is because they have this life-saving talisman in their hands. It's because they know that you won't kill them that they are so unscrupulous. So you're just indulging them. Besides that, there's no other benefit. But the war for seizing the heavens has always been entrusted to us by the Saint Kings. How can we ignore it? You humans can ignore the teachings of your ancestors, but we Shen beasts can't. Mei Shuiyan took a deep breath and slowly knitted her brows. That's why I said that the pure hearts of Shen beasts are your greatest strength, but also your greatest weakness. There's one thing you need to be clear about. What I'm saying and doing now is only for you to protect your own life and the entire Tianfa forest. I'm not asking you to withdraw from the war for seizing the heavens. Jun Moxie looked deeply at her. Of course you have to participate in the war for seizing the heavens. Even if you don't participate, I won't be willing. But, in the face of threats and provocations you can't blindly endure. If you need to kill, then kill. If you need to chop, then chop. Without them, the war for seizing the heavens may not be lost. But, if you're willing to die, you'll only take advantage of their wishes and harm all the Shen beasts of Tianfa. And, the war for seizing the heavens may not be won. How can this be the conduct of a beast emperor of Tianfa? You need to be clear about this. If you really make the wrong choice and lead to the destruction of the Shen beasts of Tianfa, I think you won't have the face to see the Saint Kings in the afterlife. Mei Shuiyan pondered for a while. Then her eyes slowly lit up. She slowly said, "Yes, I understand. So, I've always endured humiliation in order to carry out an important mission. But it was a mistake. I've made a big mistake." "I hope you've truly understood this time," Jun Moxie smiled. "Now, it's time to protect the 2 of them and take the vitality linkage pills." Mei Shuiyan smiled and nodded. She was originally a wise and far-sighted person. But she was too obsessed with the war for seizing the heavens. So, she was somewhat indecisive in her actions. She didn't have her usual decisiveness and perseverance. Now that the knot in her heart had been untied, she naturally regained the demeanor of the decisive Tianfa Great Master. 2 divine pills were taken by Bear Mountain and Earthcracker respectively. Then they sat cross-legged and began to circulate their martial arts. Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie, and Qian Sun didn't dare to be negligent. They were sitting calmly, but they could feel that each other's spirit sense had already spread out far and wide. Any change within a radius of several thousand feet wouldn't escape their senses. Jun Moxie went one step further. He emitted his own pure spirit energy, and helped the 2 Beast Kings to succeed. Mei Shuiyan and Qian Sun were gradually astonished. Jun Moxie's progress was undoubtedly astonishing. But he was only at the peak of Tian Shen's cultivation. So, how could his spirit sense be so powerful? Qian Sun even felt that she was inferior to Jun Moxie in this aspect. She couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Mei Shuiyan's strength was the strongest among the people present. So, her spirit sense was also the most sensitive. She had a clearer grasp of Jun Moxi's spirit sense. In fact, she had even sensed the direction in which Jun Moxi's spirit sense had spread out. And she hadn't missed anything. But what had surprised her the most was that Jun Moxi's spirit sense wasn't just powerful. Moreover, the places that Jun Moxi had probed were the weakest points in this area. In fact, many of them coincided with Mei Shuiyan's. In fact, there were some places that even Mei Shuiyan had overlooked. This matter sounded simple. But how much experience did one need to be in order to accomplish this? Mei Shuiyan was well aware of this. She had gone through a long period of battles. She had faced all the dangers before her transformation. She had cultivated her current battle wisdom over many years. But this 17-year-old Jun Moxi was actually even more meticulous than her. Wasn't this extremely strange? While Mei Shuiyan was in the midst of her astonishment, Jun Moxi suddenly asked in a seemingly unconscious manner, "Oh right, there's one thing that I still don't understand. How exactly did I offend you? You actually used so many crooked tricks to mess with me that day." Mei Shuiyan was speechless. This question was no longer in the category of being easy to answer. She simply couldn't answer it. "From the very first time we met in the Tianfa forest, you seemed to have a lot of opinions about me." Jun Moxi maintained his spirit sense and aura, but he spoke with ease. Multitasking. This made Snake King and Mei Shuiyan even more shocked. Because when Jun Moxi spoke, his spirit sense didn't fluctuate at all. This kind of precise control was something that even Mei Shuiyan could barely achieve. This guy is a freak. They only heard Jun Moxi continue, "When you saw me, your hatred seemed to overflow to the heavens. Even Li Ju Tian had suffered an undeserved calamity at that time. Then you caught me but didn't kill me. Instead you ruthlessly spanked me. My butt was swollen for several days. I still don't understand what this means. Do you have this kind of hobby?" Recalling the situation at that time, Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but smile faintly. However, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Obviously she was thinking of the time when she was bullied by this brat in Tianfa forest. "After that, you played with me the whole way from the Southern Heaven City to the Tianxiang Empire. We met again in the Tianxiang Empire, but you still spanked my butt. You didn't kill me and you didn't cripple me either. You just spanked my butt. This is too strange, isn't it?" Jun Moxi was puzzled. What kind of dog fart hobby is this? Isn't it because you were born with the appearance of someone asking for a beating? Who else would I beat if not you? Mei Shuiyan coldly snorted. She didn't want to talk about this topic. Even if my appearance was repulsive, I could clearly feel that you were controlling your strength when you spanked me. You were afraid that you'd injure me? If you were in the Tianxiang Empire and knew about the importance of the divine pill, then it would have shown that you had some ulterior motive. But you were like this when we first met in the Southern Heaven City. This really puzzled me. Jun Moxi wrinkled his brows and concluded, "So, I concluded that I must have offended you. But it wasn't a big matter. But you couldn't bear it. And you couldn't kill me. So I fainted. Our relationship wasn't that complicated at that time, right?" Mei Shuiyan snorted but didn't speak. She allowed him to let his imagination run wild. Her lips were tightly shut and she didn't say a word. "I haven't asked you yet, Shuiyan. What is your original form?" After the crisis passed, Jun Moxi began to call Mei Shuiyan by her nickname again. "You don't need to know that." Mei Shuiyan glared at him. At the same time she gave Qian Sun Serpent Queen a warning look, indicating that she mustn't reveal anything. Qian Sun Serpent Queen blinked her eyes, indicating that she understood. "Are you kidding me?" Mei Shuiyan looked at Jun Moxi. "If I let you know about my original form, wouldn't you know how you offended me? If that's the case, it's too embarrassing." "It's fine if it's just embarrassing, but how are we going to interact in the future? The sequelae of my leg injury have been acting up these few days. I've been having cramps and pain. It hurt the whole night last night. It hurt so much that I'm sweating profusely. It's extremely painful. Last year, right before winter, this happened and it lasted for half a month. I didn't expect it to still hurt this year. Damn it, I went to the hospital today and the doctor said that it's normal. It'll be fine after a summer. A cold requires a drip for a few days. It's already good that my broken thigh bone can recover to this extent. You should be content. I really want to bang my head against the wall. I strongly requested to be injected with morphine to relieve the pain. The doctor rolled his eyes at me and said earnestly, "Young man, it's time for the motherland and the people to test you. You have to hold on. I'm going to faint." Chapter 531. Recalling the scene at that time, Mei Shuyan couldn't help but feel hot all over. Her face was burning hot and she felt angry in her heart. She felt as if there was a big hand rubbing her, but if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. It's not a big deal. Jun Moxie sighed. He was bored to death. He tried to find something to talk about. Oh right, let me tell you something interesting. I saw a little thing in the Tianfa forest last time. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he gestured with his hands and said, there was a little thing this long, a very small thing. Its whole body was white and it had pointy ears. The tip of its nose was a little red, and its eyes were black like obsidian. On top of its head, there was a bunch of thin red hair. It was very cute. Especially her, but it felt very nice when I rubbed it. I rubbed it for a long time. It was very comfortable. Tiske, that little thing seemed to have suffered from internal injuries. I don't know what kind of cruel guy could do that to such a cute little thing. When you go back, help me take care of it. If you have the chance to see that little thing, catch it for me. I would rub her, but every day when I have nothing to do. It was quite fun. Xiaoyi has little white. It looks like it, but it's not as cute. I used to put it in my pants at that time. Ah. When he said this, he clearly heard Qian Sun Serpent Queen suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but look at her in puzzlement. Could it be that the little thing was actually hers? Qian Sun Serpent Queen hurriedly lowered her head. She was shocked in her heart. My God, isn't he talking about Big Sister? I finally know why Big Sister hates Jun Moxie so much, and the reason why she wants to go against him no matter what. So that's why. My God, how could it be like this? I didn't expect Big Sister to be so wantonly played by him. It's really shocking. Mei Shuyan was speechless. This brat finally said it. And he actually wanted me to help him catch it? The most infuriating thing was that this guy still hadn't forgotten what he had said. Little thing, follow me and I'll rub your butt every day. Feels so good. Also, he stuffed it in his pants. The most important thing was that his words were overheard by that little girl, Qian Sun Serpent Queen. At this moment, Mei Shuyan almost wanted to strangle this blabbermouth to death on the spot. How infuriating. Jun Moxie saw her face blushing again and asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Why is her face red again? Is it because you're not used to the sudden increase in power? With your cultivation it shouldn't be. Behind him, the Snake King finally couldn't help but let out a gulp, as if he was about to burst out laughing, but he forcefully held it back. Shut up. Mei Shuyan roared fiercely as if she was going to eat someone alive. Jun Moxie shrunk his neck and obediently shut up. I can't afford to offend you, so I won't say anything, okay? She didn't know that no matter what he should or shouldn't say, he had just said it all. Whatever he should or shouldn't have heard, he had heard it all. Mei Shuyan was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. This damned enemy, with a strange cry, Big Bear abruptly jumped up. His bare eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. He twisted his buttocks a few times at a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Wonderful. What kind of medicine is this? It's too miraculous. Damn it. After eating this pill, my yuan power circulation speed has increased so much. I'm not dreaming, right? Fuck. It increased by more than 3 times in one go. Waha, Old Bear, can finally taste the feeling of being invincible in the world. Where's Old Crane? Come and fight with me, I will beat you black and blue. Later on I will be third bear, no I will be second bear, haha. In almost half a year, Bear Mountain first took a 10 years pill, which increased his strength once. Then, with the help of Jun Moxie, he successfully broke through the bottleneck. His strength had been stagnant for a long time, and now he took a heavenly restoration pill, which increased his pure magic power by 50 years. Then he took a vitality linkage pill, which increased his speed by more than 3 times. How could this Bear King's confidence not burst to the brim with confidence after the continuous explosive improvements? Old Bear, you glutton, shut up. Snake King knew that Bear King's temper wasn't good, so he kindly shouted to stop Bear King. However, it seemed that it was too late. Mei Shuyan turned her head, and her eyes seemed to be fixated on Bear Mountain's body. Facing such an irresistible pressure, Bear Mountain's body inexplicably shrank back. He suddenly remembered that his strength had increased greatly, so he wanted to confirm to what extent he had advanced. Even if he was still not as strong as Big Brother, he could still hold on for a while. He couldn't help but smile proudly and said, Big Brother, I want to exchange pointers with you. Qian Sun Serpent Queen covered her face. What a tragedy, what a complete tragedy. Humans, once they get carried away, extreme joy will turn to sorrow. It seemed that this not only applied to humans but also to beasts. What is stupid? Isn't this it? Stupid, really too stupid. This stupid bear who got carried away was going to be ruthlessly abused today and it was asking for it. Very good. I also wanted to spar with someone. Spar with them. It's rare that you volunteered. Today, I must exchange pointers with you. Mei Shuiyin clenched her teeth. She had a belly full of anger but she had nowhere to vent it. And now, a sandbag had come out of nowhere. This was really fulfilling one's wish. A target had fallen from the sky. Moreover, it was a particularly tough target. Lingling swept a glance at him. Then she walked out of the courtyard and shouted, "Come out. Didn't you want to exchange pointers?" The pitiful Bear Mountain had just woken up after absorbing the medicine's potency. So, he didn't know anything about what had happened outside. He thought that it was just an ordinary exchange pointers. So he followed Mei Shuiyin in high spirits. He grinned complacently along the way, and dreamt of a great increase in strength. In fact, the fourth Bear Mountain couldn't be blamed for this. He, the third crane and Long Crane had broken through their bottlenecks with the help of Jun Moxie's spiritual energy. So their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It could be said that they had already reached the peak of the Great Master level. In fact, they were only one step away from the Great Master level. Moreover, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds with the help of the Heavenly Vitality Pill and the Vitality Linkage Pill. So, even the third crane, the Snake King and the Tiger King wouldn't be his match. Therefore, it could be said that Bear Mountain's strength was the strongest among the Tian Fa Beast Kings apart from Mei Shuiyin. In fact, no one could compare notes with him except Mei Shuiyin. It was a fact that the fourth Bear Mountain's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. But there was no doubt that Mei Shuiyin's strength was still far above his. Bear King was still afraid of his elder sister. But his strength had improved, but he hadn't been able to verify it. So he had been distressed. So he had made this proposal. It was normal to look for an opportunity to exchange pointers after a breakthrough. But Bear King wouldn't have dared to provoke Mei Shuiyin at this time if he had heard even half a sentence of this conversation. Even if he had the courage to do so. It was a pity that he hadn't heard it. One could defy the wrongs of the heavens, but one couldn't escape the wrongs brought upon oneself. Bear Mountain saw a slender silhouette coming over with a whizzing sound as soon as he came out. Bear King had just increased his elemental power, and his speed had also increased by 3 times. So, his strength was far from what it had been in the past. Moreover, his energy was abundant at the moment. So he needed a place to vent it. Moreover, his self-confidence had also risen to an unprecedented height. So, he hadn't panicked even though he had seen his big brother rushing over at high speed. Instead, he had quickly responded. Bear Mountain's current strength was considered to be very strong. So, he wouldn't be a match for Venerable Mei if he were to encounter the 4 great masters in the Tian Fa forest. But, he would still be able to deal with him for a while. But, he wasn't the only one who had been taking pills these days. In fact, the others had also taken pills. Moreover, their progress was above his. There was already a huge gap between them. And now the gap was even bigger. So, Old Bear was in for a tragedy. Bear King had thought that his speed had increased tremendously. Although this attack wasn't slow, he could still dodge it with his current speed. But he didn't expect to feel an abrupt pain on his back. It was obvious that he had been hit hard on his back. He staggered and stumbled a few steps. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt another pain on his buttocks. An irresistible force had attacked him. His body couldn't help but spin in a circle. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if he had been beaten by a piece of leather. His stomach had suffered a series of heavy blows. Bear Mountain was sent rolling like a rubber ball. When he landed on the ground, he was like a gold ingot that had been blown away by a strong gale. He flipped a few times in succession. Up until now he still hadn't reacted. His mind was in a mess. Didn't they say that we were going to exchange pointers? Why did they start fighting right away? And they didn't even give me a chance to counterattack? This is a spar. No matter how I look at it, it looks like they are just venting their anger. My progress isn't small. But, why do I feel that Big Brother's progress is even greater? Oh my god, I haven't even had the chance to take a stance yet. Did I bump into a big board again? He was just about to speak and beg for mercy. But, he had just opened his mouth when he suddenly received a heavy kick on his chin. He did a graceful backflip and fell firmly on the ground. Then he prostrated himself on the ground. He raised his neck with great difficulty, like a big turtle basking in the sun on the beach. Just as he was about to speak, his 2 eye sockets were punched a few times in a row, and he instantly turned from a bear to a panda. His prone position was also instantly flipped over, and he was now lying on his back. Big Bear Beast King was dizzy. Only now did he realize that something was wrong. He shouted, "Big brother, spare me. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play with such a bear." "You don't want to play anymore? Do you think this is still up to you? Don't you want to be Big Brother Bear? Who are you going to bear if not me?" Mei Shuiyin was merciless. She pounced on him like a gust of wind. She punched and kicked him. Every punch and every kick was mixed with a vast and irresistible force. Bear Mountain complained incessantly. He kept screaming, "What's going on? What's going on? When did I say that I want to be Big Brother Bear? At most, I want to be Second Brother Bear. How about I become Youngest Brother Bear? What's going on?" Qian Sun Serpent Queen looked at him sympathetically. "I told you to shut up long ago, but you didn't listen. You just had to look for trouble yourself. Who can you blame now?" Chapter 532. The sound of heavy objects hitting each other could be heard incessantly. Bear King's screams were earth-shattering. He finally found an opportunity to crawl up. Then he started to run away in a daze. "Motherfucker, you're beating me to death." Then he heard a cold voice behind him, "World Cage." Bear Mountain's feet were in front and back. He had been running madly for his life. But he suddenly stopped there. His eyeballs turned wildly and his face was full of remorse. Then a storm of beatings started to fall on his body. Jun Moxie's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The corners of his mouth twitched. "It turns out that Mei Shuiyin had only spanked my buttocks. That's a huge mercy. I found such a wife. When will she be unhappy? Will I be her sparring partner? My God. I can't afford to provoke this woman if I don't have enough strength to deal with her. Otherwise, I'll get beaten up if I'm not careful." However, he was also amazed in his heart. Bear King is worthy of being called Bear King. His skin is thick and his flesh is really tough. He's really resistant to beatings. His ability to withstand beatings is really solid. Mei Shuiyin finally stopped after a series of firecracker-like beatings. She snorted and stood there in an elegant and noble posture. Then she smiled slightly. Then she gently lifted her skirt and slowly walked back into the room. Her posture was that of a natural aristocrat. She was like a fairy walking on the moon. Who could tell that this fairy-like person had just put on a show of abuse? Behind her, Big Bear wanted to cry but had no tears. His face was purple, and one of his heads had been upgraded from a bear's head to a pig's head. He lay limply on the ground and twitched. Speechless, he asked the heavens, feeling extremely wronged. "Who did I offend? I want to show off my strength. Is that a crime? Is it necessary to torture me like this?" Mei Shuiyin clapped her hands. She walked into the room with a refreshed body and mind. Then she asked Earthcracker with a smile, "Ninth brother, how do you feel? Does it feel good to improve your strength? Do you also feel that you're invincible now? It's a little unfair to be the ninth." "No, no, no." Earthcracker shook his head like a rattle drum. Then he bent down and smiled, "I'm just a small ant in front of Big Brother. Big Brother, you've been training for so long. Aren't you tired? Do you want me to massage your back? My skills have increased and my hand strength has also increased. Boss will definitely be satisfied." There's no need. Earthcracker, you look stupid. But you're much smarter than Fourth Brother Bear." Mei Shuiyin took the cup of tea that Qian Sun had handed over. Then she took a sip and raised her eyelids. "You're flattering me. It's all because of Big Brother's guidance. It's all because of Big Brother's contribution." Earthcracker nodded and bowed. He beamed with joy. "What do you think about Fourth Brother Xiong? Do you think that I was too heavy-handed? After all, we're brothers." Mei Shuiyin glanced at him indifferently. Then he puffed out his chest and put on a serious face. His whole body exuded an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness. How could that be? This Fourth Brother Bear overestimates his own capabilities. He thinks that his skills have improved a little. So he dares to offend Big Brother's divine prestige. This is intolerable. Even I want to beat him up when I see his face. I realized it too late. Otherwise, Big Brother wouldn't have needed to make a move. I would have done it. This Fourth Brother Bear has no respect for his superiors. He's lawless. So, Big Brother is very magnanimous in teaching him a lesson. I personally think that Big Brother shouldn't have been so lenient. People like Fourth Brother Bear must be mercilessly punished and resolutely attacked. You mustn't let him off lightly. I strongly suggest that Big Brother imprison Fourth Brother Bear when you return to the Tianfa forest. Then, he must pierce his mouth with a long bamboo pole, and hang him upside down from the top of a 1,000-year-old tree as a warning to others." Qian Sun and Jun Moxie were thunderstruck. They looked at Earthcracker with a dumbstruck expression. Who said that this man is an idiot? Look at this flattery. It's so powerful, especially when Earthcracker had said lenient. This had left both of them shocked. After all, Bear Mountain's miserable condition was so bad that even a thief who had been caught and beaten up by the masses for 100 days would have felt that he was living in heaven if he had seen it. So this is called lenient? This earthcracker must have a limit to his **T. Otherwise, why would his surname be Hu? Mei Shuiyan smiled and nodded. She was very gratified by Earthcracker's understanding of righteousness. So she said in an amiable manner, "Well said. I didn't expect that you, ninth brother Hu, would be so knowledgeable." "Not at all. This is all thanks to Big Brother's nurturing." Earthcracker stood at attention. Earthcracker stole a glance at Bear Mountain. Then he opened his big mouth and started to laugh at his misfortune. He was overjoyed. However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. "I finally passed this hurdle? Brother Bear, I'm sorry. You can't bully a tiger when you're a bear. Fortunately, Big Brother has already vented his anger. So, he hasn't transferred it to me?" That fourth brother Bear didn't open his eyes. He was courting death on his own. How could he be as wise, far-sighted, and decisive as I am? Brothers are used as calamities. Earthcracker, you shameless little beast. Just wait for me. Bear Mountain's cries of grief and indignation could be heard from the field. In fact, it seemed as if he was weeping blood and destroying his liver. He was pounding the ground with his hands. And he was banging his head against the ground. He was extremely frustrated and angry. His head must be fine because the ground had been deformed. June Moxie's eyebrows twitched wildly. This Tian-Fa forest discipline method is really different from the rest? Mei Shuiyan had intentionally or unintentionally cast a sidelong glance at June Moxie after she had finished dealing with the two Beast Kings. It was clear that she was trying to show off her strength. "I'll punish you like this if you dare to provoke me again. But you can continue to act presumptuously if you think that you're more resistant to punishment than these two. I'll be happy to have a channel to vent my anger. So I won't mind." June Moxie curled his lips. However, he didn't take it to heart. "You don't mind and I don't mind either." His big eyes wandered on Mei Shuiyan's face. Then they slid down and looked at Mei Shuiyan's towering breasts. Then he smiled mischievously. Then he continued to look down. And his gaze stopped on Mei Shuiyan's pert buttocks for a while. Then he raised his head and faced Mei Shuiyan with a faint smile. His meaning was very obvious. "You're bragging. You think you can punish me? This young master has a way to punish you." Mei Shuiyan felt as if there was a pair of invisible hands wandering around her body. She couldn't help but bite her lips. She glared at him fiercely. Then she said, "It should be enough now, right? Both of them have gone through this upgrade. Their strength has basically climbed to the level of a great master. They can easily defeat Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuangfeng. With the two of them working together, even if 3 or 4 experts like Ning Wuqing were to come, they would still be able to escape unscathed. Their strength has undoubtedly increased by a large margin. But they still can't go on the road for the time being." June Moxie shook his head. "They still need a few more days to adapt to their new speed and power. If they were to immediately participate in a life-and-death battle after such a sudden upgrade, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. It won't be too late to leave after they have adapted to everything. Especially Tiger King. His original strength was much weaker than Bear King's. Moreover, he has just received external medicine. If he can't control it as he pleases, it will easily lead to adverse effects." Mei Shuiyan nodded slowly. "What you say makes sense. Then let's stay for a few more days. Also, I will use this time to ask my master in detail about what other medicinal ingredients are needed. I will make a list for them to bring back. This time, with your orders, we will need a lot of medicinal ingredients from all over the world. Although the amount we have now is not small, it is only a small part of the total. We can't be careless in this matter. We have to treat this matter as the most important matter." Mei Shuiyan's expression became serious. She said, "You don't have to worry about the medicinal ingredients. Leave it all to us Shen Beasts. We must get all the medicinal ingredients we need at all costs. Even if there are none in Tian-Fa Forest, as long as they exist in this world, I will find a way to get them." "You don't need to be so extreme. I only said that I would let you see the true face of the 3 holy lands. But I didn't say that the Shen Beasts must be completely opposed to the entire human race. This time they will be intercepted on their way back. I believe that they will be able to escape calmly because they underestimate their strength. But the 3 holy lands may have already figured out the situation when they come back to deliver the medicinal ingredients. So they won't be able to rely on just the 2 of them. So we must double our manpower. By the way, Crane King has the ability to fly. So, It will be a foolproof plan if he carries the medicinal ingredients. Jun Moxie thought for a moment. I've also thought of this point. After all, this is the first time. We can catch them off guard. But it won't be so smooth next time. It will be safer if Third Crane carries the medicinal ingredients in the air. But the amount of medicinal ingredients that can be carried will be relatively small. It will be safe, but the time needed for the round trip will be. Mei Shuiyan said. At this moment, Big Bear groaned and rubbed his buttocks as he got up and limped into the house. He looked docile and obedient, just like a lamb. Also, there are 10 of these pills. Each of you will take one. The 4 of you can take it now. You don't need to deliberately refine this medicine. Jun Moxie turned his palm, and a small jade bottle appeared in his palm. Don't need to refine it? What kind of strange medicine is this? Mei Shuiyan and the other 3's eyes lit up. This is the soul-gathering pill. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. It won't increase your martial power or speed after taking it. So there's no need to refine it? What's the use of it? Earthcracker opened his eyes wide. He was very curious. This medicine has only one effect. It gathers the spiritual energy of the world. It can increase the speed of the real elemental energy in your body by 3 times when you practice martial arts. In other words, 1 year of practice after taking the soul-gathering pill will be equivalent to 3 years of practice before taking it. Jun Moxie blinked his eyes and smiled mischievously. The 4 of them opened their eyes wide and inhaled at the same time. This is another heaven-defying medicine. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red. She gently took the jade bottle. Then she cast a glance at Jun Moxie and said in a low voice, "Then? I won't say thank you. You're asking for such a precious thing, and you're not saying thank you? What does this mean? We're a family. So there's no need to be so polite. Saying thank you is like treating me as an outsider." Jun Moxie laughed heartily. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red again. She took out 4 pills and the 4 of them quickly took them. Bear Mountain grimaced and sucked in a cold breath. His whole body was aching. So he hurriedly swallowed the pills. However, he didn't forget to tease them a little. That's natural. Elder sister and brother-in-law are here for the same purpose. So there's no need to thank me. After a while, we'll have to sleep in the same bed and under the same blanket. Chapter 533. Bang. Bear Mountain screamed as he was sent flying backwards like a rocket. Then he fell back to his previous position with a loud bang. He had been trapped by the world cage this time and had been kicked out. So he didn't have any leeway to unload the force. So he fell hard on the ground and almost fainted. Mei Shuiyan was standing at the door. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were radiating in angry radiance. This guy really doesn't know how to talk. What do you mean by sleeping on the same bed and burrowing into the same quilt? Isn't this nonsense? It would be bad if elder sister and brother-in-law didn't burrow into the same quilt. Earthcracker stroked his beard in schadenfreude. He savored the fragrance of the pills in his mouth, and started to flatter Mei Shuiyan without restraint. He shook his head and his face was full of complacency. But he didn't realize that his flattery was even more off-target than Bear Mountains. Big Bear had failed in his attempt to flatter Big Bear. Instead, he had slapped the horse's leg. However, Earthcracker's self-righteous words had added fuel to the fire. In fact, he had slapped the horse's hoof. Therefore, he was also in a tragic situation. Who said that you can bully an old bear but not a tiger? Brothers should be in trouble together. You also get lost. World cage. Mei Shuiyan flew into a rage. Bang, bang. Earthcracker let out a blood-curdling screech. The latter half of his words got stuck in his throat. Then he flew high in the air while waving his hands and feet. He then flew high in the air and crashed into the gate of the elegant fragrance courtyard. He broke through the gate and continued to fly until he crashed into the opposite wall. Then he bounced back with a bang. He felt as if he was seeing stars in front of his eyes. In fact, it seemed as if the galaxy had suddenly appeared in front of him. He shook his head in a daze and fell to the ground. He was even more miserable than Big Bear. Mei Shuiyan furiously flicked her sleeves and went back to her room. Jun Moxie touched his nose. I can't take advantage of this situation anymore. I don't have a shield anymore. If I'm not careful, I might get another world cage on my head. So I had no choice but to leave. Behind him, Qian Sun Serpent Queen looked at Jun Moxie's back, and her expression changed. Suddenly she sighed softly, and there was a hint of sadness in her voice. The next day, the Jun family's adoption ceremony finally opened after a long time of preparation. Accepting an adopted daughter shouldn't involve so many people. Especially since it wasn't old Master Jun Zhantian who was going to accept an adopted daughter. Instead, it was Jianghu who was going to accept an adopted daughter. Therefore, such a big fanfare seemed a little strange. But Guan Qinghan's identity was very sensitive, and coupled with the disturbance caused by the rotten scholars. This adoption ceremony was even more grand than the founding of a nation. At the very least, there weren't so many important people at the founding of the Tianxiang kingdom. Not only did the emperor and empress arrive together, but the 3 princes and a princess also personally came to congratulate her. Even the heads of the major families in the capital had come to congratulate her. Countless officials and generals from all over the country had come to congratulate her. Then the major families of Xianqi arrived one after another. The Situ clan, the Sikong clan, the Bailey clan, the Duanmu clan. One by one, the illustrious names were gradually announced from the mouth of the master of ceremonies. Everyone in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Although these people weren't officials of the secular world, they were all legendary figures who had long been famous. Today, for a trivial matter like the adoption of a daughter by Jianghu, people from all over the country had rushed over. What did this mean? What did it mean? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Congratulations to the 3rd General Jun for adopting Miss Guan as his daughter. The fierce Gale swordsman Feng Wanyun congratulates you. The usually calm voice of the master of ceremonies Tian Xian Song Shang was trembling. The hurricane swordsman Feng Wanyun was a legendary figure. One of the newly promoted 8 great masters. To think that he had also come here, the hall was instantly silent. In the eyes of the crowd, a green-robed man walked straight in like an unsheathed sword. His expression was cold, his facial features smooth and firm, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Wherever he looked, people would feel as if they were being stabbed by a sharp sword. Feng Wanyun. Jianghu was pleasantly surprised. Feng Wanyun's words were still ringing in his ears when he knew that he was in a desperate situation. Jianghu, if you don't die today, I, Feng Wanyun, will drink with you and have a good chat. I, Feng Wanyun, see you in danger today, but I am powerless. I am sorry. I will repay the Jun family in the future. Farewell. This was the most touching sentence that Jianghu had heard before the battle. 3rd General Jun, I, Feng Wanyun, have come to ask for a cup of wine. 3rd General, you won't mind, right? Seeing Jianghu, Feng Wanyun showed a rare warm smile. Not at all, not at all, I am very grateful. Please, please, please don't call me 3rd General. If you don't mind, just call me by my name. Jianghu said warmly as he held Feng Wanyun's hand and walked into the hall. The big family stepped forward to chat with him. The fierce Gale swordsman, Feng Wanyun, was ranked last amongst the 8 great masters. But he was the only one who couldn't be provoked aside from the cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei. He would draw his sword and kill people. He hated evil as if it was his personal enemy. Feng Wanyun nodded at them indifferently and walked over, not bothering to speak to these clan heads at all. Everyone smiled bitterly, but they all knew Feng Wanyun's temperament. He was a cold and arrogant person. Back in the Tianfa forest, Li Ju Tian had dared to draw his sword even though he was no match for the great master Li Ju Tian. In fact, he had even nearly killed Li Ju Tian's son. Li Ju Tian was a genuine great master. He was one of the 8 great masters of the world. Moreover, everyone was shocked when they arrived at the Jun family's residence. Although the Jun family's strength wasn't very strong, but they had the solitary falcon at their helm. So they couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Jun Zhan Tian and Jianghu, father and son, had unexpectedly reached the Spirit Shen level. This news was enough to make them inexplicably shocked. The Tianxiang Empire was a place where even Xin Xian was not present. But now there were 2 Xin Xian experts, and they were from the same family. More importantly, they were from the God of War's family. Although the Jun family was not very important, they had collected detailed information about them. After all, they were the #1 military family in the country. According to the information, Jun Zhan Tian was only at the level of Tian Xian, so how did he become Xin Xian? Although Jianghu had risen by accident, he was only a cripple at the level of Tian Xian. How did he suddenly become a Xin Xian expert? And he was healthy. Everything had happened so suddenly, so mysteriously, and so inconceivably. Ha, Feng Wanyun, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. Let's go to the backyard and have a fight. Maybe I'll give you some benefits. Solitary Eagle came out with a burst of laughter. His whole body was filled with fighting spirit. A few days ago, Jianghu had eaten the heavenly vitality pill and successfully raised his strength to the level of Xin Xian. Then the 3 of them had taken the vitality gathering pill. Jianghu had taken the vitality linkage pill, and the 3 of them had greatly improved their strength. This was nonsense. If they did not improve their strength, it would be ridiculous. The solitary falcon had been very happy lately. The falcon god had never imagined that he would be tied to this place because of a bet. However, he had improved his strength so much in less than a year. Not only did his skills and techniques have a breakthrough, but even his strength and speed had increased by an unbelievable amount. His strength had increased by at least 2 levels compared to before. The realms above the supreme martial artist that were unreachable in the past seemed to be within reach now. During this period of time, Solitary Eagle felt like he was dreaming. If he did not return to his hometown after becoming rich, it would be like walking at night in luxurious clothes. Now that his strength had improved, it would be like not returning to his hometown after becoming rich. It would be like not returning to his hometown after becoming rich. Now that his greatest rival, Feng Wanyun, had suddenly arrived, it was like a pie falling from the sky for Solitary Eagle. Feng Wanyun stared at Solitary Eagle for a long time before a look of extreme shock appeared in his eyes. He realized that although Solitary Eagle's Shen cultivation was strong and his movement techniques were above his own, they were still on par. In the Tianfa forest, this fellow had defeated him with some strange moves, and Feng Wanyun had always been unconvinced. After thinking about it, he finally had the confidence to solve it. This time, he had come to the Jun family with the intention of challenging Solitary Eagle. But now that Solitary Eagle was standing in front of him, Feng Wanyun suddenly realized that this despicable eagle had reached a whole new level. Just by standing there, he was already giving off a strong sense of oppression. Even the air seemed to be a little sticky. Feng Wanyun was very familiar with this feeling. Only when facing an opponent that he could not match would he have this feeling of having his hands and feet tied. Could it be that I am really inferior to him? But, is this person really Solitary Eagle? How is this possible? Even if he was facing the great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, or the cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, he would not feel so defeated. How did Solitary Eagle make such a huge improvement in such a short time? Could it be that he has already surpassed Shi Changshao? Could it be that he is chasing after Li Jutian? After a long time, Feng Wanyun revealed a bitter smile, and continued to stare at Solitary Falcon without blinking. There's no need to fight, I'm no match for you now. There is no point in fighting anymore. Solitary Eagle was very disheartened. Last night, he had fought with Earthcracker, the Tiger King, after his strength had increased. Although he seemed to have the upper hand because of his excellent agility, Solitary Eagle knew that he had suffered a great loss. Chapter 534. First update. I went to do acupuncture today and came back late. But I really want to know, how did you improve? Feng Wanyun stared at him without blinking. For this martial arts maniac, improving his strength was the most important thing in the world. I ate an elixir. Solitary Eagle snorted, his belly full of anger. I'm telling the truth, do you believe me? I believe you. Feng Wanyun said solemnly. Without the help of an elixir, how could he have improved so quickly? Solitary Eagle was completely speechless. This idiot. The two great masters entered the back hall, and the hall became lively again. Everyone looked at Junjian Tian and his son in a different way. How much face did they have? One great master was watching over the house, and another great master came to congratulate them. At this time, Song Shang's trembling voice rang out again. Congratulations to 3rd General Jun for getting a daughter. The great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, has come to congratulate him. Present a pair of jade scepters. Boom. Another clap of thunder sounded. Everyone was stunned like a chicken that had been struck by lightning, and they didn't know what to say. Then the great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, walked in with a smile on his face. Junjian Tian personally welcomed him into the inner hall. Although Grandpa Jun had always been calm, he couldn't help but feel proud at this moment. Among all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, who had as much face as him, Grandpa Jun suddenly felt that today was the most glorious day of his life. And all of this was thanks to his grandson. With a grandson like this, what more could he ask for? So Grandpa Jun was extremely proud, and his grin almost reached the back of his ears. Suddenly, the great master of cold blood, Lei Wu Bei, has come to congratulate him. Congratulate him and a treasured sword. Song Shang's lips were stuttering and his eyes were wide open. Who would have thought that this cold-blooded madman would also come, and even send a congratulatory gift? The entire hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt a sense of absurdity from the bottom of their hearts. Is this world really so crazy? Are the 8 great masters going to have a meeting here today? Why are they coming one after another? There are already 4 of them. Look at the Jun family's face. Fuck. Not too long ago, that bunch of rotten scholars actually wanted to give him a hard time. If this wasn't simply asking for death, then what was? With their meager strength, how could they deal with the old Jun family? It was not enough at all. It wasn't even considered as delivering food, it was simply asking for trouble. Everyone looked at the Jun family members with reverence in their eyes. Even their voices had become much softer. He was afraid that one of the 4 great killing gods would be summoned. That would be terrible. Any one of these 4 great supremes would be able to deal with an ordinary aristocratic family as easily as turning over a palm. In an instant he would be able to kill all of them. In the main room, the eyes of His Majesty, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly became unusually complicated. This table was filled with the top-notch bigwigs of the capital's imperial court. They had absolutely no connection with those profound Qi families. However, everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Their gazes were complicated and no one knew what they were thinking. A long while passed. Then the emperor sighed and said, "It turns out that the Jun family is so prestigious. Even I am somewhat envious." He had said this in a joking tone. Everyone laughed along with him. However, everyone clearly understood in their hearts that His Majesty wasn't joking. The 4 great supremes were people that even the emperor would find it difficult to invite. In fact, it was impossible for even one of them to do so. However, these 4 people had all come to the Jun family uninvited. What did this mean? It was obvious. The steward of the Guan family, Dong Lu, was smiling widely. His face was flushed, and it seemed as if every hair on his head was excited. He had never dreamed of such a grand occasion. In fact, he hadn't even dared to think about it. The entire Guan family had lost face after what had happened to Guan Qinghan. In fact, there had even been a rumor that the Guan family's discipline wasn't strict. Even the servants of the Jun family felt honored. They walked with their heads held high and their waists out. Their waists were also straighter. The 3 great supremes have come to congratulate our 3rd master. Li Yuren's face was pale in the crowd of congratulatory guests. She watched her master enter the inner hall. Her heart was filled with bitterness. She suddenly felt that the gap between her and Jun Moxie was like that of heaven and earth. In fact, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. I'm afraid that there's no hope of catching up with this gap. This guy is still fighting and walking dogs when I'm training hard. He's still flirting with women when I'm thinking of strategies. Everyone is praising me. But they're still belittling this guy. But I'm still making no progress when he's dominating the world. What? How can this happen? I've sacrificed so much for my hopes and dreams. I've endured loneliness that most people can't bear. I've even buried my love. But I've received such a blow just when I thought that I was close to success. Could it be that all my efforts were in vain? Li Yuren's heart was full of doubts. Could it be that my efforts have been a mistake? Success doesn't depend on hard work. Does it depend on fighting and walking dogs? Everyone in the entire Tianxiang city was watching with open eyes. Who had ever seen Jun Imosie's genuine efforts? Li Yuren's mind was extremely unbalanced. Li Yuren sighed. She waved her hand and beckoned a servant of the Jun family. Then she asked, "Is your 3rd young master Jun Moxie here? Why can't I see him on such a lively occasion?" The servant replied respectfully, replying to the esteemed guest, "The 3rd young master is accompanying a guest in the backyard. Perhaps he'll come over after a while." Accompanying a guest in the backyard? What kind of guest is he accompanying? Li Yuren's heart was shaken. What guest? He's even more important than the 4 great masters? He can make Jun Moxie ignore the emperor of Tianxiang city. He can't even meet the big shots of the imperial court. He can't even welcome the great masters? This can't be justified, right? This question and answer were unintentional. Li Yuren had asked in a casual manner. She didn't have any intention of bewitching the servant. And the servant's reply had been blurted out. But this unintentional conversation had made Li Yuren think even more deeply. Li Yuren's heart was at a loss as she looked at the Jun family's flourishing atmosphere of jubilation. He had worshipped his master, the cold-blooded great master, Lei Wu Bei, as if he were worshipping an immortal. He had thought that everything in the mortal world would be a piece of cake as long as he had the backing of this great master. However, he hadn't thought that his plans would be flawless. In fact, he had lost 8 of his fellow disciples. In fact, he hadn't even found out who the murderer was. She had always cherished and respected her master. But she was now very dissatisfied. She looked at the Jun family. They hadn't deliberately fawned over her. But they had just adopted a daughter. Yet, 3 great masters had come to congratulate them. This was the disparity between them. Is it really impossible to compare people with each other? Perhaps it's true. I used to look down on my peers with disdain. It's just that I need to look up to other people, and not myself. Li Yuran sighed in her heart. She called for a servant and casually tipped him a banknote. Then she said, "Please tell your third young master that I'd like to have a chat with him if he has the time." The servant respectfully replied, "Young Master Li, please be at ease. This lowly servant will definitely convey these words to young Master Li. However, you absolutely cannot accept the reward." Unexpectedly, he was exceptionally determined to return the large sum of banknotes. Li Yuran was startled. She hadn't expected that a little servant of the Jun family would be able to resist the temptation of such a large sum of money. It must be known that Li Yuran had casually tipped him. But it was a banknote worth 500 taels of silver. And this servant could only get 10 taels of silver a year. But he had refused it without any hesitation. Is this the disparity between us? The servant of the Jun family was indeed not boasting. Jun Dashao was currently in the backyard accompanying a group of guests. A group of esteemed guests. In the backyard, Jun Moxie was drinking tea with the Tian Fa Beast Kings. The Bear King and the Tiger King were going to return to the Tian Fa forest tomorrow. There were many things that Jun Moxie had to handle personally. Otherwise these two would forget something. Not only would Mei Shuyan go berserk, but Jun Moxie would also feel like crying. Besides, those esteemed guests really didn't need him. When they came out, they would only greet them with a fake smile. If they were to come out first, they would only be two-faced and hide a dagger in their smiles. That was simply torture. Jun Moxie always had a headache when it came to this kind of thing. So he didn't plan to go out. Let's not talk about anything else. Why would Jun Dashao have to greet the Emperor of Tianxiang? Thinking about this, Old Man Jun and Third Master also felt that they might as well not let Jun Moxie attend. Anyway, he was a junior, so it was reasonable that he didn't get involved. Even if he was happy, they would be happy. As for whether everyone was happy, they didn't care so much. However, even Jun Moxie was a little surprised when he heard the arrival of the three great masters. Feng Wanyun's arrival was rather abrupt. However, this person had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He had a good impression of the Jun family, and he even had a little relationship with the third uncle. So, his sudden arrival was understandable. However, the arrival of Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei was more thought-provoking. It seemed that the Jun family didn't have any friendship with them. Not only did they not have any friendship, but 8 of Lei Wu Bei's top 10 disciples had perished by his hands. Moreover, the only one among them had been crippled by solitary eagle. What are these two doing here? Jun Moxie wrinkled his brows. He was puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. He had only met them once during the Battle of Tian Fa. They weren't Feng Wanyun. So, they didn't have any friendship with the Jun family. Moreover, Jun Wui's adoption of a daughter wasn't a big deal. So, it wasn't worth it for two great masters to personally come and congratulate them. So, these two must have come with a purpose. As for the specific purpose. Chapter 535. Jun Moxie smiled. This is obvious. So, the problem certainly exists. I think that they have 3 goals. The first one should be related to the Silver Blizzard City. The second one should be related to the Jun family and Tian Fa. Then they should be related to your whereabouts. And the third one should be related to the pills and the alchemist. These problems are somewhat acute, but they're not difficult to deal with. So, I reckon that there are some misunderstandings in my previous judgment. So, they may have other goals. But I reckon that they're only the vanguard. And they may not be able to set off any big storm. In fact, Olding is strong enough to defeat any one of them. Mei Shuyan smiled faintly. That's right. They must have the ability to set off a storm even if they want to. Jun Moxie laughed heartily. Bear Mountain, Earthcracker and the others also laughed. In this world, a bigger fist makes a bigger argument. This is an unchanging truth. Jun Moxie decided to increase the strength of the 4 Tian Fa kings after careful consideration. He didn't know why, but he was still feeling anxious in his heart. One must know that the huge amount of elixirs from Tian Fa was something that Jun Moxie and the Tian Fa kings couldn't afford to lose. Jun Moxie still felt that the strength of the 2 beast kings was too weak when they returned. In fact, they were somewhat unreliable. However, the 4 beast kings had already taken the heavenly essence, Tongyuan and Jiyuan Dan. So, Jun Moxie didn't have any suitable elixirs on hand for the time being. But he was afraid that these people wouldn't be able to take it even if he had. So, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to take it even if he did. So, he would have to rely on external help since he had already reached the limit of his own strength. I'll give each of you a suitable weapon for self-defense. This can also be considered as a farewell gift to Bear King and Tiger King. Jun Moxie pondered for a while. Then he finally said this. Mei Shuiyin and Qian Sun felt a chill in their hearts when they saw how serious Jun Moxie was. One must know that the 3 godly pills were already heaven-defying existences. But Jun Moxie had given them out without batting an eyelid. But when it came to weapons he was evidently hesitant. In other words, this weapon had probably exceeded the scope of a so-called divine weapon, and it was probably an existence that was even more heaven-defying. Not to mention anything else, just based on Jun Moxie's blood of yellow flame, Mei Shuiyin knew that if their strengths were equal, her Xian beast body might not be able to withstand the divine blade's slash. Only Bear Mountain and Earthcracker shook their heads. We Xian beasts don't need weapons. Moreover, the so-called divine weapons of ordinary humans were simply too light. If one didn't use them they wouldn't feel right. Forget it. Perhaps you might like these 2 weapons that I'm giving you. Jun Moxie smiled confidently. He had already made up his mind. So he didn't hesitate any longer. He stretched out his right hand and 2 long swords appeared in his hands out of thin air. They lay quietly on the ground. It seemed as if they had been there all along. No one had seen how these 2 swords had appeared. Even Mei Shuiyin, whose strength was far above everyone else's, hadn't sensed it. The 2 swords had suddenly appeared in Jun Moxie's hands. And they had pressed down on Jun Moxie's arm. So, it was obvious that their weight wasn't light. Clang. Jun Moxie gently pressed on the spring. The long swords issued a soft cry, and were unsheathed by half a foot. They shone brilliantly and dazzled everyone's eyes. Suddenly, a cold air assaulted their faces. Mei Shuiyin and the other 3 blurted out at the same time, "Good swords. This is a sharp weapon." Jun Moxie smiled faintly. He slowly pulled out the sword from its sheath. The sword was as clear as water. Its brilliance was circulating. It had a pleasing color. It seemed like gold, but it wasn't gold. It seemed like silver, but it wasn't silver. The sword was 3 feet long. It was similar to an ordinary sword. However, its width was more than 4 fingers. It was a rare broadsword. Jun Moxie turned his wrist, and the long sword slowly turned in a circle. Then he gently tossed it up. The edge of the sword pointed downwards. Then it slowly fell towards the stone table. Screech, an almost inaudible sound was heard. Then an incredible scene appeared in front of the 4 beast kings. The long sword seemed as if a red-hot piece of iron had been plunged into cold butter. It didn't stop. It continued to plunge straight into the stone table. It slid all the way down to the hilt. Mei Shuiyin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She naturally knew that Jun Moxia's blood of yellow flame was a rare divine weapon, but she never imagined that he would have another such divine weapon. Furthermore, Jun Moxia had taken out 2 treasured swords just now, so the quality of these 2 treasured swords should be on par with each other. Then, Jun Moxie just said that he would give each of us a weapon. The quality of the weapons should be about the same. Could it be that the speed of the forging of weapons in this world is so shocking? Then what use is the body of the Shen beast that we are so proud of? We have been waiting for so many years in Tianfa. Have we become frogs at the bottom of a well? But when she thought about it again she instantly understood. If the world was really filled with divine weapons like this, the Tianfa forest would have been destroyed a long time ago. Mei Shuiyin couldn't help but rejoice. The owner of such a divine weapon was him. Thank goodness it was him. Mei Shuiyin lightly patted the table with her palm, and the long sword that was deeply embedded in the table bounced out with a "so" sound. It flew up in the air and Mei Shuiyin caught it in her hand. She couldn't help but be shocked. This sword looked only a little wider than an ordinary sword. But it actually weighed more than 100 jin. It must be known that an ordinary sword would at most weigh 6 to 7 jin. Even if it was specially forged or a heavy sword specially made for the battlefield, it was rare for it to weigh more than 15 jin. The weight of this sword clearly defied this common sense. Even a big stick or an iron awl would be too much for such a heavy sword. The sword was a light weapon. So, it would affect the flexibility and stability of the sword if it was too heavy. In fact, it would be disadvantageous to one's agility, footwork, and Xian Qi. Therefore, not many humans could use such a heavy sword. In fact, it seemed as if it was tailor-made for the beast kings of Tianfa. This sword is undoubtedly a good sword. It's a pity that it's a little cumbersome. I can also use it, but I might not be able to use it as I like. Mei Shuiyin's slender fingers lightly flicked the blade of the sword. Then a dragon's roar rose up in spirals and lingered for a long time. In fact, it seemed as if it would linger for 3 days. Mei Shuiyin had said that it was difficult to use it as she liked. But she couldn't bear to part with it for a while. Then she handed it over to Bear Mountain. Having witnessed such a godly weapon, Big Bear was already impatient. In most situations he didn't use weapons, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to use them. It was just that ordinary human weapons in his hands were basically like an elephant dancing with an embroidery needle. They were too weak, so he refused to use them. But he liked this sword from the bottom of his heart the moment he saw it. He took it and weighed it in his hands. And he burst with joy. Such a weight is really easy to use. This brother-in-law of mine is really speechless. He's really my brother-in-law? Bear Mountain laughed heartily. Then he leapt forward and swung the sword in the air. Suddenly, a dragon's roar and tiger's roar resounded in the courtyard. But it sounded like fireworks falling from the sky. And it seemed like snow had dyed the mountains and rivers. The cold wind whistled and the figure of the man disappeared. Earthcracker also couldn't help but grab the other sword. He was just as happy. It would be a lie to say that he didn't like such a weapon. The Beast Kings of Tianfa had been envious of the fact that humans had weapons on them ever since they had taken human form. But they could only use their flesh and blood to fight. And the weapons that humans had were not suitable for them. So they had been longing for a weapon that they could use for many, many years. So, how could they not be ecstatic when they suddenly held a divine weapon in their hands? In fact, whether it was a divine weapon or not was secondary. But the fact that it was easy to use was its greatest value. With a loud roar, Earthcracker took the lead and leapt forward. Then he clashed with Bear Mountain. The two swords clashed, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard amidst the whistling of the swords. The sword light was like snow, and the sword energy soared to the heavens. A long while passed before the two of them put away their swords in high spirits. Then they walked over with beaming smiles on their faces. They held the swords in their bosoms as if they were treasures. In fact, they were afraid that someone would snatch them away. In fact, it seemed as if they had suddenly obtained their most beloved treasure. In fact, it seemed as if they wouldn't let go of it ever again. This sword is too awesome. Ha ha ha, I declare that this is mine. Bear Mountain was smiling so widely that his eyes couldn't even be seen. He was immensely proud of himself as he announced. Earthcracker lowered his head, and carefully wiped the blade of the sword with the lapel of his robe. His movements were very careful, and his hands and feet were very light. In fact, it seemed that he wouldn't have done this even if his wife had given birth to a tiger cub. Aren't you going to thank young Master June for giving you this sword? Do you think that you can take such a priceless treasure just because you say so? Why are you two idiots so unreasonable? Can't you two give me some face? Mei Shuiyan raised her willowy eyebrows and shouted angrily. Mei Shuiyan felt that these two fellows had thoroughly thrown away her face ever since they had come here. Dog meat can't be served at the main table? Mei Shuiyan heaved a deep sigh in her heart. Elder sister, why are you like this? Why are you thanking us? Isn't it only natural that our brother-in-law is giving us this? We are his brother-in-law. So, what's the big deal about giving us two swords? Isn't that right, brother-in-law? Bear Mountain grinned, and laughed heartily in a self-satisfied manner. This guy is so thick-skinned. He's hundreds of years old. But he's openly calling a 17 or 18-year-old boy brother-in-law. Moreover, he's even calling himself his brother-in-law. And his face isn't even blushing. Earthcracker nodded in agreement. It was obvious that this guy was thinking the same thing. However, he was a bit more perceptive. He understood that there were some things that couldn't be said directly. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red. She suddenly became angry. Shut up. What kind of nonsense are you talking about, you idiot? Is it because yesterday's sparring wasn't enough? So, I've gotten a new sword today. So, I'll spar with you again? Her eyes emitted a cold light. She was about to attack. Bear Mountain immediately became dispirited. He didn't dare to utter another word. He was even more obedient than a baby bear. Earthcracker, who hadn't uttered a word, shrunk his neck. How is this a tiger king? Even a kitten isn't this obedient. Chapter 536. What truth? That's nonsense. What brother-in-law or younger brother-in-law was there to talk about? That's ridiculous. Mei Shuiyan's face turned even redder and she scolded fiercely, unforgivable. How is it not the truth? Junimosia said seriously, Shuiyan? Actually, the two of us have already done that. I think we're just short of the bridal chamber. We've already seen each other what we should see and touched each other what we should touch. We know each other very well. Is there a need to be more explicit? Mei Shuiyan was so angry that her fingers started to tremble. Jun Moxie, you're too shameless. Being shameless is better than not having a wife. Jun Moxie said happily. Besides, it's not just the two of them who have swords. You and Chen Sun naturally have swords too. It's hard for you to use their swords. I've specially made one for you. Hearing this, Chen Sun Serpent Queen's eyes lit up. She bit her lips and looked at Mei Shuiyan's expression. She didn't dare to say anything. We have one too? Mei Shuiyan heaved a sigh of relief. This guy finally changed the topic. She said fiercely, then why aren't you taking it out? Yes, yes. Jun Moxie sang. He turned his body, twisted his buttocks, and stretched out his right hand. He shouted, change? Shwa. 2 swords appeared in his hands. It was still so sudden. The 2 swords that appeared in his hands were much thinner and smaller than the previous 2 swords. The swords had a beautiful shape. It was obvious that they were swords for women. This time, Mei Shuiyan could be said to have mobilized all of her spiritual power and 100% of her spiritual sense to sense all of Jun Emosia's movements. She did not let down her guard at all, but she still could not find out how he had taken out these 2 swords. They had just appeared out of nowhere so suddenly. Mei Shuiyan was amazed. Only God knew how many more things that no one could understand about this mysterious young man. Jun Moxie took out one of the swords and handed it to Chen Sun Serpent Queen. Chen Sun pulled out the sword and looked at it. She couldn't help but cry out in joy. She couldn't bear to part with it. Her joy was definitely not any less than that of the Bear King and the Tiger King. The sword that Chen Sun obtained was shining with a golden light, as if it was made of gold, and the craftsmanship was even more marvelous. It was actually a rare soft sword. The body of the sword twisted like a spirit snake, smooth and natural. As it trembled and swayed, it flickered with an unpredictable light. The tip of the sword was actually forked like the tongue of a poisonous snake, emitting a cold light. This sword could slash, slice, stab, twist, lift, and swing. It had a few special characteristics that the other swords didn't have. It was directly made for the Snake King. Only the King of Snakes could bring out the strongest power of this soft sword. Among the 4 swords, this was the only one that Jun Moxie had specially made. It was tailor-made for the Serpent King. He had used up thousands of kilograms of gold and the power of gold to refine this golden soft sword that was made entirely out of soft gold. The Snake King was filled with joy. He looked at Jun Moxie affectionately and couldn't wait to play with it. One moment he wrapped it around his wrist, the next moment he wrapped it around his waist. The soft sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It changed into different shapes in the hands of the Snake King from the tip to the hilt. It was as if it was a living snake with a mind of its own. The more Chen Sun Serpent Queen looked at it, the more she liked it. The more she played with it, the more she couldn't bear to put it down. She squinted her eyes happily and placed the soft sword on her face. Jun Emosia laughed heartily. He grabbed the scabbard and bent it. The scabbard also bent into a circular shape. One end of the scabbard was connected to the hilt of the sword. It was actually a belt. It turned out that Jun Moxie had put in a lot of effort on this scabbard. It could be said that he had a unique and exquisite mind. Jun Moxie smiled and said, I think we should name this sword, Snake King Sword. When you don't use it, you can wrap it around your waist. It will be easier to confuse people. Once you draw the sword, not only will it be convenient for you, it will also be able to catch people off guard. But this is the best way to use this sword. Green Hunter, you should think carefully about how to draw this sword from your waist at the fastest speed. I personally think that this sword will be a great magic weapon for you to defeat your enemies. The Chen Sun Serpent Queen's face was flushed with excitement. She nodded her head and grabbed the scabbard to study it. Mei Shuiyan sighed in her heart. She felt that the favor she owed Jun Emosia was getting bigger and bigger. First, he had given her dozens of rare and precious elixirs. Now he had obtained 4 divine swords. Looking at the Tiger King, Bear King, and Snake King. One was smiling foolishly while hugging his sword, one was wiping his sword as if he was serving his master, and the last one was experimenting non-stop with a look of excitement and delight. It was already impossible for him to not owe them a favor even if he wanted to. Even the 3 holy lands might not be able to take out a divine sword of this level. But Jun Moxie had given them 4 of them. Even with Mei Shuiyan's vast experience, she couldn't help but be shocked by this brat's generosity. Furthermore, he must have many weapons of this level in his hands. Tian Fa still had many Beast Kings, and with Jun Moxie's character, it was impossible for him to give away the Bear, Tiger, and Snake Kings and ignore the other Beast Kings. Although it was already a huge favor to accept these 4 swords, but it was still a good thing to have more. Thinking of this, Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but blush. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I'm addicted to taking advantage of others? It's really a sin, ah? How could she not know that this brat Jun Moxie had bad intentions? This fellow was never someone who was willing to suffer losses. Perhaps if she owed him too much, this fellow would really ask for the debt to be repaid. With Jun Moxie's thick skin, Mei Shuiyan believed that he would do such a thing. Not only could he do it, he would do it confidently, without any change in expression. From the way this fellow was getting more and more impudent towards her, the moment he raised any conditions, his first target would probably be her. What should she do then? If he asked her to repay him with her body, would she be able to refuse? This fellow already had several beauties by his side. Could it be that she, the dignified beast king of Tianfa, would actually have to become his concubine? At that time, wouldn't it be like what he said, "Little thing, follow me and I'll rub your butt every day"? Thinking of this, Mei Shuiyan's face was burning up. She glared at Jun Moxie hatefully, but what made her even more flustered was that she felt that she actually didn't have much of an aversion towards this matter. What's wrong with me? This is really ridiculous. This look from her caused Jun Moxie to feel a wave of panic. He hurriedly looked around and sized himself up. I only said a few words just now, but I didn't offend her. I gave away 4 divine weapons in one go. Why is this lady suddenly angry again? Could it be that this young master gave the wrong gift? Did I kiss up to the wrong person? But, looking at the situation, it doesn't seem like it. How would Jun Moxie know that Mei Shuiyan's thoughts were so jumpy? In just a short while, she was already thinking about the wedding night. After calming herself down, Mei Shuiyan raised her hand. Jun Moxie only felt a slight breeze, and the sword in his hand had already disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Mei Shuiyan was quietly sitting on the stone bench, carefully admiring the sword. Only one of the 4 swords is left, so this must be for me? The blush on Mei Shuiyan's face had not receded, but she pretended that she didn't care. She used this tone and said lightly. However, even super idiots like the Bear King and the Tiger King could tell that her tone wasn't normal. The 2 Beast Kings looked at each other and winked mysteriously for a while. Then they went back to playing with their divine swords in tacit understanding. However, their ears were perked up in a daze. Of course, other than you, Shuiyan, who else is worthy of using such a divine sword? Jun Moxie smiled humbly, attentively flattering her. Nonsense. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly as if she was scolding him harshly. But Tiger King and Bear King immediately winked at each other. Boss is happy. Why does this sound like the legendary flirting? In all fairness, Mei Shuiyan's sword was the most beautiful among the 4 swords. It was small and elegant, exquisite and sharp. The sword body was long and slender, and the hilt was just right for one to hold. It was smooth and natural, and the sharpness even carried the aura of a king. Even someone as arrogant as Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but admit that Jun Moxie had good foresight and unique craftsmanship. This sword was given to her, and it was a perfect match. Especially the pure white body of the sword, which was like white jade, and the white robe that he usually liked to wear. It was really a perfect combination. It was natural, and it had the feeling of being flawless. It must have been hard on you, Mei Shuiyan said lightly, but she used the tone of a superior person praising a junior. Not at all, not at all. For you, Shuiyan, I did not hesitate to go up a mountain of swords and plunge into a pot of boiling oil, through a hail of bullets, and face death with equanimity. I will die 100 times without regrets, 10,000 times without hesitation. Even 100 million deaths would be worth it. Jun Moxie shook his head and began to express his emotions. Ugh. Bear King, Tiger King, and Snake King made vomiting expressions as they ran out, far away from this shameless person. And it could also be considered as creating space and time for this fellow to flirt with their boss. Mei Shuiyan snorted. She was obviously blushing, but she pretended that she didn't hear anything and only focused on admiring the sword in her hand. This fellow is like this. Give him a bit of color and he can open a dye shop. Give him a bit of sunlight and he will dare to shine on the earth. Might as well ignore him and let him do whatever he wants. The 3 Beast Kings were playing with the swords in the yard, but they were absent-minded. Their eyes kept glancing at the 2 people over there. Bear King and Tiger King had a look of gossip on their faces. Old Nine, guess what's next? Bear Mountain winked excitedly. I guess it's going to be a kiss, Earthcracker said in a philosophical manner, looking like a philosopher in love. I don't think so, Bear Mountain shook his head disapprovingly as if he was very experienced. In my experience, I think it should be a tight hug, the kind that makes it hard to breathe. How is that possible? Don't you see brother-in-law licking his lips? This is obviously a prelude to a kiss. I think it's going to be this one. Earthcracker retorted sarcastically. He also licked his lips and swallowed his saliva. Chapter 537. Stupid. How can you be so stupid? How can you kiss if you don't hug? Don't pretend to understand when you don't. It's not a mistake to be ignorant. But, pretending to be knowledgeable when you don't have any knowledge is an unforgivable mistake. Bear Mountain scolded. Shut up, you 2 idiots. The 2 Beast Kings jumped in fright when they heard this. They turned their heads to look, and saw that the Snake King's complexion had turned ashen. An ominous glint flickered in her eyes as she glared at them. The Snake King's sword was swaying in her hand. In fact, it seemed as if it was a venomous snake that was about to devour someone. In that instant, both the Tiger King and the Bear King had a feeling that if they dared to say another word, the Snake King would definitely draw her sword and fight to the death with them. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What's going on? The two Beast Kings were confused. How did Snake King's temper suddenly become so irritable? The two Beast Kings were getting more and more confused. It seems that Snake King's temper has gotten worse since they arrived in Tianxiang. It has developed to the point where he's like a barrel of gunpowder and will explode at any moment. Could it be that he's with Big Brother? But you don't have Big Brother's strength. Let alone two, you can't even deal with one, right? The two Beast Kings rolled their eyes and silently cursed. He's actually scolding the wise and wise Bear King and Tiger King as idiots. He's really courageous. The three Beast Kings didn't expect that the two people inside wouldn't make any further movements. They just sat there quietly. Mei Shuiyin kept her head down and fiddled with her sword. Jun Moxie had a smile on his face and was quietly watching them. Neither of them made any movements. They were like two motionless statues, and were quietly letting the wind of time pass between them. The breeze blew, and Mei Shuiyin's skirt and hair fluttered in the wind. A gentle breeze blew past. Jun Moxie's sleeves fluttered in the wind. His eyes were ancient. The two of them just sat there, but it was like a beautiful painting, as if they could sit there until the end of time. Such tranquility, such carefreeness, and such warmth had left even the thick-skinned Big Bear and Earthcracker in a daze. Even the furious Snake King had been left dumbstruck by this scene. They had calmly watched this scene, and had felt their hearts brimming with warmth and emotion. Just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Someone was hurriedly rushing over. A servant hurriedly pushed open the courtyard door and said, "Young master, the ceremony is about to begin. Old master and third master are asking you to hurry over. You cannot be absent at this crucial moment." The servant hadn't even finished speaking when he saw the three of them glaring at him with murderous intent. In an instant he felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but be terrified to the extreme, and he almost fell to the ground. How could a small servant like him withstand the wrath of the three Beast Kings? They hadn't unleashed their full strength and hadn't released their killing intent. But it was still not something that he could withstand. "I know. I'll be right there." Jun Moxie's clear voice was heard. The servant felt his entire body relax as he heard Jun Moxie's voice. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. "Shuiyin, you go ahead and make arrangements for their journey tomorrow. Don't forget the things that they need to pay special attention to. Well, I'll send someone else to deliver the things that they've bought to the Tianfa forest. So let them travel lightly this time. I'll go ahead and greet them. I'll leave everything here to you." Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyin and said in a soft voice. Mei Shuiyin still didn't raise her head. She only calmly said, "Don't worry. Those two Beast Kings first gained 50 years of cultivation. Then their speed increased by 3 times. Then their cultivation speed increased by another 3 times. Now they even have a godly weapon that can double their strength. If these two still can't return, then there's no need for them to return." Jun Moxie laughed and turned around to leave. He left behind Mei Shuiyin, minding her own business and reprimanding the two Beast Kings. He also completely ignored the resentful gazes that the two Beast Kings were shooting at his back. "Is there someone who wants me to go over?" Jun Moxie asked the servant as he floated forward. "Yes, young master's guess is correct. There is indeed someone at a table in the inner hall who wants to speak with young master. His Majesty the Emperor has also mentioned that he wants to see you. There is also young master Li Yuran from the Grand Preceptor's residence. He said that if young master has the time, he would like to have a good chat with you." The servant said respectfully. "Li Yuran wants to have a chat with me? Did he mention anything about it?" Jun Moxie slightly frowned. "Why does this guy want to talk to me now? What does he want to do?" As for the first 2 groups of people that the servant had mentioned, Jun Moxie didn't pay any attention to them. It wasn't that he was a big shot. Rather, Jun Moxie clearly knew that there was no room for discussion between him and those 2 groups of people. An enemy was an enemy. There was no way to resolve the situation. Even if it wasn't for the time being, it would be for sure in the future. Jun Moxie had unlimited faith in his intuition. As for that Tianxiang's emperor, Jun Moxie didn't dare to see him. Jun Moxie was very afraid of seeing him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his temper the moment he saw this old thing. He was afraid that he would chop off the emperor's head. If that were to happen, things would get really messy. Grandpa Jun and Jun Wui were seated at the head of the hall. Guan Qinghan was dressed in splendid attire as she stood in front of them. Guandong Lu was smiling happily as he stood behind his daughter. The guests had spontaneously arranged themselves into several rows. Shi Changshao and the others were at the forefront. Song Shang was already prepared as the master of ceremonies. Tian Xian was acting as the master of ceremonies. This was not a small matter. Everything was already prepared. All that was left was Jun Dashao's late arrival. Seeing that Jun Moxie had arrived, Song Shang breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a roll of silk from his bosom and unfolded it in front of him as if he was reading an imperial edict. Then he read aloud. Today is an auspicious day. The Jun family has gathered here. The arrival of the four great masters and the Emperor of Tianxiang has brought light to our humble Jun family's humble dwelling. I'm indebted to the old Master Jun. I'm Song Shang, and I'm trying my best to assume the position of Master of Ceremonies today. I'm inexperienced, so, I'm the only one to blame for my incompetence. Please don't blame my Jun family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to speak words of comfort. However, most of their gazes were focused on the Emperor of Tianxiang, Yang Huaiyu. The Master of Ceremonies' speech had been personally edited and polished by Jun Moxie. Apart from the words four great masters which were added by Song Shang, nothing else had changed. In particular, the words the arrival of the Emperor of Tianxiang had been addressed as Emperor, instead of His Majesty. It seemed to indicate that the Jun family would no longer be a subordinate of the Tianxiang Empire. How could the people present not understand this? Therefore, everyone's complexion became very strange at this moment. His Majesty's complexion couldn't help but change slightly when he heard these words. Then he returned to normal and smiled faintly. Even his eyes didn't waver in the slightest as he greeted everyone with a smile. It seemed as if he didn't understand the hidden meaning behind these words. He is indeed worthy of being called an ambitious and ruthless person. His expression doesn't change even after being slapped in the face. This calmness alone is worthy of admiration. Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy is very scheming. He's far better than anyone else. He's actually able to keep his composure. It seems that it will be very difficult to get the truth out of his mouth. On the other side, Song Shang had already begun to carry out his duties. This is an auspicious day. A joyous occasion has arrived. The third master of the Jun family, Jun Wui, has officially adopted the housekeeper's daughter, Guan Qinghan, as his daughter. Henceforth he will treat her as his own. The love between father and daughter can be seen in the world. He didn't say, the wife of the original Jun family here. Instead, he said, the housekeeper's daughter. It could be seen from this sentence that Guan Qinghan's previous identity had completely vanished into thin air at this moment. She had become a mere memory. After a long and voluminous speech, Guan Qinghan finally came to the main point. Under Song Shang's instructions, Guan Qinghan gracefully stepped forward and knelt down. She kowtowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. When she stood up, her cheeks were already streaming with tears. Jun Wui smiled as he helped her up. He then comforted her with warm words. He took out a sparkling luminous pearl as a gift from the adoptive father to his adopted daughter. Everyone applauded and congratulated him. Guan Qinghan will henceforth become the Jun family's daughter. She will comb her hair and assume a graceful posture. She will be allowed to choose her own talents. No one is allowed to interfere. The Jun family will regard this as an irreconcilable enemy if anyone violates this rule. We will not hesitate to use our weapons to fight to the death. However, everyone knows that the Jun family's adopted daughter, Guan Qinghan's previous identity was somewhat awkward. Everything that happened in the past has been wiped out with the wind. No one is allowed to mention it. The Jun family has made a special announcement. If anyone dares to offend her in the future, the Jun family will regard this person as an irreconcilable enemy. We vow to fight to the death. The words to fight to the death were spoken with an awe-inspiring murderous intent. The threat was overflowing from his words. This was Jun Moxie's usual strong and austere style. Song Shang brazenly recited Jun Moxie's iron-blooded declaration in the face of the Imperial family, the Xianqi families of the continent, and even the 4 great masters. I will threaten the heroes of the world if I want to. Jun Moxie stood quietly in the crowd. A cold light flashed in his eyes like a bolt of lightning. His entire body was filled with arrogance. The entire place was filled with silence. The Jun family's declaration was extremely arrogant. However, everyone present, including the four great masters, did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. The Jun family now had the strength to say such words. They were not afraid of anyone. In this world where the bigger the fist was, the bigger the reason. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Tianxian had several experts and countless Earth-Xian experts. The Jun family's father and son were of a higher level than Xin-Xian. They also had the Great Master, Solitary Eagle, and Jun Moxie's mysterious master. They also had a connection with Tian Fa Forest. Moreover, all the aristocratic families had the intention of befriending them. Even the divine sword of fierce gale, Feng Wanyun, was clearly on the side of the Jun family. Who on the continent would dare to look at such a strong force? The ceremony is over. Song Shang shouted in a deep voice. He clasped his hands together, put away the cloth, and bowed to the crowd. The hall suddenly burst into thunderous applause. Chapter 538. From now on, she was no longer the Guanqing Han of the past, but a new person. Not only the daughter of the Guanqing Han, but also the daughter of the Jun family and the only daughter. Combing her hair, gracefully showing her graceful posture, choosing the right person to hire. A brand new life was in front of her. At such an exciting moment, Guanqing Han's eyes were involuntarily looking for a person in the crowd. Finally, she saw it. That handsome face was gently smiling at her, his eyes soft, and at the same time she heard a faint but familiar voice. Qing Han? Guanqing Han smiled with tears in her eyes and softly replied, "An." Suddenly her face turned red, and her heart suddenly felt sour. For a moment she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and her heart was obviously happy, but her tears quietly flowed out. Farewell that nightmarish day. Under the command of Song Shang, all the distinguished guests entered their respective seats in an orderly manner, ready to drink to their heart's content. The wine that the Jun family brought out this time was the best wine from the sky-high price auction, and each table was prepared with more than a dozen jars, enough to drink to one's heart's content. The banquet hadn't even begun, but the rich fragrance of the wine was already enough to make one's mouth water. Jun Wuxia was just about to move forward when he saw a man walking towards him with a smile on his face. He then said in a low voice, "Third young master Jun, do you have time now? How about I have a few words with the third young master?" The person who had just arrived was tall and handsome. His expression was cultured and refined, and his gaze was warm and amiable. Every movement he made exuded a carefree aura. He was the #1 scholar in the capital, the #1 son of the Grand Preceptor, and also the confirmed successor of the Li clan, Li Yuran. "Have a chat? With you?" Jun Moxie looked at Li Yuran with a smile that wasn't a smile and tilted his head. "Do you think there is room for a chat between us? Or rather, is there a need for a chat?" Li Yuran smiled gently. Her eyes were focused as she said in a deep voice, "Yes. Not only is there a space to chat, but there is also a need to chat. I believe that Jun Sunshao will be very interested in our topic." Jun Moxie turned his head and looked around. He pondered for a moment and said, "So confident. Chatting is good. Let me satisfy your wish. Anyway, in this kind of occasion, chatting with you may not be very meaningful, but at least it is better than accompanying a lot of boring people and doing boring things." Li Yuran smiled bitterly. It turned out that this fellow had also seen through it. Talking to him today was a wish of hers. Fortunately, this wish of his was quite plausible. "It's too messy here. Come with me." Jun Moxie chuckled. "Presumably you don't want others to hear what you say to me, right? A relatively quiet space is more comfortable." Li Yuran smiled and said, "That's right. Thank you for your hospitality, third young master." Jun Moxie laughed and led the way. Li Yuran followed closely behind. In the eyes of an outsider, they looked like a pair of close friends walking hand in hand and chatting intimately. The moment Jun Wuxia turned his head, he clearly felt that the emperor was looking at him from afar from his seat on the high seat. Although it was just a glance, those deep eyes were filled with an indescribable subtle meaning. Jun Moxie brought Li Yuran along the way. The two of them passed through the corridors, took a few turns and arrived at the garden pavilion. In this early winter season, coming to the garden pavilion for a long chat. This was probably the first time such a strange thing had happened in Tianxiang Kingdom, or even the whole world. The sky was filled with dense clouds and the wind was biting cold. The pavilion was even more windy and bright from all directions. What a great place. This was definitely the place where colds and fevers originated. This was not because Jun Moxie was arrogant and neglected his guests, but because there was no better place to go. There were many guests who had come to congratulate the Li residents today, and they had already occupied the entire front hall, main hall, and inner hall. Guan Qinghan's courtyard was currently occupied by Mei Shuiyan and the others, so it was naturally inconvenient to bring Li Yuran over. His own courtyard was also occupied by Yi Guhan and 2 handicapped children, so it was also inconvenient. As for Jun Wui's courtyard, besides the Silver Blizzard cities Han Yen Meng and Mu Shuetong, it was also guarded by a large number of Soul Devourer hidden guards. Naturally, it was even more inconvenient. The last place to go was Grandpa Jun's study. Wouldn't that be too much of a compliment to Li Yuran? After thinking about it for a while, Jun Moxie simply brought Li Yuran to the garden. In any case, the two of them were quite strong and were immune to the cold and heat. Li Yuran's eyes wandered around, and she clicked her tongue in amazement. Third young master, this place is truly a place of great heroes. Throughout the entire Tianxiang Empire, the harsh winter has arrived, and the fallen leaves and fallen branches are everywhere. But the Jun residence's garden is actually so lush and green, and the spring is endless. It really makes one feel carefree and happy. I'm not trying to flatter you, but I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Jun Moxie laughed and sat down. He raised his hand to offer his seat, but didn't immediately respond. Li Yuran didn't immediately sit down. She clasped her hands behind her back and her back was facing Jun Moxie. She seemed to be lost in thought as she looked at the greenery around her. Jun Moxie, as far as I can remember, this is the first time the two of us have such a formal conversation. Ah, so today is your first time? Jun Moxie nodded and sighed. It's a pity that I can't take responsibility. I really can't take responsibility. I'm 8 years older than you and you're only 18. And I'm already 25 this year. Li Yuran ignored Jun Dashao's cold joke, and looked outside in a daze. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of loneliness. Third young master, do you know how I've been living all these years? I don't know why, or maybe it's because I've been suppressing some things for too long and I want to talk about them. Especially in front of you. Although we don't have that kind of friendship, but I really have this kind of desire. Third young master, if you have nothing to do, you might as well listen to it. Just treat it as a short story. It may not be exciting, but it's still somewhat interesting. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Without waiting for Jun Moxie's reply, he continued, these things have been suppressed in my heart for too long, but I've never had a suitable occasion or a suitable person to let it out. Today I'm overwhelmed with emotions and I really can't let it out. Perhaps this is the only time in my life that I'll talk about it. You talk, I'll listen. You and I may not become friends, but at this moment I'll be a good listener. Jun Moxie's expression became serious, which was rare for him. At this moment he could feel the loneliness in Li Yuran's heart, and he couldn't help but empathize with her. Li Yuran stood there quietly for a long time, as if she was adjusting her thoughts and organizing the words she wanted to say. Then she slowly said, I remember it very clearly. My memory has always been very good. I still remember that when I was 3 years old, my grandfather took me away from my mother's knees. He said that since ancient times, a loving mother often leads to spoiled children, and that children who follow their mother for too long will never have a bright future. I still remember that my mother was heartbroken and crying. Her face was full of tears and she knelt in front of my grandfather, begging him to take care of me for 1 more month. But my grandfather hardened his heart and didn't agree. He only allowed her to visit me once every month. That was the first and most profound memory in my life. It was my mother's tears. Li Yuran closed his eyes and let out a long breath of white air. A rare flush flashed across his face, as if his emotions were fluctuating violently. After a while he continued to speak and his voice became steady. When I was 3 years old, my grandfather hired a Tianshan master with a large sum of money, and he conducted a month-long cleansing of my meridians to lay a solid foundation for my mystical qi. It was also from that time onwards that I spent every day in this cycle. 6 hours to practice martial arts, 6 hours to play the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, 4 hours to practice swordsmanship, and the remaining 6 hours to eat and sleep. Jun Moxie sighed softly. He didn't know what to say at all. These children who were born in powerful families had a tough childhood, and the tempering of their youth. It was something that ordinary children didn't even dare to think about. The more direct the child was, the more they were valued by the elders. Therefore, when these children grew up, some of them would become such debauches, so irritable and even perverts. This was because their personalities had been extremely distorted since they were young. They needed to release the accumulated pressure that had been accumulated for a long time. Therefore, once they were in power, they would often do many tyrannical things. From a certain point of view, the tyrants of the past were also formed in this way. King Zhou of Shang, Emperor Yang of Sui, and Wang Mang who ended the Eastern and Western Han dynasties were all like this. Before they ascended the throne and gained power, they were all extremely virtuous, but after gaining power they became unimaginably tyrannical. When other children were playing, I also wanted to play. But they could, but I couldn't. Once I slacked off, my grandfather would order people to beat me and scold me. He was strict with me, 100 times more than he was with the other brothers. Or even more. Li Yuren's soft voice was like a whisper. When I was young, he told me that you are different from others. When you grow up, you will do great things. And I always remembered it in my heart. After countless times of beating and scolding, I finally completely accepted my own identity. An identity that was high and mighty. Li Yuren's expression was calm, as if she was talking about other people's matters. I could never speak loudly. I always had to be gentle and elegant. Even if I was angry to death, I still had to smile on my face. I had to smile sincerely and calmly. Even if my body was in excruciating pain, I still had to look indifferent, calm, and even happy. Because my grandfather told me that perseverance is the most basic quality to achieve great things. At that time, the day my mother came to visit me every month could be said to be the happiest day of my life. Because on that day, although I still couldn't fall behind in my homework, all the martial artists and teachers who were supervising me would leave. My mother would accompany me to practice martial arts, swordsmanship, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She would also cook for me. Then she would stand quietly at the side and watch me practice martial arts. I also looked forward to that day every month. Usually, I didn't dare to relax because I realized that when I made great progress, my mother's face would show surprise. She would be very happy. When she was happy, I was very happy. I wanted her to be happy every month. Li Yuren's eyes were closed tightly, and the corners of his eyes were a little wet. His face showed a tender expression, but his back was facing Jun Moxie, so Jun Moxie couldn't see it. Chapter 539. Almost everyone says that I'm a genius. I learn everything very quickly. But they don't know why I'm so fast. I'm only a few years old. What does a child really know? They don't know that I'm only meeting my mother every month. I want her to smile a little more. I want her to be happy. However, this kind of dull but hopeful life only lasted until I was 10 years old. At that time, my grandfather had gradually begun to train me to be exposed to blood and politics. He would often ask for my opinion on certain matters. If my opinion was slightly inappropriate, he would reprimand me severely. One day I went hunting with my guards and I met a person. That person was my master. I shot an antelope with an arrow. But I didn't kill it. So I rode my horse and killed it with my sword. I tried hard to control my emotions. Then a voice suddenly said, "You're cold-blooded. You're a good seedling." Then a man appeared in front of me. He looked at me and didn't speak any nonsense. He grabbed me and touched all the joints of my body. Then he said, "Very good." Then he asked me if I wanted to worship him as my master. The bodyguards came to rescue me. But that man was squatting down and talking to me. Then he waved his hand and the bodyguards fell to the ground. Then he came to my house and said that he wanted to accept me as his disciple. Li Yuren smiled bitterly and said, "I knew that he was the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei. He was the world's top peerless master. My grandfather agreed to accept me as his disciple after he found out about his identity. But I didn't agree. I knew that I would never see my mother again if I went with him. But I still went with him in the end." The first time I went home from my master's place was 2 years later. I was very happy. In fact, I was ecstatic. I was finally able to see my mother again after 2 years. I didn't rest or sleep while I was on horseback. It took me only 10 days to get home. I learned a lot from my master and I made rapid progress. I wanted to tell my mother this good news as soon as possible. I wanted her to share the joy of my success. I didn't want to waste even a moment. I just wanted to hold her or let her hold me. I loved that feeling. But I didn't see my mother when I got home. I looked for her everywhere, but no one told me anything. Even my mother's maid was missing. I couldn't do anything about it. I only remember that I felt very bad at that time. It was the first time in my life that I had tortured someone. I caught the Li family's housekeeper at night and asked him about my mother's whereabouts. He refused to tell me at first. So I pulled out 10 of his fingernails and 10 of his toenails. Finally, he told me that my mother was dead. Li Yuren's tall figure trembled in the wind. 2 drops of tears slowly seeped out of the corners of her eyes. Jun Moxie sat quietly and listened. He suddenly felt a sense of pity for this former rival of his. My mother missed me very much after I left home. After I left home, my mother missed me very much. In fact, she would dream of me almost every day. My mother would cry and beg to see me every day. My father. Li Yuran's face contorted for the first time. My father was annoyed and deliberately avoided her. But my mother would always find a way to look for him. After crying for a while, they finally had a big fight one day. That damn bastard. Over such a small matter, he actually injured her. Her injuries were not light at all, and she passed away a few days later. When I came home, it was less than 2 months after my mother's death. At that time, the Minister of Revenue of the Empire was not Tang Yuan's father, but my father. He was good at both literature and martial arts. My mother was just a weak woman who didn't know martial arts. But he was so cruel to her. Li Yuran clenched her teeth. Jun Moxie clearly heard a cracking sound. Li Yuran said in a hoarse voice, "Third young master, if you were me, what would you do?" "If I were you? What would I do?" Jun Moxie thought seriously. After a while, he shook his head with a bitter smile. On one side it was his birth mother. On the other side it was his birth father. What could he do? He thought quietly for a while, but he had no clue. He couldn't help but ask, "Then, what did you do?" "Third young master, it seems that you're no match for me in this aspect." Li Yuran smiled bitterly. "Everyone says that the Jun family's third young master is a bloodthirsty man. But I say that you're no match for me. I'm inhumane." He smiled cruelly. His lips trembled as he spoke through his teeth. I killed him." Jun Moxie was shocked. Li Yuran was only a 12-year-old child at that time. But she had killed her own father. This was simply inconceivable. "Ha ha ha." Li Yuran smiled bitterly. "Is it that surprising? The first person I killed in my life was my father." Li Yuran's body trembled. It seemed as if she was having a spasm. It took a long time for her to regain her composure. Then her voice became even more ruthless and indifferent. "I changed from that day onwards. I changed completely. I became ruthless. My parents were dead. There was no one else in this world who was worthy of my care. I even killed my own father. So what else could I not dare to kill? What else could I not kill?" "You're so ruthless." Jun Moxie felt ashamed of his inferiority. This wasn't just ruthless, it was inhumane. Jun Moxie felt that he wouldn't have gone to such extremes if he had been in her shoes. The mountains are deep and the seas are deep. The heavens are high and the earth is deep. My parents created me and raised me. So, I can't kill them with my own hands even if I'm wrong, right? No wonder I felt that Li Yuran's character had always been so twisted. She was so cold and vicious that it was scary. This incident must have had an incomparable impact on her. Afterwards, I took that blood-stained knife and went to my grandfather. I told him that I had killed your son, because he had killed my mother. Li Yuran continued to narrate. Then my grandfather stayed in a daze for a long time. Then he issued his first order. Kill everyone who knew about this incident. Then he announced to the public that my father had died of an incurable disease. I killed my father and nearly 1,000 people were buried with him. It was then that I realized that everything I did no longer only involved myself, nor was it targeted at a single person. Instead it was everything. Li Yuran smiled bitterly. Then my grandfather gave me a good beating after dealing with these matters. Then he said to me, no matter what I did, I shouldn't regret it. Jun Moxie sighed in his heart. This Li Yuran is extreme and vicious. But the way that Grand Preceptor Li Shang taught his grandson is also superb. This is really a superb family. It's normal for a wife to miss her son. But the husband didn't know how to comfort his wife or take good care of her. Instead, he beat his wife until she was seriously injured and even died. Then the son came back and killed his father to avenge his mother. When the grandfather knew that his son was killed by his grandson, he actually told his grandson, "Don't regret it." The Li family is born cold-blooded. For example, Li Yuran's father beat his wife until she was seriously injured because of the dispute between husband and wife. And Li Yuran went one step further and killed her own father with her own hands. This is really fucking bastard. People's hearts are made of flesh. At that time, my grandfather didn't sleep for several nights. His hair turned white. A few days later, he told me that my character is suitable for doing great things. If I want to succeed, I must be heartless and heartless. Li Yuran smiled bitterly and self-mockingly. Jun Moxie was completely speechless. No wonder Li Yuran can be so sinister and vicious. With such a father and grandfather, it would be a fantasy if he still taught a kind and virtuous grandson. Then I went back to the mountain and only came down 3 years ago. During these years, the Li family paid for all the food and clothing on the mountain. Even the weddings, and funerals. Master treated me better and better. My fellow apprentices all felt that they owed my family. Li Yuran looked confused, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy at all. When I returned home, my grandfather officially appointed me as the future head of the family. Then he handed over all the family businesses in the mansion and outside to me. I was completely busy. But whenever I saw the people of the Li family, I would think of my father, that beast, that bastard. So I hated him. Then I got the power in my hands. So I started to clean up the family. Every time I saw them suffer in front of me, and they didn't dare to say anything in front of me, I felt very happy. So I suddenly understood that this was where my happiness came from. Li Yuran sneered, "That's why I like to see others in pain. I like to see others being punished by me. The more painful they are, the happier I am. I especially like those days when I can make them cry with one sentence and make them laugh with another. It gives me a refreshing feeling of being able to turn my hand and summon clouds and rain with one turn of my hand." At first, I only targeted the Li family. But I slowly realized that other people could also make me feel this way. And what was even more unexpected was that, after I punished those people, the Li family gradually became more prosperous. Whether it was the business or the official circle, the Li family became more and more strict. This was really beyond my expectation. You punished so many vermin in the family, so naturally the family became more prosperous. Moreover, you even dared to attack your own brothers and uncles. Who would dare to play tricks on the servants? It would be strange if the Li family didn't rise under such an iron fist. Jun Moxie thought to himself. He finally understood. So this was the case. The main reason was that Li Yuran had killed her own father. She had completely aroused the devil in her heart. So she had walked step by step to where she was now. Everything was because of this. Chapter 540. But all of this must be done with power. The more power one has, the more pleasure one can get. A cold light flashed in Li Yuran's eyes. So, I began to use all my enthusiasm to study tactics, to figure out how to get more power. Slowly the whole family was under my control. But at that time, I found that I was no longer satisfied with a mere family. I wanted more power. So, I began to curry favor and suppress all my opponents. Slowly, I suddenly felt that one of my grandfather's words was the truth, Li Yuran said. That sentence? Jun Moxie asked curiously. If you want to succeed, you must be ruthless. Ruthless? Li Yuran's eyes flashed. It was the sentence my grandfather said after I killed my father. Therefore, no matter what I do, I will deliberately stay out of it. I will use the perspective of a bystander to do things, and I will see things more accurately. No matter who it is, as long as they hinder my plans, I will eliminate them without exception. Even if they are my closest relatives, I can give them up if the benefits are big enough. Li Yuran said gloomily, because sometimes if I care about my own feelings, I may not be able to achieve my goal. If I can't achieve my goal, I may fail. If I fail, it will be easy for me to lose everything. So, I can't have feelings. If I can't have feelings, I can only be ruthless. All things in the world, all living things in the world, are just my tools. Li Yuran sneered. If I'm at the top, I can have whatever I want. Even if I lost it before, I can easily get it back. Even if it doesn't belong to me, as long as I want it, I can get it. In the whole world, there is only me. His Majesty the Emperor was an excellent example. Murong Xiao and Yi Guhan were a match made in heaven. Their families were well matched in terms of social status. They were a talented man and a beautiful woman. They were childhood sweethearts and had deep feelings for each other. But His Majesty wanted Murong Xiao, so Yi Guhan's family became traitors overnight. Murong Xiao entered the palace not long after and became the empress. This matter inspired me greatly. Li Yuran clenched her fist. This incident only pushed you further down the path of becoming a demon. She doesn't love you, so what can you do even if you get her? Jun Moxie didn't agree with this. Even if she doesn't love me, I'd rather let her frown and cry under me than let her moan happily under someone else. I may not be able to obtain her heart, but I will be able to obtain her body. This is much more profitable than those who can't even obtain her body. Moreover, I believe that as long as I work hard, even if her heart doesn't belong to me, it will completely belong to me in the future. Li Yuran coldly snorted as he spoke in a vicious manner. You're a pervert. Jun Moxie frowned. Li Yuran, you're finished. There's no turning back. Why should I turn back? What can I get if I turn back? Even if there's no turning back, there's still a long way in front of me. Li Yuran smiled sarcastically. Suddenly, as if she had lost all her strength, her shoulders slumped. He had been silent for more than 10 years and had never told anyone about it. Now that he had poured it all out, he actually felt weak all over and his heart was empty. He couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy. In fact, he didn't even feel the slightest bit relaxed. He only felt that in this short moment he had walked through the past once again. She still felt depressed in her heart. But because she had an audience, she didn't feel so lonely anymore. Jun Sunshao, thank you for listening to me. Apart from you, I can't think of anyone else I can talk to. After a long time, Li Yuran finally turned around. He slowly walked to the stone table and sat down. He then said in a serious tone, "This feeling right now is pretty good." There was a warm smile on Li Yuran's jade-like face. It was sincere and warm. She had regained her previous elegance and elegance. "You're welcome. You've made me understand a lot of things. I didn't believe it before. But today I believe it." Jun Emosia's eyes became clear as he looked at Li Yuran. He looked at this man who was stuck in the pit of evil and couldn't extricate himself from it. Li Yuran was handsome, but he didn't feel that his demeanor was elegant. Instead, he felt pity for him. This person is a pitiful person, right? As for you, Jun Moxie, I've never paid attention to you before. In my eyes, I'm a swan flying high in the sky. And you're just a loach in the mud. I'm handsome, but you're useless. Li Yuran laughed. That's why I've never paid attention to you. But this year you've miraculously emerged as a new force. You've been soaring all the way. In just half a year you've already surpassed me before I could react. When I first found out that you've made a name for yourself, I used to regard you as my rival. I even thought that you've endured for so many years. Now that you've risen, I think that you're similar to me in terms of character and inner qualities. But now, I don't think so anymore. Li Yuran's smile was a little bitter, because now, I'm not qualified to be your rival. A swan is beautiful, but compared to a rock that soars to the 9 heavens, it's insignificant. That's why we're having a long talk today. Jun Moxie smiled but didn't say anything. That was because this was already a publicly acknowledged fact. Third young master, do you know why I'm having a chat with you? Li Yuran laughed and looked at Jun Moxie with interest. I think that even though young Master Li is depressed, you shouldn't tell me these secrets. Tell me your true intentions. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. In the past few days I've been faced with a new choice. It's a choice that might affect the future of my life. I can't make up my mind, so I'm here to ask for your opinion. Li Yuran spoke very seriously, even a little solemn. Faced with a choice? You're here to ask for my opinion? Jun Moxie was stunned. Li Yuran, young Master Li, have you taken the wrong medicine? Yes. I must ask for your opinion. Li Yuran's eyes suddenly became deep and profound. That's because you will play a vital role in it. Tell me about it. It's actually this kind of involvement. It's also a coincidence that my master recommended me to the Great Golden City. Ma Jiangming went to the Li family to see me 10 days ago because of this matter. He felt very satisfied after observing me for a while. As long as I agree, I'll be the successor of the Great Golden City. In other words, I'll have the opportunity to witness the war for seizing the heavens in a few years. Moreover, I'll have the opportunity to participate in the next war for seizing the heavens. In fact, I might even become the decision-maker. Li Yuran's expression became serious. This time, the Great Golden City will choose a dozen youths as candidates. Jun Moxie, you're probably the one who understands me the most. As long as I go, no other youth can be my opponent. I'm convinced of this point. Jun Moxie said sincerely. If Li Yuran's intelligence and vicious nature can't win, then the people of this world are too monstrous. At the same time his heart skipped a beat. So, Li Yuran is facing such a choice. No wonder he's being so open and honest today. No wonder he's being so blunt today. He's completely different from before. Jun Moxie faintly understood the real purpose of Li Yuran's visit. But if I go, I'll have to give up the fruits of my hard work all these years. I'll have to transfer my worldly power to another level of peak power. But I've already put in so many years of hard work. I'm not that far from the goal in my heart. I'm really reluctant to give it up. But I'll have to start all over again if I agree, Li Yuran said slowly. It seemed as if he was thinking about what to say. Jun Moxie didn't speak. Instead, he quietly waited for her to get to the point. Li Yuran remained silent for a long time. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked straight at Jun Moxie. She then spoke in a low voice, Jun Moxie, will you oppose me if I become the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire? Or will you oppose me? I know that you don't have any desire for power. You don't care about this. You only care about your family. You only care about your feelings. You only care about the people you care about. Moreover, you only care about absolute strength and absolute freedom. I'm confident that I've never misjudged you. It doesn't matter who becomes the emperor. You won't care too much as long as it doesn't endanger you. And I can swear to the heavens that I won't make an enemy of the Jun family, regardless of whether I succeed or not. In fact, I won't dare to make an enemy of the Jun family. Li Yuren's eyes started to burn with passion. She fixed her gaze on Jun Moxie. This has been my biggest dream for the first half of my life. I was confident that I would succeed. But you've appeared now. I have a premonition that I'll receive a terrible blow from you if I act rashly. And I can't afford such a blow considering the Jun family's current strength. Third young master, you're well aware of how the current emperor treats the Jun family. And I'm also aware of some things. Moreover, the emperor's 3 sons aren't on good terms with you and Tang Yuan. So, I believe that you don't want them to become the emperor of Tianxiang. Therefore, I'll give up on the Great Golden City if you don't interfere. And I'll go all out against Tianxiang. Chapter 541. Fourth update. Jun Moxie had been quietly listening and hadn't spoken a word. His brows were tightly knitted, and it seemed as if he was deep in thought. Li Yuran had been agitated for a while. She took 2 deep breaths and then calmed down. She then took a deep breath and said, "This is my choice. A real man can't be powerless for even a day. If third young master agrees, then I, Li Yuran, will have nothing to fear." Jun Moxie smiled deeply. "Don't tell me that I have such a big influence now?" "Yes. In fact, I don't even know if I have an even more terrifying influence. The current situation in Tianxiang is very clear. As long as you, Jun Moxie, want this country to perish, then the Tianxiang Empire's destruction will happen overnight. In fact, it would only take a single thought to slaughter the entire imperial family in one night. But you're still worried about Senior Jun's feelings. Moreover, you don't have any conclusive evidence. So, you don't dare to act blindly without thinking." Li Yuran gritted her teeth and said, "If third young master still can't decide on his side, then I'll have no choice but to go to the Great Golden City. I'll have the opportunity to become enemies with third young master if I don't have a promise from third young master. So, I'll have no choice but to choose the direction of self-preservation." Li Yuran smiled gently and calmly stated her 2 choices. Jun Moxie suddenly stood up and paced 2 steps with his hands behind his back. His brows were tightly knitted. Li Yuran had already spoken her mind today. And Jun Moxie absolutely believed that what Li Yuran had said today was from the bottom of her heart. But Jun Moxie couldn't let go even though he believed it. With Li Yuran's character, even if she was speaking the truth at the moment. But, if there was a conflict of interest with him in the future, then it was to be expected that he would fall out with her mercilessly. And that's because Li Yuran was such a person. Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't believe Li Yuran's promise at all. Moreover, Li Yuran's ambition was great, and his ability was indeed good. Moreover, his scheming methods were even better. But Jun Moxie didn't believe that he would be a good candidate to manage the country. At this moment, Li Yuran was the prototype of a powerful minister, and also the best candidate for a powerful minister. However, he was not necessarily suitable to be the monarch of a country. Or maybe you think too highly of me. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and said, "Li Yuran, you have spoken frankly enough today. So, I will not hide anything from you. You are really not suitable to be a monarch. You should be below 1 person and above tens of thousands. That is your best position. But if you want to rule the world, you're still lacking a lot." "Third young master, you mean, you don't approve of my suggestion?" Li Yuran was a little disappointed. His voice was a little sharp. "Why do you all think that I'm not suitable to rule the world? You said so, my grandfather also said so. Haha, don't tell me that Yang Huayu's 3 useless sons are stronger than me? If they have the chance to become the emperor, why can't I have the chance?" "You can't. Because you lack a little bit of domineeringness. This is something in your bones. You lack a lot of magnanimity and you also lack a broad mind. More importantly, the most important thing in your heart is yourself. So, if you sincerely assist an emperor, you will be a powerful minister. Not only will you be able to hold a high position, but you will also be able to leave your name in the history books. Good and evil will be judged by the future generations. You can also make the country strong for a while. But if you want to rule the world and rule the world, your ability is not enough." Jun Moxie said these words seriously to this opponent of his in the past. It is really a coincidence. My grandfather also said the same thing. He said that if I become a minister, I can ensure that the Li family's foundation will not fall. But if I become a monarch, there will be an unexpected disaster, and the whole family will be destroyed. It is basically the same as what you said. Li Yuran's face was a little dispirited, like a defeated rooster. She suddenly raised her head fiercely, and her face was ferocious. "Do you want me, Li Yuran, to be under someone else for the rest of my life? I am not willing. You keep saying that you are your grandfather. In fact, your whole life has been shaped. You have always been under your grandfather's shadow, but you don't feel uncomfortable. Jun Moxie said sharply, in the imperial court you are below the emperor. In the family you are below your grandfather. Among the people of the same generation you are below me. In the martial world you are known as a genius but you are not ranked at all. But you still lived for so many years. If it wasn't for your master who recommended you to the Supreme Golden City, I absolutely believe that you will continue to live like this, even until you die. You will not really realize your biggest ambition with your own hands. Whether what I said is right or wrong, you know it better than me. You forced me to make a promise, but in fact you just want a bargaining chip to fight against your grandfather, right? Moreover, I really don't like you. I don't like you at all. But I don't want to deceive you since you have been honest with me today, Jun Moxie said heavily. Li Yuran, let's stop here. You have another candidate for the emperor? Li Yuran remained silent for a while. A strand of her hair fell down and covered her fair face. Then she suddenly raised her head and her eyes became sharp. Don't tell me it's Yang Mo? She didn't wait for Jun Moxie to answer and suddenly laughed. No wonder you made the decision to let Yang Mo enter the aristocratic hall. No wonder you let Yang Mo be in charge of dealing with the most difficult members of the royal family. It turns out that you have been tempering him all along. Li Yuran's smile was very cold. In fact, it seemed that she was very disappointed and desperate. I believe that you won't dare to touch him. Jun Moxie and Lingling smiled as they avoided this topic. Li Yuran was such a person that he would think of ways to trip him up if he admitted it. But he would become suspicious if he didn't admit it. So, it would be better for him to be suspicious and indecisive if he didn't admit it. Moreover, Jun Moxie's words could be said to be a blatant threat. Yes, I won't dare to touch him now. In fact, I won't even dare to touch him in the Tianxiang city. Li Yuran laughed heartily. In that case, I choose to go to the Great Golden City. But I will come back when my strength has reached the point where I dare to move. Perhaps everything will have changed by then. You know too little about the high-level world of Shen experts. The world doesn't only consist of power and influence. Jun Moxie said thoughtfully. Perhaps I will become your enemy when I go to the Great Golden City. Li Yuran raised her head and looked at Jun Moxie. Because of your relationship with Tian Fa, I have understood some things during this period of time. No, you won't. You definitely won't. Jun Moxie sneered, because you are very smart. Perhaps you would have done something before I rose to power. But you won't dare to do it now. As long as I, Jun Moxie, am not dead, you won't dare to make an enemy of me. But if I die, the first person to hit the Jun family when they are down will most likely be you. Third young master knows me too well. Li Yuran smiled confidently. Although I am smart and shrewd, I still have this problem of being overcautious. That's why you are not suitable to be the emperor. Jun Moxie said coldly. I won't give up, I definitely won't give up. Man can conquer nature. Li Yuran stood up. Jun Moxie, I have to go. I will go to the Great Golden City in 3 days. Perhaps we will meet again in the indefinite future. Just as you said, you have never liked me. In fact, I am the same. I have always treated you as an opponent. I have never thought of becoming friends with you. In fact, I have never thought that one day we would be able to have such a peaceful conversation. But before I leave, I will give you some words. What words? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows in interest. You must be careful these next few days. You must be very careful. Li Yuran laughed out loud and said, consider it a small reward from me. Although you didn't agree to any of my requests, and you didn't give me the promise I wanted, but you listened to me. Moreover, I don't want you to die in the hands of others. I have always thought that if I can kill Jun Moxie with my own hands, it would be a very happy thing for me. I believe that this wish of yours won't come true in this lifetime. Jun Moxie's eyes flashed as he stood up. I have been a hypocrite for half my life, but you, Jun Moxie, will be a real villain for the rest of your life. In fact, both of us will feel lonely if one of us is missing. This wish of mine doesn't come true. Although we are not destined to be friends in this lifetime, but you will always be my motivation. Li Yuran laughed. Suddenly his face changed. Third young master, goodbye. He cupped his hands, turned his head and left without looking back. He hadn't achieved any of his goals today. His request to Jun Moxie had also been met with tragic setbacks. But he had immediately let go of them. He didn't seem the least bit dissatisfied or angry. In fact, he had even reminded Jun Moxie before he left. Jun Moxie slowly sat down. Li Yuran's words were very interesting. From his words, it could be heard that the people from the three Holy Lands had already arrived. Moreover, they were about to take action against the Jun family. Liu Ran's gift could be said to be not light. It was not light at all. Although you look down on the Li family from the bottom of your heart, it doesn't mean that you don't have any worries. Although you advocate ruthlessness and heartlessness, you still have feelings. People are always people. How can they be heartless? Jun Moxie whispered as he watched Li Yuran's figure disappear around the corner. Li Yuran had given such a big gift before he left for the Great Golden City. It wasn't because he liked Jun Moxie. It wasn't because he wanted to repay Jun Moxie for listening to him today. It was because he didn't think that the Tianxiang imperial family would succeed. As long as Jun Moxie made his move, the Tianxiang imperial family would change overnight. Therefore, Li Yuran had done a big favor for the Li family. It was tantamount to a life-saving talisman for the Li family. There was only one meaning to it. I hope that you will be lenient towards the Li family when that time comes. At least, don't bring disaster to the fish in the pond. Li Yuran was a very smart person. He was worthy of the title of the #1 scholar in Tianxiang. He had accurately guessed Jun Moxie's thoughts. But he had resolutely chosen to keep it a secret for Jun Moxie. He hadn't made any requests, threats, or conditions in exchange. That was because he clearly knew that he couldn't afford to provoke Jun Moxie. Even if he did, he wouldn't get anything in return. So he might as well sell it. Jun Moxie shook his head and sighed. If Li Yuran had dared to offend him or say anything rude, then he would have been dead. Jun Moxie wouldn't have minded killing him on the spot. However, Li Yuran was very smart. He didn't give him any reason to attack. Or perhaps Jun Dashao appreciated him a little. After all, did the evil monarch need a reason to kill someone? A gust of wind blew in the sky. Snowflakes fluttered down and fell on his face and hands. The coldness seeped into his heart. Chapter 542. That night, Lei Wu Bei, Shi Changshao, and the others didn't leave. They stayed at the Jun residence. Since the guests didn't want to leave, the host naturally couldn't send them away. Especially since they were the great masters. Grandpa Jun and the others felt a little strange. It was already unexpected that the two great masters would come, but it was even more strange that they would stay here. On the other hand, Feng Wanyun stayed with Solitary Falcon. The sound of the wind started to die down in the afternoon. Then it slowly disappeared. The world was quiet. Only the silver snowflakes with a dreamy color were falling slowly. The ground, the trees, and the roofs were all covered with a thick layer of snow. The land was covered in white and hazy. In the middle of the night, amidst the silence, more than 100 silhouettes quietly surrounded the Jun family's courtyard in the heavy snow. Everyone's movements were light and agile, as if they were riding the wind. In an instant, there were dozens of people standing on the walls of the Jun residence. These people were very skilled. Even the guards of the Jun residence were walking back and forth under the walls. But they didn't notice that there were people standing on top of their heads. From afar, 7 or 8 figures fluttered over in the air. Their movements seemed to be even more agile than the fluttering snowflakes in the sky, and even more leisurely and carefree. In the elegant fragrance courtyard, Mei Shuyan was lying on the bed. She frowned and suddenly sat up. Her body flashed and she put on her clothes. She flicked her finger and a small piece of paper flew out of the window. It unexpectedly made a turn in the air and went into the room of the Qiansun Serpent Queen. Then Mei Shuyan's body moved slightly, and she was already in front of the window. She looked out and saw that there were countless people in black in the sky above the Jun residence. They were slowly falling along with the snowflakes. Mei Shuyan's eyes flashed with a murderous look. Her face was as cold as ice. Suddenly she opened the door and floated out silently. In a flash, her slim body was like a fairy in the sky. She rose more than 100 feet and stood firmly on the top of the Jun residence's tower. Lengling shouted, "How could the 3 Holy Lands be so despicable? They even did such a despicable thing as sneak attacking the people of the secular world. How despicable." At the same time, Mei Shuyan's frightening aura surged out in all directions. In less than a breath's time, the entire Jun family's courtyard was completely enveloped by her aura. It was as if a dried-up lake had been filled to the brim by a raging torrent. There was no sign of stopping. Hundreds of rivers converged, and the aura was majestic. It was accompanied by countless bolts of lightning that ruthlessly wreaked havoc in the entire space. On the top of the tower, Mei Shuyan's clothes were whiter than snow. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her slim and graceful figure stood proudly. Her exquisite face was exuding a chilling coldness. Her aura rolled up the first heavy snow of the winter. The fluttering cotton floated around her slowly. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan looked like a celestial being. However, this celestial being had an earth-shattering murderous aura. Mei Shuiyan was truly angry at this moment. Facing the despicable actions of the three holy lands, she had always been graceful and elegant. She had always looked at the bigger picture, but this time she finally revealed her murderous aura for the first time. It was really murderous. It was an awe-inspiring murderous aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A series of sounds of clothes fluttering could be heard. Mei Shuiyan secretly counted. There were a total of 90 figures rushing over from all directions and gathering at the foot of the tower. They had gathered here because they had no other choice. These people were all top-notch experts. The leader was even more experienced. He quickly judged that in this kind of situation, if they were to forcefully disperse their strength, those who were relatively weaker would not be able to withstand a fatal blow from the beautiful lady at the top of the tower. They could be defeated and killed at any time. The experts on their side might not even be able to save them in time. Under the pressure of Mei Shuiyan's abnormally powerful aura, the 90 top experts from the three holy lands had no choice but to change their initial plans. They gathered together. If they gave Mei Shuiyan the chance to defeat them one by one, the current Mei Shuiyan would definitely not be polite. Just the powerful aura of one person was enough to make 90 top experts tremble in fear. Mei Shuiyan's strength could really be said to be earth-shattering. At the same time, countless powerful auras surged into the sky. The dense snow was actually pushed away in an instant. It was as if an invisible dome was propped up above the Jun family's courtyard, blocking all the snowflakes outside. The aura surged back and Mei Shuiyan's clothes fluttered in the wind. The three holy lands are not up to you to make thoughtless remarks. We are all doing this for the peace of the world and for the common people. What do you know? A strange, ear-piercing voice rang out. This disgusting voice sounded like a mouse grinding its teeth in the dark. It also sounded like the shrill cry of an owl on a grave. It also sounded like the gates of hell had been opened, and evil spirits rushed out. In short, it was as ugly as it could be. As this voice rang out, a person floated out of the crowd in a trance. Yes, he floated out because his feet didn't move at all, and his body didn't move in the slightest. He just floated out just like that, like a ghost. Under the reflection of the quiet snowy light, this person's hair was disheveled, his face was haggard, and his cheeks were sunken. One of his eyes was emitting a cold light in its socket, and the other eye was actually just a hole. Black hole. As he floated in a trance, one could see that his left sleeve was fluttering behind. It was obvious that he did not have an arm inside. One of his trousers was also empty, and one of his legs was missing. If one looked closely at his head, one could also see that this person only had one ear left. He stood there like a zombie that had just jumped out of the grave, ghastly and eerie. This person was seriously disabled. Mei Shuiyan's expression changed. She knew this person. And the reason why she knew him was because he was the one who had led the ambush that year. This person's surname was Yu. His original name was Yu Disheng. He had a good personality. However, he had been disabled after he had been defeated. Only half of his body had been left. Therefore, he had gained the nickname of half-bodied. However, he didn't care about it. Half-bodied's name had spread far and wide over time, and no one had called him Yu Disheng anymore. This name was somewhat comical. However, this person wasn't comical at all. He had a habit of splitting half whenever he saw someone. However, this splitting half didn't refer to his property. Instead, it referred to his body. He would split half whenever he saw half-bodied. This person was disabled, but he was extremely strong. Moreover, his status was even higher. He was the chief steward of the hermitage. He was known as a cold-faced, iron-hearted, and ruthless person. Moreover, his Shen cultivation was also quite outstanding. In fact, he had rarely met a worthy opponent in his life. In fact, he had besieged Mei Shuiyan last time. And Mei Shuiyan wouldn't have received such serious internal and external injuries if this person hadn't gone all out to contain her. This time it was quite a coincidence that he had led the team here. It seemed that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He raised his head in a gloomy manner. A cold ray of light flickered in his single eye as he looked at Mei Shuiyan. He then frowned. Then he suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, "Little girl, don't be too arrogant. Don't stand too high. Otherwise the wind will cut your tongue." Mei Shuiyan looked down at him from above. Then she looked at him with Lengling and said in a deep voice, "Get out." She had only said 3 words. However, these 3 words had suddenly exploded like 3 muffled claps of thunder. In fact, even the ground trembled a few times. In fact, the accumulated snow on the trees within a radius of several hundred feet fell down with a rustling sound. The 90 people in the courtyard were left in shock. They had known that the Jun family had a peerless expert. However, they hadn't anticipated that they would reach such a high level. Just based on the achievements of this Shen cultivation, not a single one of the 90 peak experts from the 3 Holy Lands could compare to him. However, they weren't afraid. After all, even the weakest among the people who had come here had reached the Great Master level. Moreover, there were 30 Great Master level experts among them. Each of the 3 Holy Lands had sent 10 of these experts. So, this was the most powerful cooperation that the 3 Holy Lands had seen in the last several hundred years. 60 Great Master level experts and 30 Great Master level experts were present. So, it would be a big joke if they were to be frightened by someone else's words. This woman's Shen cultivation is astonishing. But even a fierce tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. Wasn't the big brother of the Tian Fa the Venerable Mei strong? Wasn't he overbearing? Wasn't he defeated by the 10 Great Master level experts? He had been forced to flee in a sorry state. So, what reason does he have to be afraid of a young woman? Little girl, you won't be able to convince us to leave just by standing there and talking nonsense. Then, you might as well come down and see if you have the ability. After all, people will only listen to your words if you have a big fist. Half-bodied narrowed his lone eye as he spoke up in a sinister manner. There was another person beside him. He looked refined and sharp. He had a dignified demeanor. It was Ning Wuqing. There was another person who also had the air of an immortal. His bones were clear and exquisite. His face was thin and his hair was white. He looked as calm as a mountain. Another 7 people lined up behind him. Then there were another 20 people lined up in 2 rows. This was the entire lineup of the hermitage. Mei Shuiyan looked down from above. She looked at their battle formation with cold eyes. She sighed in her heart. Their battle formation was very mysterious. Could be said that they could attack or retreat at will. In fact, only a group of battle-hardened experts could spontaneously form such a battle formation in a split second. It could be seen from this that the tacit understanding between these people had reached a very high level. And this tacit understanding had been rehearsed for the upcoming war for seizing the heavens. However, this tacit understanding should have been used to deal with the outsiders. But it had been used against their own people today. This was perhaps an indescribable sorrow. Chapter 543. None of the people here were mediocre. The strength of such a terrifying lineup had obviously reached an extreme level. In fact, it was hard to tell how many times stronger they were compared to the current strength of the Jun family. To put it bluntly, if Mei Shuiyan was not included, why would there be a need for the 90 top experts to attack together? Perhaps 10 of them would have been enough to destroy the entire Jun family. So, how would the Jun family cope with this crisis? It seemed that there was no hope for the Jun family to survive under the current circumstances. They could only drag a few people down with them at most. Moreover, they might not be able to drag the key figures of the other party down with them. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were as different as the sky and the earth. Mei Shuiyan sighed at the thoughtfulness of the 3 Holy Lands' preparations for the war for seizing the heavens. But it was a different matter when it came to her. She sneered in the sky. Then her body suddenly soared into the sky and her body flashed. No one noticed how she had moved, but she had already arrived on the ground. Then she faced half-bodied and said, "Half-bodied, I've already come down. What can you do to me now?" Mei Shuiyan's beautiful face was as cold as ice. She seemed calm and composed. However, she was actually very anxious inside. The reason why she had spoken up in the sky and had come down at this time was because she wanted to buy some time. Perhaps a few people from the Jun family would be able to escape if they were lucky. And they wouldn't have to worry about the opportunity to make a comeback as long as the seeds of the Jun family remained. However, the most important thing in Mei Shuiyan's heart was him, as long as he could escape. Then Mei Shuiyan would have no regrets even if she were to die in battle today. I hope that the Snake King, the Tiger King, and Jun Moxie will understand my intentions. They won't waste my sacrifice. I'll never see those enemies again. Time was too tight at the moment. So there was no time to make any arrangements. Therefore Mei Shuiyan could only place her hopes on the heavens. I'm sure you know why we're here. Half-bodied smiled in a gloomy manner. His voice was extremely soft as he continued, "The young lady's cultivation is remarkable. So, you certainly know about the war for seizing the heavens. And the Jun family's miraculous pills will determine the outcome of the war for seizing the heavens. For the sake of the safety of the continent and the well-being of the common people, as long as you and the Jun family hand over the divine pill and the alchemist, we swear that we will never offend the Jun family. We will retreat immediately." What do you think? This matter can be decided by the young lady. I'm giving the June family and the young lady enough face. Is it related to the safety of the continent and the well-being of the common people? What a big hat. Unfortunately, this cannot be a reason for your shameless and despicable behavior. Mei Shuiyan said disdainfully, you can't hide it from them. Others might not know what the three holy lands are like, but do you think I don't? If you want the elixir, just say it. Why do you have to use such a big hat to pin it on me? What does your own greed have to do with the common people of the world? The young lady is a straightforward person. I appreciate it very much. A middle-aged man from the illusory ocean of blood side smiled elegantly. He then leisurely stepped forward and said, listening to the young lady's words, it seems that you know a lot about our three holy lands. I'm ashamed to say that we've come here for our own interests. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we've come here for our own interests. But the young lady should know that we've come here for our own interests. However, the common people of the world will benefit in the end. I believe this, and no one can deny it. The young lady is familiar with the history of the continent. So, it's only natural that you understand this. Those who wish to achieve great things shouldn't bother with trifles. Even the emperor of a country is like this. So, how can we protect the common people of the continent? This man's words were reasonable and well-grounded. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. In fact, it was clear and logical. Even Mei Shuiyan found it difficult to refute him. She then carefully observed the man's appearance. She noticed that he had delicate features. His stature was moderate. He stood tall and straight. He was dressed in a purple robe. It was very eye-catching in the snowy night. There were 5 golden threads on the sleeves and collar of his purple robe. However, she heard him smile elegantly and continue, moreover, my illusory ocean of blood has come to the June family for another very important matter. The June family had destroyed 2 of our great master-level experts. Moreover, their great master-level expert, Huang Taiyang, had also been ambushed here. These 3 men were qualified to contribute to the war for seizing the heavens a few years later. So, this matter alone couldn't be said to be trivial. So, the young lady and the June family must give us an explanation no matter who's in the right or wrong in this matter. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone if our friendship is damaged. His tone was very gentle. However, the meaning behind his words wasn't gentle at all. In fact, anyone could hear the threat in his words. Mei Shuiyan quietly looked at the gentle and refined face in front of her. She naturally knew that the other party looked like he was only in his 30s or 40s, but his actual age was more than 7 or 8 times that of 30 or 40 years old. Jianghu, I've said it before. Despicable and shameless people don't need a reason. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Shamelessness is shamelessness. Mei Shuiyan's tone was as cold as ice. As for Huang Taiyang's death, don't you know the reason? And you still have the nerve to talk about it? It's truly despicable. But you've still chosen to talk about it? This makes me despise your illusory ocean of blood. This man's name was Jianghu. He had another resounding name, Purple Chi from the east. The purple chi covers the sky and the cloud hand. His sword comes from the east. He was the 3rd most powerful person in the illusory ocean of blood. His swordsmanship wasn't inferior to Ning Wuqing's. His palm technique had the power to split mountains and split rocks. Even Mei Shuiyan hadn't expected that he would come in person. It seemed that the illusory ocean of blood was taking this matter very seriously. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were determined to win. Whether I despise you or not doesn't matter at this moment. Do you think that you can leave tonight? The man who had spoken was the leader of the Supreme Golden City. He was dressed in a linen robe. He wore a supreme crown on his head. There were 3 pearls inlaid on it. It looked as if the emperor of a country had suddenly appeared. Xiao Weiqing? Do you think that you're qualified to say such words? Mei Shuiyan smiled coldly. Do the 3 pearls of the Supreme Golden City only know how to boast shamelessly? Xiao Weiqing laughed. Then he waved his hand and shouted, everyone attack. Let's capture this lowly woman first. Ma Jiangming laughed strangely and flashed out. His face was filled with endless killing intent, and he was the first to rush out. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. Ma Jiangming didn't know why, but he didn't like beautiful women. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his heart was not old. His smile hit a dagger and showed no mercy. Mei Shuiyan let out a soft whistle and was about to attack. Suddenly, a petite and graceful figure flashed by. A green figure was especially dazzling in the pure white snow that covered the sky. A few light explosions sounded. A grayish-white figure and a green figure were already entangled in battle. The two of them spun around a few times and it was no longer clear who was who. There were only two streaks of light rolling up and down in the snow. The flying snow in the air seemed to be scattered by the two of them. Snake King and Qian Sun. Mei Shuiyin was very anxious. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen hadn't retreated in time. Then, are the others still here? Then he saw two tall and sturdy silhouettes dashing over from the left while he was thinking this. They were cursing loudly as they walked. Their voices were rough, and their curses were extremely loud and unpleasant to hear. They were Big Bear and Earthcracker. Two figures were also rushing over from the right. Their movements were extremely agile. They didn't say a word. Their long hair was fluttering in the wind and snow. They were the solitary eagle of the prairie and Feng Wanyun of the fierce Gale Swordsman. Two people were approaching from a distance behind Mei Shuiyin. Their footsteps were heavy. Their faces were solemn. They were Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui. Both father and son had a determined look on their faces. Their faces were solemn but extremely calm. Mei Shuiyin was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my God! Why haven't any of these people retreated? Aren't they just throwing away their lives in the face of such an overwhelming enemy? What's the point of coming out knowing that they're going to die? Right now was not the time to be a hero. As long as they were alive, there would be a day for them to make a comeback. Mei Shuiyin didn't understand the intentions of the father and son. Tonight, the enemies who had come to the Jun family were all stronger than the Jun family. The Jun family was on the brink of life and death, but both of them had the same unyielding spirit in their hearts. How could they let their guests stand in front of them at such a time? Even if they had to die in front of them. Because this was the Jun family. As long as Wuxia could escape, the Jun family would rise again sooner or later. Today's blood feud would be repaid one day. Solitary Eagle's mind was on the Jun family. Ever since he arrived at the Jun family, he hadn't contributed much. Instead, he had received great kindness from them. Solitary Eagle was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. He felt that he had let down the Jun family. How could he not repay such a great kindness? Now that the enemy was attacking, Solitary Eagle didn't hesitate and rushed out. As for Feng Wanyun, he was feeling extremely complicated. He had already escaped once in Tiannan. Was he going to escape a second time? Then what kind of person would he be? A tortoise hiding in its shell? Even if he knew that the enemy's strength was not weaker than his, and many of them were even stronger than him, he would only be courting death if he went up. But as a hot-blooded man, if he didn't do it now, then when? Forget it, if I die then I die. So Feng Wanyun followed Solitary Eagle and rushed out. Roar! Jun Wuxia's 300 Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer members all appeared at the edge of the courtyard. Their faces were cold and solemn, and each of them had an expression of grief and indignation. They held Shen Beast crossbows in their left hand and sharp swords in their right. Their bodies were filled with killing intent, and their faces were filled with violence as they slowly surrounded them. Chapter 544. Third Night. Also, a long and loud shout was heard from the top of the courtyard's wall as three silhouettes appeared. Hai Qinfeng, Song Shang and Bailey Luo Yun appeared at the same time. The long silver swords in their hands reflected the snow-white light. Hai Qinfeng laughed heartily. Old Song, I never thought that the two of us would have the strength to fight so many great masters. This is truly a joyous matter worthy of celebration. Song Shang sneered as he grabbed the wine gourd from his back and took a big gulp. His heroic spirit soared as he roared, delightful. It wasn't clear whether he was happy drinking or agreeing with Hai Qinfeng's words. Old Song, if there's a next life, I, Hai Qinfeng, will invite you to drink wine for the rest of your life. Hai Qinfeng laughed heartily as his heroic spirit soared to the sky. Song Shang suddenly smiled and said in a loud voice, It's a deal. It's a deal. Hai Qinfeng promised in a deep voice, Let's clap hands to make an oath. Clap. The two men clapped their hands together as they made an oath of brotherhood in their next lives. Both of them were experienced men who had experienced hundreds of battles. So, how could they not know that they had reached the end of the road tonight? How could there be any hope of survival in the face of such a powerful opponent? However, the two men were still laughing and cursing each other. Their expressions were still heroic and free. Good man. I want to drink your wine in your next life. If you don't think that I'm not qualified enough, then leave me a share. Bailey Luo Yun's face was as cold as ice as he flashed to the two men's side. His eyes were burning with passion. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang looked at each other in amazement. Then they suddenly laughed and said, Who said that you're not qualified? Good brother, we're brothers in this life and in the next. Clap clap clap. The three men looked at each other and smiled. Hai Qinfeng and Song Xiang weren't familiar with Bailey Luo Yun. In fact, they had only met once and a half. But they were undoubtedly good brothers since they were willing to sacrifice themselves at this critical juncture. Life and death is the best whetstone for friendship. Whether it was a hero or a martyr, loyal or treacherous, virtuous or foolish, whether it was a hypocrite or a genuine one, in the face of life and death, nothing could hide. Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei, the two guests who had come to congratulate them yesterday, also appeared in succession. However, they appeared in the enemy's camp. However, in the camp of the three holy lands, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, the fourth and sixth great masters of the 8 great masters were actually so unremarkable. Ding. The Serpent King and Ma Jiangming had both drawn their weapons at the same time. That clanging sound just now was clearly the sound of weapons clashing against each other. The two of them could be said to be the ancestors of sinister people. Both of them were scheming against each other in their hearts, and each of them chose the most unexpected moment to attack. Who would have thought that they would coincidentally bump into each other? In this exchange, Ma Jiangming's figure hurriedly retreated. This was because he discovered that in that instant of contact between his sword and the opponent's sword, a rice grain-sized hole had actually appeared. His sword was the 100-tempered cold iron sword. He had spent a great deal of blood, sweat, and tears on it. He didn't know how many people he had killed to obtain it. He had used this sword to roam the world unhindered for his entire life. And it had never been damaged. However, he hadn't expected that it would be damaged today. Ma Jiangming was greatly alarmed when he saw that his treasured sword had been damaged. He felt as if his heart was being twisted, and his soul was about to leave his body. The Snake King had seized the upper hand. So he followed up with another attack. He twisted his waist and his body bent at a strange angle in the air. In fact, it seemed as if his body had been bent into 7 or 8 sections. Then he chased after Ma Jiangming with the speed of the wind. It seemed as if a huge snake was flying in the air. It seemed as if it was going to devour the enemy in the middle of the snowstorm. Ma Jiangming's eyes flashed. His heart moved and he blurted out, "So, it's the Snake King." This attack seemed to be the signature move of the Snake King of the Tianfa forest. 7 bends of the spirit snake. However, Ma Jiangming felt that something wasn't right. The Snake King had fought Lei Wu Bei of the 8 great masters a few days ago. And both sides had ended in a draw. So, he could judge from this that the Beast King's body was famous for its valiant physical strength. But, the Beast King was only at the Great Master level. So, how could he have forced Ma Jiangming to retreat? Moreover, the speed of this girl in front of him was much faster than the legendary Snake King. Too much. Ma Jiangming couldn't catch his breath at this astonishing speed. How could the Snake King, who was at most at the Great Master level, possess such speed? The Snake King's pursuit had already caught up with Ma Jiangming by the time this thought flashed in his mind. The Snake King raised his sword high in the air, and a silver light sprinkled down like a waterfall. Ma Jiangming roared and raised his sword to block and counterattack. However, this wasn't the time to cherish his sword. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he didn't stake everything in this fight. The sword was certainly precious. But it wasn't as precious as his life. The Qiansun Serpent Queen sneered as she saw this. Her long sword collided with Ma Jiangming's sword with a schwa sound. But it didn't issue the deafening sound that Ma Jiangming had expected. That was because the Snake King's sword had softened at this moment. It seemed as if it had turned into a real snake, and had coiled itself around Ma Jiangming's sword. Then, the sword's body had taken advantage of this opportunity to twist around Ma Jiangming's sword. Then, the sword's blade had changed to an impossible angle. Ma Jiangming's other arm had been cut open with a schwa sound. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. Ma Jiangming shouted loudly. His aged face spasmed and beads of sweat started to drip down. This time he had truly lived up to his name. His body hurriedly retreated, and his waist bent backwards as if his life depended on it. Even with his reputation as a superior supreme, he had actually been forced to such a state by the Snake King in just a few moves. Although he had underestimated his opponent, it was clear that the Snake King's astonishing speed and the strangeness of his sword had greatly exceeded his expectations. A green light flashed in Qiansun's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. Her sword suddenly turned soft, and turned as hard as iron. Then it stabbed towards Ma Jiangming's chest. How could Qiansun not understand the bleak situation they were in right now? If they could take down one of the enemy's strongest experts, it would be greatly beneficial to their side. The back half of the Snake King's sword was still wrapped around Ma Jiangming's cold iron sword. But, the front half of the sword had actually attacked on its own. The sword light flashed like lightning, and the forked tip of the sword was like a venomous snake's tongue. It was as fast as lightning. From the looks of it, Ma Jiangming could no longer dodge this attack. Two angry roars were heard. Suddenly, two supreme martial artists attacked from the left and right. One of them stabbed towards the Snake King's left shoulder with a flash of his sword, while the other struck towards the top of the Snake King's head with the force of a mountain. If Chen Sun maintained this sword attack, then Ma Jiangming would undoubtedly be heavily injured, and there was even a high chance that he would die. But she herself would also be in grave danger. If she wanted to dodge these two attacks, she would have to abandon her sword and retreat. The exquisite technique of wrapping around the opponent's weapon had actually become the greatest obstacle to her own advance and retreat. This attack was actually an exquisite technique to rescue the besieged by besieging Wei. With Ma Jiangming's status, fighting the Snake King alone was already a bit too much for him. It was an unfair victory and it would be a joke if he didn't win. But now, he had been defeated in just a few moves and even had to be besieged by the other two. It could be said that he had lost all his face. Not only his own face, but even the three Holy Lands' faces had been swept to the ground. However, the people from the three Holy Lands didn't care about this at this moment. Because everyone could see that the Snake King's sword was a peerless weapon. If they could obtain such a weapon, what did it matter if they were to carry a bit of a bad reputation? Moreover, the history books were always written by the victors. The Jun family's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. As long as they didn't say anything, who would know about this unpleasant episode? Chen Sun sneered and ridiculed. It turns out that the three Holy Lands are here to gang up on me. Today my horizons have been broadened. Are these the three Holy Lands or are they just street thugs? Her hand didn't stop moving even as she spoke. The tip of her long sword rapidly cut across Ma Jiangming's chest. Then she calmly withdrew. The long sword was like a snake that had loosened its grip on the enemy. Then it rapidly detached itself from the cold iron sword as she retreated. One person and one sword were like two agile snakes. They spun and flashed and had already retreated 100 feet away. However, their movements weren't hindered in the slightest. The speed and agility of the Snake King's agility had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Could be said that everyone was startled. In fact, the Snake King's sword would have been cut into two pieces if he hadn't been afraid of the two great master-level experts' fatal killing moves. So, he hadn't been able to use his sword moves properly. Ma Jiangming's body would have been cut into two pieces by now. Angry roars resounded from the sidelines. The two irascible beast kings, Bear Mountain and Earthcracker, had already started to exchange blows with the three great master-level experts. Zi Jinghong narrowed her eyes in a dangerous manner. Then she slowly asked, "Are you the Snake King?" Chen Sun Serpent Queen snorted and replied, "I'm the Snake King. What are you going to do about it?" "So, those two over there must be the Tiger King and the Bear King?" Zi Jinghong looked at the Snake King with a faint smile on her face. It seemed as if she had discovered a huge treasure. Chen Sun Serpent Queen sneered, "Zi Jinghong, what are you trying to say? You're a real man. So, how can you be so wishy-washy like a woman? Even the heavens are helping me. This trip to the Jun family has turned out to be an unexpected harvest. I hadn't expected that I would be able to obtain those 3 Shendans so easily. This has saved me a long and arduous journey." Zi Jinghong laughed wildly. Then she waved her hand and shouted in a stern voice, "Kill. I only want the dead, I don't want the living." The illusory ocean of blood subordinates complied in unison. Then they charged forward with a loud rumble. Their weapons gleamed brightly. It was obvious that they were about to attack. "Wait." Mei Shuiyin shouted softly. Then a sharp light flashed in her eyes. "Zi Jinghong, what did you just say? Did you say that you want the Beast King Shendan?" Her tone was low and slow, but it revealed the sharpest sense of danger. In fact, it even seemed a little gloomy. The pressure of an impending storm suddenly filled the entire area. The Beast King Shendan's most precious treasure. Who doesn't want it? Zi Jinghong smiled faintly. She placed her hands behind her back. Her demeanor was carefree and unrestrained. Then she said lightly, "I, Zi Jinghong, am also a Shen cultivator." She even pretended to sigh as she said the last sentence. "Zi Jinghong, you really have a lot of guts. Do you know who I am?" Mei Shuiyin said in a stern voice, "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Do you know how to write the word death?" Chapter 545. The 4th chapter. Finally finished. Half-Bodied laughed in a strange manner. Then he obscenely looked at Mei Shuiyan's exquisite body with his one eye. Then he clicked his tongue and said, "Today can be said to be one accident after another. The 4 Xian Beast Kings have left Tianfa and appeared at the Jun family's residence. This is truly an unexpected harvest. It seems that even the heavens are on our side. So, an accident is an accident." This old man had never thought that the famous Venerable Mei of the Shen continent, the supreme leader of Tianfa, would secretly become a woman and hide in a man's house. Mei Shuiyan's complexion turned somewhat pale. "Half-bodied, do you want to court death?" Half-bodied smiled mischievously. "Half-bodied's head can be taken as long as Venerable Mei has the strength to do so. However, it seems that it won't be easy today. Venerable Mei, this old man has something that he doesn't understand. So, he would like to consult you about it." He smiled evilly. "What's the matter?" Mei Shuiyan's pretty face was filled with killing intent. Her eyes flickered with a blood-red light. "Venerable Mei is very experienced and knowledgeable. Can't you find another man after so many years? I've heard that the Jun family's brat isn't even 20 years old. Or is it because the taste of the Jun family's brat is particularly enchanting? Could it be that Venerable Mei is unable to stop himself? Is that why he has come to Tianxiang City from thousands of miles away to offer himself as a bed partner?" This old man is very curious about the current status of the famous Venerable Mei of the Shen continent. Which concubine of Jun Moxie is he? In any case, the position of Jun Moxie's wife is gone. So, it should be left for Jun Moxie's lewd sister-in-law. After all, there's still the Dugu family's Dugu Xiaoi. Is she the third, or the fourth? Ah! Half-bodied looked at Mei Shuiyan with a sinister look in his eyes. Then he licked his lips and said with a mischievous smile, "Venerable Mei, we're from the same generation. So, don't you feel ashamed that you're like an old cow robbing the cradle? Even if he's stripped naked like a young girl on the bed, but that young man is not as experienced as us. If the Venerable Mei is interested or if he really can't satisfy me, although many parts of my body are damaged, that is the only part that is the most complete. Moreover, I haven't touched it for many years. I'm confident that I'm better than many strong men. At least, I'm much stronger than that naive young man. If the Venerable One doesn't mind, we can exchange a few pointers. Would be a wonderful thing." He hadn't even finished speaking when a loud roar resounded in the sky. Mei Shuiyan had already arrived above his head. Half-bodied's body spun around. Then he shot out thousands of palm shadows with his one hand. He then tried his best to parry Mei Shuiyan's attack. Then he roared, "The snake has come out of its hole." 30 silhouettes rushed over with a whoosh sound as he roared. They then formed a large circle. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing rushed out at the same time. They then launched a pincer attack on Mei Shuiyan. Half-bodied had fallen into a disadvantageous position under Mei Shuiyan's attack. So, he let out a strange roar and counterattacked with all his strength. The remaining 27 superior supremes also attacked at the same time. They had only one target, Mei Shuiyan, who was in the center of the encirclement. The remaining 60-some superior supremes seemed to have discussed this beforehand. So they formed a human wall with a whoosh sound, and blocked the path of Snake King and the others to rescue Mei Shuiyan. This is a trap. This is a death trap for me, for Venerable Mei. Mei Shuiyan quickly understood that they had already guessed my identity. Therefore, Half-bodied had deliberately provoked me. Then he had lured me into a trap. He had besieged me with all his strength. He wanted to bury me here forever. However, Mei Shuiyan would have jumped into Half-bodied's insults if she had known that this was a trap in advance. After all, these insults weren't something that a woman could endure. After all, they weren't something that a woman could bear. This is too vicious. It's too despicable. Mei Shuiyan shouted. Then her body flashed at an extremely fast speed. She was able to escape from her original position with a whoosh sound. She was surrounded by 30 superior supremes. However, her body flashed away more than 20 feet in a flash. Then she swept past 2 superior supremes. She then kicked out like a ghost. One of the superior supremes was caught off guard. He rolled away like a gourd and spouted blood from his mouth. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan retreated again. Then she pushed her palms forward like lightning. Bang! Her palms collided with the palms of the 2 superior supremes. Then she twisted her body at the same time. Her long hair fluttered behind her back like a long whip. Then she lashed out with a bang sound. The 2 superior supremes staggered backwards after their palms collided with each other. The 2 superior supremes issued mournful screams at the same time. Then their bodies rolled to the left and they rolled to the right. Blood dripped from the ground. Mei Shuiyan's body lightly passed through the gap between the two superior supremes. Then she was surrounded by a field of cold swords. Mei Shuiyan sneered. With a flick of her wrist, a bright light suddenly shone in the sky like the rising sun. Then her body spun at a high speed. With a wung sound, a cold light condensed from the sky to the ground surrounded Mei Shuiyan. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had formed an impenetrable wall for Mei Shuiyan. Dang dang dang. A series of shattering sounds rang out. The 8 superior swordsmen surrounding Mei Shuiyan retreated in shock. Only half of their swords were left in their hands. Although they already knew that the Snake King had a peerless divine weapon in his hands, how could a divine weapon be so easily obtained? Never would they have thought that not only did Mei Shuiyan have one, but from the looks of it, the quality of Mei Shuiyan's sword was even better than the one owned by the Snake King. Once they came into contact with it, everyone suffered a great loss. Any one of them had the strength of a superior supreme. How could the swords in their hands be ordinary? Which sword did not have a history? Which sword did not have the blood of millions of people? But these divine weapons in front of the long sword in Mei Shuiyan's hand were like snowflakes meeting the blazing sun. They could not withstand a single blow and broke into pieces. And this was far from the end. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan's killing intent was firm, and she was merciless in her attacks. She suddenly lowered her body, and with her left leg as the axis, her slender figure once again spun crazily. With a loud bang, 3 circular sword chis appeared at the same time, and shot out in 3 different directions. Each direction was round and had a brilliant luster. It was resplendent and gorgeous. Each sword light seemed to be connected to the Milky Way. If one were to use the analogy of Jun Moxie's previous life, it would be like 3 laser cannons firing at the same time. And they were facing 3 different directions. Mei Shuiyan had used her full strength in this attack. She had no room to spare. Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, half-bodied, Zi Jinghong, Xiao Weiqing, and the others shouted in unison. They frantically attacked to protect themselves. The remaining 20 or so people also brought out their strongest strength to resist the crazed Mei Shuiyan. The Emperor of Tianfa had finally hardened her heart to kill. A gentleman can deceive others, but a gentleman is no longer a gentleman. And anyone who tries to use the same method to deceive others will pay a disastrous price. And that was because the Jun family had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Jun Zhantian, Jun Wui, Solitary Eagle, and the others had already joined the battle. The situation was precarious. Dozens of groans and screams were heard at the same time. Then Mei Shuiyan also let out a miserable groan. She staggered back 7 or 8 steps and blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Blood was seeping out of many places on her body. Moreover, there were 3 deep palm marks on her back and left shoulder. There was a limit to a person's strength. The combined attack of 30 superior supremes was no small matter. Mei Shuiyan was the emperor of Tianfa. But she wasn't a match for 30 superior great masters. Under this head-on collision, he immediately suffered serious injuries. However, she didn't have a choice at this moment. The enemy's attack would come rolling in like a great river if she were to retreat. And they wouldn't stop even if she were to die from exhaustion. There were only 2 ways to deal with such an attack. One was to fight it head-on, and the other was to escape immediately. Mei Shuiyan's current strength was unstoppable if she wanted to escape unscathed. But now the Jun family members were all here, waiting to be slaughtered. The 3 Beast Kings were also here. Everyone was trapped in a bitter battle. How could Mei Shuiyan just walk away from this? Therefore she could only choose to fight it head-on. Actually, this fight was not that heavy for Mei Shuiyan, who had made many breakthroughs in recent days. But what was really bad was that she hadn't experienced such a high-intensity battle for a long time. Today's sudden battle had unexpectedly caused her old injuries. This was like adding 100 pounds to one's already bad situation. The old injuries from many years ago had suddenly flared up at this critical moment. Mei Shuiyan could even clearly feel that her internal organs were bleeding. The evil energy that had been corroding her for many years had also begun to rise. Mei Shuiyan's heart turned cold. Could it be that today was this it? Mei Shuiyan didn't have an easy time with this attack. But the experts of the 3 Holy Lands weren't having an easy time either. In fact, their injuries were far more miserable than Mei Shuiyan's. The all-out attack of the Tianfa Beast King couldn't be described as no small matter. In front of Mei Shuiyan, 9 arms and 3 feet were left there with blood spurting out of them. The ground was covered with pools of blood. The white snow on the ground had already disappeared. Even the rock-hard ground had been shaved off by 5 feet. The nearest wall of the Jun family's residence had already collapsed. That wall was around 200 feet away. But it had been silently eroded by the palm wind and sword energy, and had collapsed. Half-bodied was Mei Shuiyan's main target. So his ugly face had 3 more sword scars on it. His muscles had been twisted and his white bones had been exposed. His chest was bleeding profusely. He had also been stabbed 3 times by the sword. His injuries were extremely serious. Xi Jinghong's hair was disheveled. Her purple robe was riddled with holes, and her golden silk soft armor was exposed. Several sword scars could be faintly seen on her soft armor. And a wisp of blood was flowing out of it. The crown on Xiao Weiqing's head had disappeared a long time ago. Moreover, his body was riddled with dozens of sword scars. Blood was flowing down his body like a gurgling stream, and had dyed his ash-white sackcloth robe red. Ning Wuqing was gasping for breath. His long sword was slanted towards the ground. A wisp of blood was dripping down his sword, and slowly converging into a puddle on the ground. His right arm, which was holding the sword, had received a heavy cut. Ma Jiangming hadn't sustained any injuries. However, he had been standing for a while. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was accompanied by a faint sound of impact. However, a closer look revealed that 5 or 6 teeth had been mixed in the blood. The scene had turned quiet for a moment after this earth-shattering attack had ended. Everyone's eyes were either looking at Mei Shuiyan, or at the severed limbs on the ground. Then they looked at the bedraggled appearance of the leaders. And they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. In fact, it felt as if a poisonous snake had quietly crawled on their backs. A chill seeped into their bones. Chapter 546. Among the group of people who attacked, there were many people who belonged to Hermitage who had participated in the battle against Mei Shuiyan. At this moment, they all had a clear feeling that the current Venerable Mei was completely different from the Venerable Mei of many years ago. A gentleman can deceive others. Venerable Mei had been worried about the battle for seizing the heavens at that time. So, the benevolent and kind-hearted Venerable Mei wouldn't have used such a heavy and decisive move. Everyone would have been able to guarantee that they wouldn't have to worry about their lives even if the situation of the battle had become even more tragic. And this had naturally made everyone even more unscrupulous in their attacks. However, Venerable Mei was as ruthless as she could be today. In fact, it seemed as if she wished that she could kill everyone with a single slash of her sword. Without a doubt, the current Venerable Mei, this Venerable Mei, was more than twice as frightening as the gentleman Venerable Mei of the past. Furthermore, they had also misjudged the strength of Venerable Mei, and it was a serious mistake. As long as one had participated in the battle that year, they would know how serious the injuries that Venerable Mei had suffered. Even if he had used all his strength to recuperate all these years, it would already be considered very good if he could recover to the strength he had back then. As for improving his strength, it would probably be impossible. Even if Venerable Mei was the Beast King of Tianfa, he would not be an exception. In fact, this was an important factor in the plan that the 3 Holy Lands had formulated to eradicate the Tianfa forest. However, Venerable Mei's old injuries seemed to have completely healed. In fact, her skills had even improved by leaps and bounds. And the most frightening thing about her was that her speed had increased by leaps and bounds. In fact, her speed had increased by leaps and bounds. In fact, she was much faster than before. Before this, Mei Shuiyan's speed was already the fastest in the world. Now that he had increased his speed, what kind of terrifying speed was this? No one dared to imagine. Fortunately, he had created a delicate situation where she couldn't escape alone. Otherwise, the 30 of them wouldn't have been able to stop her. In this hopeless situation, no matter how fast her speed was, or how much her cultivation had improved, they had a total of 30 supreme martial artists and above on their side. Even if they were to grind her to death, they would still be able to grind her to death. How could Mei Shuiyan be willing to leave now that the Jun family and the 3 Beast Kings were here to restrain her? As long as she did not leave, she would definitely die. Fortunately, she was going to die today. Otherwise, how would she be able to sleep at night? Could a gentleman still be deceived? Half-bodied roared in a malevolent manner. He took the lead and shouted, "Go!" Everyone attacked together. This slut was already seriously injured and wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Bleeding alone would be enough to kill her. Kill them all. Today I will personally tear open her stomach and take out her Shen Dan. I want to see what kind of monster she is. She thinks that she's a human after taking the form of a human. In the end, she isn't a beast. Mei Shuiyan closed her eyes. Her fairy-like face was still calm and indifferent. Then she slowly spoke in a voice that sounded like the sounds of nature. "Half-bodied, I will take your life even if I have to die today. You say that I'm a beast? But you're an out-and-out beast. Half-bodied laughed heartily. He only had one eye and one hand. His face was distorted and looked even more ferocious than before. Blood was flowing down his face as he spoke with a malevolent look in his eyes. Do you think that you can still do it in your current state? Venerable May, don't tell me that you're so confident in bed just because you found a little man? This old man isn't in a hurry to kill you now that you've said that. This old man will capture you alive. Then I'll capture that pretty boy Jun Moxie. I'll make the two of you put on a live erotic show. I'm sure that everyone in the world will be very curious about how the Venerable May will behave in bed after she's shamelessly found a little man. Perhaps I'll castrate your little man in front of you. Then I'll show you the elegance of an old man. Do you want to look forward to it? You're shameless. You deserve to die. Mei Shuiyan's pretty face was filled with murderous intentions. She clenched her teeth and raised her long sword. Then the sword energy filled the sky. Zi Jinghong, half-bodied, and Xiao Weiqing simultaneously roared, "Kill them!" All the experts shouted at the same time. Then they raised their swords and charged forward. The sword light was like a forest, and the sword energy was like a tide. Mei Shuiyan's lonely figure seemed so lonely in front of these 30 or so superior supreme-level experts. Mei Shuiyan slightly closed her eyes. Then a gentle smile appeared on her blood-stained lips. Fortunately, I didn't see his figure among these people. It seems that he has chosen an opportunity to escape. It's fine as long as he stays alive. My sacrifice won't be in vain. It's a pity that I won't be able to see him again. Elder sister. Chen Sun Serpent Queen crazily brandished the Snake King's sword. She then roared in a heart-wrenching manner. She crazily rushed over. Jun Tian and Jun Wui were attacking with all their strength. They were brandishing their long swords in a bold manner. In fact, they were putting their lives on the line. However, their strength was far inferior to that of their enemies. In fact, they would have been defeated and captured a long time ago if it weren't for the fact that Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun had gone all out to protect them, and if it weren't for the extraordinary weapons in their hands, however, they had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. In fact, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated, or even captured. In fact, the experts of the three Holy Lands would have submerged these four people if it weren't for the fact that these two people of the Jun family were related to the whereabouts of the divine pills. However, they were only trying their best not to injure them. After all, they wanted to extract important information from their mouths. And that was because everyone knew that these Beast Kings of Tian Fa, especially the Beast King Venerable Mei, could only be killed. In fact, there was no hope of capturing them alive. Once they were all dead, the divine pills could only fall into the hands of these two people from the Jun family. Jun Tian staggered backwards with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Jun Wui's sword was sharp, but he was also clumsy. Finally, he managed to break the weapons of three enemies. Then he swung his sword to injure another person's waist. However, he was struck squarely in the abdomen by a palm at the same time, causing him to tumble down. His face had already turned ashen, and he no longer had any strength to fight. However, Third Master Jun's eyes were still wide open in anger. However, he was not afraid at all. It seemed like only Jun Moxie had yet to rush out of the Jun family. As long as the bloodline of the Jun family still existed in this world, Jun Tian and Jun Wui had nothing to fear. As hot-blooded men, they had no regrets even if they had to die 9 times. Boss. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker's eyes were wide open. Ignoring the punches and kicks that were landing on their bodies, they charged wildly toward Mei Shuiyan. Go back. Mei Shuiyan's complexion was calm as she issued an order in a stern voice. However, the attacks arrived from all directions at this moment. Mei Shuiyan laughed heartily. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind as she rushed forward without any regard for her life. I must kill half-bodied first even if I have to die. This man had given me the heaviest blow many years ago. And he's doing everything he can to humiliate me and his people. Kill? I must kill half-bodied. This lowly bastard must die. Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang roared from all sides. Bailey Luo Yun and the other two led the Heaven Destroyers and Spirit Devourers, and rushed forward together. The battle had reached its final moment. So, they had to die at this moment even if they were to die. 300 Xian beast crossbows were fired at the same time. And the arrows fell like rain. The Heaven Destroyers and Spirit Devourers' sturdy bodies rushed forward with an angry shout. They weren't afraid of death at all. Housekeeper Old Pang led the Jun family's guards, and rushed out from the other side at the same time. These people were facing a great master-level expert. They were facing a great master-level expert. Moreover, they were facing a great master-level expert. In fact, every single one of them knew about this. They knew that there was no chance of survival if they rushed forward. However, they had received the Jun family's kindness for a long time, so their hearts were unyielding. So they wouldn't allow themselves to escape at this time. If I die, I die. Everyone died together. In this group of people who were ready to die, a tall and sturdy figure rushed to the front. His hair was as white as silver and his head was like that of a tiger or leopard. He roared like thunder and strode forward as if he was flying. Jun Zhantian, this old man will live and die with you. It was Dugu Zongheng. This old man had been recuperating in the Jun family for a long time. His body had finally recovered from his illness. But he had been caught up in this calamity. Everyone else would have been too late to avoid it. But this old man was faster than anyone else. The two old men had worked together for a lifetime, and their grudges had been entangled for 60 years. But Dugu Zongheng had made his choice without any hesitation at this critical moment. Live and die together, live and die together. Dugu Zongheng would feel that he had failed his entire life if he were to abandon Jun Zhantian today. He would not be happy for the rest of his life. I, Dugu Zongheng, am not one to run away in the face of battle. Therefore old man Dugu took the lead and rushed out. Nearly 1,000 people rushed out like a swarm of bees. Their eyes were blood red as they desperately rushed forward. They were facing a great expert who was 1,000 times stronger than them. But they were fearless in their suicidal charge. Everyone had a heroic look of despair on their faces. But they had no regrets. Heroes have no regrets. They were only willing to wait for the enemy's sword to stab them, and then let their hot blood gush out. And it dyed the snowy ground under their feet red. This charge wasn't to protect the country. It wasn't to save people in danger. In fact, it wasn't even for any other purpose. It didn't have any other purpose. It was only to seek death. Death was death. Perhaps it was just a moment of hot-headedness. Perhaps it was just a moment of impulsiveness. But who would care about anything else when their hot blood was surging? The Jun family was able to make so many people follow them into madness, and they were unafraid of death. The charm of the Jun family was clear to see. Even if it was just a moment of hot-headedness and impulsiveness, it was still the most precious thing in this world. It had nothing to do with life or death. It had nothing to do with honor or disgrace. It had nothing to do with loyalty. A gentleman will die for his bosom friend. At this moment, this sentence was the best interpretation. Even the great master-level experts of the three holy lands were somewhat stunned by such a heroic scene. What kind of magic does the Jun family have to make so many people willingly die for them? No regrets. No regrets even in death. Moreover, they didn't know that the Jun family's manpower was relatively small because of the sudden incident. In fact, they didn't even need a lot of time. In fact, they could have increased the number of people courting death by 100-fold in just one day's time. There would have been too many people like these people. They wouldn't have hesitated to use their own flesh and blood to welcome the cold steel swords. But this wasn't important. These people were unafraid of death. But their strength was too weak. The strongest among them was only Tian Xian's strength. And they were using this kind of strength to break through the defensive line formed by the great master-level experts. It was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were courting death. Chapter 547. Which one of the experts of the three holy lands isn't a veteran of hundreds of battles? They are vicious and merciless and they kill people like flies. Which one of them hasn't crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? So, why would they care about a small massacre of 1,000 people? None of them moved. They just stood in place and a cold light was emitting from their eyes. They were waiting for the arrival of these suicidal people. In fact, some of them were calculating in their hearts. They believed that they would only need 4 or 5 breaths worth of time to kill these reckless idiots if they were to attack with all their strength. There's no room for mercy between life and death. We acknowledge your loyalty and bravery, and we will even sigh for you afterwards. However, you will only show death in front of us. The murderous intention was burning in the eyes of the great master-level experts. The tide of people was getting closer and closer. Jun Zhantian's mouth was overflowing with blood. He looked at his men charging towards him with no fear of death. A trace of heartfelt pain flashed in his eyes, and 2 drops of tears rolled down his face. He knew that it would be futile no matter how he tried to dissuade them. Good. Let this old man take you to the underworld to fight for a big piece of land. Jun Zhantian roared. His voice shook the world, and a despairing and tragic aura suddenly filled the space between heaven and earth. Kill? The 2 sides were about to come into contact with each other at this critical moment. The world had been filled with the sounds of killing, and the sounds of weapons colliding. But it had suddenly sunk into a deathly silence. An abundant and continuous imposing aura seemed to have surged up from the end of the world. It had appeared abruptly, and had filled the entire sky and earth in less than 1/10 of the time it took to blink. It seemed as if the world was collapsing. It seemed as if a tsunami had reached the sky. It was so abundant that it couldn't be resisted. Even top experts like Mei Shuiyin, half-bodied, and Zi Jinghong had the same feeling at this moment. The sky has collapsed. The earth has caved in. Is the end of the world coming? That was because it was an extremely heavy and powerful pressure. In fact, it seemed as if the entire blue dome of heaven had collapsed. It was filled with boundless violence and endless murderous intention. This was the ultimate and most terrifying power of the world. No human could contend against this kind of power. No one gave any orders. Everyone remained in their original positions, frozen in place. In fact, many people's swords had already been slashed out and were about to collide with each other in the next moment, but all of them stopped in midair at the same time. No one knew what was going on. Was this an unusual change in the heavens and the earth, or was it the sudden arrival of an ultimate powerhouse that was so strong that it was impossible to resist? If it was done by someone, then, what kind of person was he? Suddenly, a voice said slowly, "Is this how the three holy lands protect the common people? Isn't this a little too despicable?" This voice was very flat and calm, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder, suddenly exploding in everyone's mind. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a large black robe fluttering in the wind and snow above the Jun family's tower. However, for some reason, this black robe seemed as heavy as a mountain in the eyes of the people from the three holy lands. It was difficult to bear. Everyone could clearly feel that extremely powerful and terrifying pressure. One's moves could be faked and one's appearance could be faked. However, the only thing that couldn't be faked since ancient times was one's aura. One's aura depended on one's cultivation. For example, an expert like Tian Xian would unconsciously release his aura when he was attacked from the outside. Moreover, he wouldn't release the aura of Shen Xian. Nor would he release the aura of an Earth Xian. The aura that a Sky Xian expert could display was the truest portrayal of one's strength. This was a common understanding. This had been the case since ancient times. There had never been an exception. The frightening aura of this black-clothed man had obviously reached a height that no one dared to imagine. He was absolutely invincible in this world. Half-bodied, Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing looked at each other, and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. The three of them had the same feeling. This man is several levels stronger than the strongest person present, Venerable Mei. In fact, he's even stronger. I believe that even the 90 experts who have come today wouldn't necessarily be a match for this man. How can there be such a godlike and demon-like existence in this world? Such a person is too terrifying. Half-bodied waved his hand, and the people of the three holy lands retreated like a tide. They quickly formed a circle and reorganized their formation. They then gathered their strength. Mei Shuiyan's body flashed and she retreated to meet up with Snake King and the others. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun supported Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui. Then everyone slowly gathered together. Haichen Feng and the others led their men in front of them to block their path. They formed a thick human wall. "May I dare to ask who your excellency is? Why have you appeared here at this time? You must be here for something. Our three holy lands are doing everything for the sake of the common people and the future of the continent. Our methods may not be honorable, but we have a clear conscience." Zi Jinghong cupped her hands in obeisance. Her words were full of righteousness, but her demeanor was modest and amiable. Strong people were supposed to be respected by others. A strong person like the man in black was even more so a strong person at the peak. Even Zi Jinghong, who was the third most powerful person in the illusory ocean of blood, couldn't help but be in awe of him. "Me? Ye?" The black-clothed man laughed twice. Then, he said in a sinister manner, "It seems that the world has forgotten me since I haven't appeared for a long time. I have to say that the forgetfulness of humans is very powerful. And you still dare to claim that you have a clear conscience after doing such a despicable thing? This old man has lived for so many years. But I've broadened my horizons today. Justice is in the hearts of the people. So it's useless to argue. But please forgive me for not recognizing an expert." Zi Jinghong looked up at the top of the pagoda. "I request your excellency to bestow upon me your background." "Bestow upon me my background. Do you think I'll be able to get back at you later? The three holy lands are indeed the three holy lands. As expected, they can't be intimidated." The black-clothed man shook his head with a sigh. He seemed to be very emotional. No one could tell if he was praising or mocking Chu Yang. He continued, this old man had punished the so-called second great master in the Tianfa forest. But it seems that I wasn't intimidating enough. Do you want to know my background? Sure. As long as you have the strength. As he said that, the black-clothed man stretched his right leg forward. His body moved along with his left leg. He was already standing in the air. His footsteps didn't stop. Suddenly, he walked down from the top of the pagoda with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was walking down a flight of stairs. Just this move alone made the eyebrows of all the experts twitch wildly. Everyone could use their shenqi to leap to a certain height. Many people could even reach a height that was higher than the pagoda. Jumping down safely from this height was not a problem. In fact, it could even be done by floating down slowly. However, this black-clothed man in front of them was walking down in a leisurely manner. This was simply a myth. However, this wasn't the only mystical thing. Every time that black-clothed man stepped in the air, a clear thump sound would be heard. He was walking down step by step from a height of more than 100 feet. Those clear thump sounds were like muffled thunder that struck the hearts of the people from the three holy lands. Such an unimaginable power couldn't be seen with one's own eyes. In fact, it didn't even exist in the legends. The miracle that was happening before their eyes had obviously exceeded the scope of everyone's understanding. Does he think that the air under his feet is solid? The black-clothed man's every word and sentence made everyone's hearts beat wildly. So, he's Jun Moxi's mysterious master. He's the mysterious expert who had burned Li Ju Tian to death in Tianfa. It could be said that this was the largest gathering of the continent's top experts in the last 10 million years. Not only were there great masters, but there were also 30 great masters who were above the great master level. However, who among so many people could say that they could kill Li Ju Tian in one move? In fact, there weren't many who could defeat him. Li Ju Tian's strength was infinitely close to surpassing the great master level. Otherwise, how could he have had the opportunity to come in contact with an existence like Hermitage? He could kill a great master-level expert in one move. That was impossible. In fact, it was unimaginable. However, this impossible existence had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In fact, it had appeared in front of 90 experts from the three holy lands. So, Your Excellency is Jun Moxi's master? Zi Jinghong's pupils shrank. In fact, the people from the three holy lands had long known that Jun Moxi's mysterious master was an exceptionally powerful and unfathomable expert. But they hadn't expected that he would be unfathomable to such an extent. That's right. I'm not only Jun Moxi's master, but I'm also the person you're looking for, the black-robed man spoke in a calm tone. I'm the one who refined the elixirs. I'm the person you've come here to look for. I'm the person you're planning to capture and use as a tool for refining the elixirs. Boom. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Some of them couldn't help but tremble. They looked at the formidable black-robed man in front of them, and secretly muttered in their hearts. We've hit an iron plate this time. My lord, what are you three leaders thinking? You want us to capture such a tyrannical and heaven-defying person? I warned the Silver Blizzard City that day. But the Silver Blizzard City was very obedient, and didn't come for a long time. Even if they did come to visit, they would only greet us warmly. They're very tactful. The black-robed man's voice was calm, but there was a hint of ridicule in it as he continued. But the three holy lands aren't the same. Not only have they come, but they've come with great momentum. They've come with a murderous aura. I'm afraid that the Jun family will be destroyed if I don't show myself. There are also many innocent people who have died tragically for the sake of the common people and the future of the continent. This makes this old man very unhappy. Chapter 548. The third chapter. There was more to come. Zi Jinghong laughed dryly and said, Senior, you don't have to be like this. It's said that the ignorant can't be blamed. We didn't know that you were here in the Jun family. That's why we had this misunderstanding. However, the three holy lands have a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. I'm sure that Senior is aware of this. The war for seizing the heavens will begin in a few years. The outcome of the war will be hard to predict. Everything will be fine if we win. But, the entire continent will be plunged into misery and suffering if we lose. He paused for a moment before continuing with a serious and righteous expression. I'm afraid that no one would be able to bear such a severe consequence. And today, many of the people from the three holy lands would be participating in this tournament. So, in order to increase their own strength and ensure the victory of the war, they had no choice but to do this. How could the suffering of a single family be compared to the suffering of the entire world? Moreover, the peerless divine pill that Senior has refined is precisely a miraculous spirit pill that all profounders yearn for even in their dreams. Not only is it able to improve one's cultivation, it even has the miraculous effect of changing one's physique. That's why we've come presumptuously to ask for Senior's help. We hope that Senior will generously agree to help us, and it would be the fortune of the common people and the world. It had to be said that Xi Jinghong's few words were not only clear and logical, but neither servile nor overbearing. In an instant, he had cleared himself of all the despicable acts that he had committed. He had even raised this despicable act to the level of, for the world. That wasn't the end of it. He even made it clear that all of them would be participating in the war for seizing the heavens in the future. So what if you have terrifying strength? In any case, you can't touch us. If you touch us, you'll be the sinner of humanity. What a sharp-tongued brat. If I didn't know that you guys are preparing for the war for seizing the heavens, and that many people are going to participate in this battle, do you think you guys can still stand here and talk? Do you really think this old man only knows how to talk? The black-robed man rolled his eyes and said in an awe-inspiring manner. After saying this, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. 3 or 4 broken swords on the ground seemed to be guided by something and flew into his hand with a whoosh. Although this controlling crane-capturing dragon was a brilliant move, it was something that everyone could do. There was nothing special about it. With just this one move, the evaluation of the black-robed man in everyone's hearts dropped rapidly. The group of experts felt strange. Could it be that you can scare us with such an ordinary move? If it weren't for your extraordinary aura, we would have already swarmed you. If you can't take out something new to shock everyone, a battle is inevitable. Maybe the void descent was just a weird camouflage. Just as everyone was in doubt and contemplation, they saw the black-robed man opposite them sneer coldly. He flipped his sleeves and a fair right hand stretched out. 2 of his fingers gently lifted the tip of a broken sword and slowly extended it out. While everyone was puzzled, they were shocked to see the broken sword suddenly turn into a noodle. It flipped left and right, and then a drop of silver liquid dripped onto the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Then the second drop, the third. Xi Jinghong had goosebumps all over her body. He only felt a chill at the back of his head. Because, right under his eyes, the broken sword slowly shrank from big to small, from long to short, slowly turning into drops of silver molten iron, disappearing in the hands of the black-robed man. This was too terrifying, too incredible, and infinitely terrifying. Xi Jinghong was standing the closest to the black-robed man, but he still did not notice the slightest movement of the black-robed man. He also did not notice any abnormality in his chi. He just stood there calmly, but that broken sword that had been tempered 100 times was gone just like that. It had melted. Among these people, none of them were mediocre. The swords and sabers in the hands of these experts would naturally not be made of ordinary copper and iron. Even the broken ones on the ground, the worst ones were tempered 100 times. Not to mention burning them with magic. Even if they were thrown into a big furnace and burned for 3 days and 3 nights, they might not be able to be refined. But the black-robed man in front of them did it so easily. He only touched it with 2 fingers and he did it. It was shocking. Behind Xi Jinghong, everyone sucked in a breath of air in unison. Many of them were afraid. Fortunately, they were just suspicious just now. If they were hot-headed and said 1 or 2 words of doubt, there would only be one result: death. Moreover, they would have died in vain. No one would have helped them seek justice. Seeking justice from such a powerhouse was a truly idiotic act. You're lucky. You haven't killed many people yet. But this old man will make an exception today since you're here for the war for seizing the heavens. Moreover, you'll be participating in it later on. So this old man will make an exception for you today, the black-robed man said magnanimously. No matter what, this old man is also a part of this continent. So, I won't destroy you even if I don't contribute. You can go now. Xi Jinghong's face revealed an awkward expression. Half-bodied and Xiao Weiqing looked at each other in dismay. They were in a dilemma. They were on the verge of accomplishing a great feat today. They had destroyed the Jun family and had even slaughtered the 4 beast kings. But this mysterious powerhouse had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he was so strong that they were no match for him. So, it could be said that he was very magnanimous to let everyone go. But wouldn't it be very shameful if they listened to him and retreated? How would they survive in the future? There were 90 experts from the 3 holy lands. So, they had to abandon all their goals and actions just because a man had come out and spoken a few words. And they had to leave with their tails between their legs. This would be a fatal blow to the reputation of the 3 holy lands. Moreover, they had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Xian beasts of Tianfe, especially the Venerable Mei. So, the Venerable Mei wouldn't be as lenient as he had been in the past. Her terrifying speed and astonishing strength were enough to make most of the people present restless even if they weren't as intimidating as this mysterious black-robed man. But what was the point of staying here if they didn't leave? Senior. Senior must be aware that we've been ordered to come here. And we'll be blamed if we return empty-handed. So we'll certainly give you face even if we have to bear some blame for your sake. However, Senior possesses such peerless skills. Moreover, you're even capable of refining heaven-defying pills. So, I wonder if you can help us in the war for seizing the heavens? The common people of the world will forever be grateful to you even if you only take out some pills. Senior, you're also a part of the Shen continent. So, it's not a big deal for you to help us. Please, Senior. Everyone's eyes lit up as they waited for the black-robed man's reply. They weren't afraid that this old man wouldn't give in. Just because I'm giving you some color, you want it to be red? The common people of the world are your responsibility. It's not my responsibility. So, what does it have to do with me? The black-robed man rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed coldly. Because of my pills, you guys mobilized in large numbers and wanted to rob me along with the pills. You even barged into my disciple's house and caused a bloodbath. If not for this old man's sudden appearance, the entire June family would have been destroyed by you guys. Now that I'm here, you guys feel that you can't afford to offend me. So, you want this old man to give you the pills for the common people of the world? The common people of the world? Do you have that much face? He laughed strangely. His voice became colder and colder. I think for the common people of the world. But when did the common people of the world think for me? You want me to help you? You're not even my sons. Why should I help you? Brat, have you taken the wrong medicine? Do you not have a brain? Or is your brain moldy? This peerless expert was undoubtedly the #1 expert of the world. However, he had unexpectedly opened his mouth to curse. Everyone hadn't expected such a thing to happen. So they looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but be startled. Half-bodied was the most irascible among these people. He couldn't help but get angry when he saw the black-robed man insult them. He then said in a stern voice, I'm calling you Senior, because I respect you. Don't push your luck. Our 3 holy lands aren't easy to bully. Our 3 holy lands represent the future of the entire Shen continent. You're amazing. But, can you fight against the entire world? This old man obviously can't fight against the entire world. The 3 holy lands aren't easy to bully? Of course. The 3 holy lands have always been the ones to bully others. So, when have they ever been bullied by others? But how come I don't know when the 3 holy lands have started to represent the future of the continent? The black-robed man ridiculed him. Then, his tone suddenly sank as he said, You're half-bodied? Half-bodied heard the man's unfriendly tone. So, he couldn't help but get angry as he replied, What do you want? I want to tell you that the 3 holy lands represent the future of the Shen continent. I don't want to tell you anything. This old man wants to tell you that everyone else can leave. But you can't. You're an animal. And you don't deserve to live in this world. It would be a disgrace to this old man if I let a piece of trash like you exist in this world. A murderous intention flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Then his majestic imposing aura spread out once again. The black-robed man was none other than Jun Moxie. He had started to make preparations after he had heard Li Yuren's warning. In fact, he had been thinking about how to deal with this crisis. This crisis was no small matter. In fact, the entire Jun family would be uprooted if they weren't careful. In fact, even Mei Shuiyin and the others from Tianfa wouldn't be able to escape. Simply relying on scaring people wouldn't work. But it would be even more impossible to confront them head-on. Jun Moxie's hair had turned white from worry in just a short time. Jun Moxie had finally decided to adopt the same old method after he had pondered for half a night. He had decided to take the risk. However, he had to increase his strength by a lot this time. Therefore, Jun Moxie had entered the Hongjun Pagoda as soon as the sky had turned dark. Then he had tried his best to link his spiritual power with the Hongjun Pagoda. However, Jun Moxie had decided to pour his entire spiritual power into the Hongjun Pagoda this time. He was going to use his greatest effort in exchange for the highest return from the Hongjun Pagoda. This was tantamount to putting his life on the line. However, Jun Moxie had no choice but to make this choice. There was a chance of success if he did it. But he could only sit and wait for death if he didn't do it. Jun Moxie had finally completed this transformation before midnight. This time was completely different from the past. Chapter 549. Because the previous few times Jun Moxie had only been borrowing it. Most of his spiritual energy was still used to protect himself. But this time he had used it without holding back. It was still borrowing, but this time, it was equivalent to the Hongjun Pagoda borrowing Jun Moxie. And it was all in one go. This was the greatest game of life and death. At this moment, Jun Moxie was walking on a tightrope at a high altitude every minute and every second. His spiritual energy had been used to the limit, and there was no way to protect himself. If he was not careful, he would be smashed to pieces. But Jun Moxie had no other choice. He could only stake it all on one throw. Fortunately, he succeeded. And this time he had successfully shocked the entire audience. In fact, this was reasonable. After all, this was the purest energy of the Hongjun Pagoda. Although Jun Moxie did not know how much of the Hongjun Pagoda's strength he had borrowed, he could clearly feel that even though he was using his entire body as a vessel, he was still far from reaching the Hongjun Pagoda's limit. If he was borrowing a planet, then the Hongjun Pagoda was the entire universe. Jun Moxie actually had such a vast feeling. Even Jun Wuxia himself was indescribably shocked by the might of such an ancient divine object. But as his strength increased, he felt that he was actually so insignificant. Then Jun Moxie activated the yin-yang escape and walked down from the top of the pagoda. It was another level of intimidation. The opponents were all old foxes with over 100 years of wisdom. They would not be scared off by a few words. Jun Moxie was already prepared for this. So, after he threatened them, he saw that they were still skeptical. So, he immediately started the third wave of intimidation. The power of gold. Just like that, a divine weapon melted into molten iron in the blink of an eye. At this point, Jun Wuxia could be said to have made up his mind. These three world-shocking divine skills had completely shocked the entire audience. Therefore, Jun Moxie immediately suggested for them to withdraw. Jun Moxie wanted to kill all of these people more than anyone else. However, he did not have the ability to do so at the moment. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he would not be able to do it. If he really caused the crowd to be agitated, everyone would attack regardless of the consequences, and his act would be exposed immediately. Therefore, Jun Moxie couldn't make a move and he couldn't push them too hard. If there were any changes, then today would truly be a tragedy. There were thousands of people in the Jun family. Only Jun Wuxia had the ability to escape. Everyone else would have to stay here. Even Mei Shuiyin wouldn't be an exception. However, Half-Bodied had suddenly jumped out of nowhere when the opposite party was about to admit defeat. Man proposes but God disposes. Therefore Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to kill this fellow. He had insulted Mei Shuiyin a moment ago. So this guy shouldn't be allowed to live. Jun Moxie had intended to trick them into leaving first. Then he would join hands with Mei Shuiyin to find another time to settle accounts with Half-Bodied. But he had jumped out of nowhere. So, Jun Moxie had decided to use him to show his might once again. This was the fourth intimidation. This was going to be the most thorough and unforgettable shock. And this was going to be the most crucial one. The first 3 times had shocked everyone, but they hadn't been able to scare them away. Only after this time, after the decisive shock, would he be able to make these bastards leave happily. However, the Jun family would be annihilated if the intimidation failed. There would be no luck involved. Therefore this was going to be a great risk. The reason was the same as before. Jun Moxie had no choice but to take this gamble. He was a super expert at the moment. So, it would be tantamount to nothing if he remained indifferent in the face of such provocation. Therefore Jun Moxie had no way out. Half-Bodied must die. Half-Bodied let out a long and shrill cry as he spoke up in a stern voice. I respect you as a senior. So, I speak to you in a friendly manner. But you insult me? Do you think that I'm afraid of you? This old man doesn't care whether you're afraid of this old man or not. This old man has decided to kill you. Jun Moxie coldly snorted and shouted, Half-Bodied, there's no point in living since you're only left with half of you. So, this old man will send this half of you on your way. Go and accompany your other half. Suddenly, his body floated forward without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. Half-Bodied looked somewhat restless as he turned his only eye. But he discovered that Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng had both taken 2 steps back. They were looking at him with an expression that said, Go and try it. Half-Bodied calmed down. He knew that they wouldn't abandon him. After all, he knew that they wouldn't abandon him as long as he could withstand the first wave of this mysterious man's attack. After all, this mysterious man had killed Li Ju Tian, who was close to the peak of the Great Master level, with a single strike. But he might not be able to kill Half-Bodied since he had already reached the Great Master level. Everyone will have the courage to besiege him as long as I can withstand a single strike without getting injured. Half-Bodied's courage grew as he thought of this. He suddenly roared and stamped his foot. He took the lead and jumped out. Then he crossed his palm and rolled up his left sleeve. The sound of wind whistled like a soft whip. Then he swept his left sleeve towards the black-robed man. After all, he was still afraid of the mysterious strength of the opposite party. So he didn't dare to use his right hand to attack. So he had to attack with his left sleeve. After all, it would only be a sleeve if he were to lose it. However, he would be done for if his right hand were to be crippled by the opposite party. Therefore he had poured his entire strength into his right hand. He was ready to withdraw at any time. In fact, he had even transformed the strength of his right hand into a kind of reverse force that could stimulate his own body. In fact, he would rather suffer internal injuries in order to use the reverse force to escape if he couldn't escape unscathed. He had made all these arrangements in order to block the first wave of the mysterious man's attack. That was all. It had to be said that Jun Moxie had disguised himself as the black-robed man, and his earth-shattering imposing aura had given Half-Bodied a huge shock. However, this was exactly what Jun Moxie wanted him to do. Half-Bodied would have created a lot of trouble for Jun Moxie if he had attacked with all his strength. In fact, he would have been able to launch a deadly counterattack. After all, his true strength was far superior to Jun Moxie's. In fact, only Mei Shuiyan could have won against him. Fortunately, he didn't dare to do so. The distance between the two sides wasn't that far. So, they had come close to each other in an instant. Jun Moxie had come forward in a leisurely manner. However, Half-Bodied was much more nervous and restrained in comparison. In fact, his face had even started to break out in cold sweat. Mei Shuiyan and the others had the same expression as Zi Jinghong and the others. They had gathered all of their spirit power, and had spread out their spirit sense to observe this fight. The strength of the black-robed man would be revealed after this fight. This moment would determine the fate of the entire Jun family. Half-Bodied Single Eye saw that the black-robed man's eyes were as deep as the ocean. He had obviously prepared himself for this. However, he still panicked for some reason. So he waved his left sleeve and swatted it towards Jun Moxie's chest. However, the mysterious man had mysteriously disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. In fact, he had disappeared in front of Half-Bodied's eyes. Everyone was left startled. They had used all of their spirit sense to probe. However, they hadn't been able to detect anything. Could it be that the black-robed man has disappeared? Half-Bodied suddenly issued a mournful and shrill scream. It sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Then he rose 100 feet into the air. His scream was very miserable. It seemed as if his heart and liver had been torn out of his body. Everyone stared at him and couldn't help but be left dumbstruck. Half-Bodied's soul foot was still in the air. And a black flame was burning at a moderate pace. Half-Bodied screamed miserably. He tried his best to raise his arms in midair. He wanted to use the hurricane he had created to extinguish the black flame. However, the black flame wasn't affected by his speed. In fact, it was burning at a moderate pace. Everyone present had sharp eyesight. So, they could see that Half-Bodied's foot had been shortened by 1/3 in an instant. 1/3 of Half-Bodied's flesh and bones had been burnt away in the blink of an eye. Half-Bodied screamed miserably. Then he suddenly fell down. He couldn't bear the pain and extreme fear he was feeling. So he wrapped his right hand in his Shen energy and pounced towards the black flame. However, Half-Bodied screams became even more miserable the moment his right hand touched the black flame. Half-Bodied's entire body started to tremble. His single eye had almost popped out of its socket due to the pain. In fact, blue veins had started to bulge on his forehead. All 5 of his fingers had caught fire. It was still the same pitch-black flame. The flame of primal chaos could burn wood. It could burn water. It could burn metal. It could burn soil. It could burn air. There was nothing in the world that the flame of primal chaos couldn't burn. Half-Bodied fell to the ground with a smacking sound. The black flame on his foot had already reached his thigh. And the black flame on his hand had already reached his shoulder. However, the flame was neither fast nor slow. It was slowly and elegantly dancing. In fact, it seemed as if he was performing a mysterious aristocratic dance. But it also seemed as if he was performing a mysterious religious ceremony. Everyone opened their eyes wide and their mouths wide open. Half-Bodied was struggling in the fire in pain. His entire body was convulsing. The flame of primal chaos had burned his tendons and made them contract in an intense manner. His body was also twitching with every passing moment. However, the flames hadn't reached his vital parts. So he wouldn't die for some time. Clang. Ning Wuxing unsheathed his sword. His body and sword became one. Then he streaked across the sky like a rainbow. He slashed at Half-Bodied's shoulder twice. and he slashed at Half-Body's thigh. He had cut off these two places that were on fire. Your thinking is too simple. Do you think it's that easy? An extremely indifferent voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the place where Half-Bodied had been standing a moment ago. Then, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. It was the black-robed man. However, no one understood why he had suddenly reappeared when he had clearly disappeared. After all, he had clearly disappeared. Then he looked at Ning Wuxing with pity in his eyes. Then he slowly said, "I want to kill someone. So, I'll kill him even if you cripple him." He stretched out his hands after he had said this. Then two pitch-black flames appeared on his hands. The wind and snow were whistling in the sky. These two black flames seemed like the gates of hell that had been opened in this pitch-black night. These flames were much bigger than the ones on Half-Body's body. In fact, they looked like two fiery dragons that were swaying in the snowy night. Chapter 550. Ning Wuxing's complexion changed as he retreated 2 steps. His hands and feet were trembling. How could he have the slightest interest in tasting the sword after seeing Half-Body's miserable condition? Suddenly he heard several people in his own camp cry out in alarm, "Ning Wuxing, abandon your sword." Ning Wuxing was startled. He lowered his head to look, and his soul almost left his body. He hastily let go of the sword, and it fell to the ground with a clang sound. He saw that a small mass of black fire was slowly spreading from the edge of the sword. In fact, it had already burned a small part of the sword's tip. He had chopped off Half-Body's arm and thigh. So, the tip of the sword had come into contact with the black fire. And it had unknowingly started to burn. The most frightening thing was that this black fire didn't emit any sound or heat. However, it could even burn metal. If it hadn't been for the reminder of his comrades, Ning Wuxing's complexion turned as white as a sheet of paper. He was filled with lingering fear. "I'm afraid that the sword will burn my hand in the blink of an eye if I carry it back. Right?" Then, he couldn't help but shudder as he thought of Half-Body's miserable condition. Ning Wuxing felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart as he saw the black fire slowly engulfing the sword on the ground. "This is my most beloved weapon." He looked at Half-Bodied again, and saw that the black fire on his body had started to burn again. The lower part of his body had already reached his lower abdomen. And only half of his head and chest were still on fire. Half-Bodied couldn't make any sound at this moment. But he still had a breath left in him. This was due to the fact that his Shenqi was very strong. And his meridians were very long. Half-Bodied must be suffering from a hellish torment from the twitching of his body. Half-Bodied had finally died. Not even a speck of his ashes remained. Half-Bodied didn't even have the opportunity to turn into smoke under the tyrannical burning of the flame of primal chaos. He had simply vanished into thin air. This superior supreme-level expert hadn't even had the time to display his signature skill. He had died in such a muddle-headed manner. Half-Bodied had only waved his sleeves from the beginning to the end. The other party hadn't even moved his hand. But the fire had inexplicably started to rise from the ground, and he had been burned alive. Up until the moment of his death, his mind was still clear as he endured the immense pain. He could clearly feel his body being burned and slowly disappearing, this great fear and despair, his comrades all around him, but none of them could help him. They could only watch helplessly as he slowly turned into ashes. The 3 balls of black fire didn't look like much. However, they were terrifying and could burn anything. They had burned Half-Bodied's body and Ning Wuxing's sword. Then they continued to burn on the ground. The black-robed man stretched out his hand, and the black fire soared into the sky. Then it fell into his hand and disappeared. There was only a blank space left on the ground. There were no skeletons or sword remnants left behind. Everyone stared blankly in silence as they gazed at the dazzling emptiness, and they seemed like a group of clay sculptures. After a long moment of silence, Zi Jinghong let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly he realized that there was an itch on his forehead and he did not know why. He reached out his hand to rub it, and only then did he realize that he was already sweating profusely. The cold wind blew and her back felt cold. It felt as if someone had poured a ladle of cold water on it. Half-Bodied strength was roughly on par with hers. In fact, she might have been a little stronger than him. But the disparity between them shouldn't have been too big. However, he had been killed so easily. In fact, she didn't even know how the enemy had attacked. It was said that the onlookers had a clear view of the situation. However, there were so many onlookers. But not a single one of them had been able to figure out how that black-robed man had attacked. What would have happened if he had targeted me? Would I have been spared? The answer is no. This was an obvious matter. So there was no need to analyze or make a judgment. Then she stole a glance at the other people around her. Everyone's behavior was similar. Their eyes were blank, their bodies were stiff, and beads of sweat were dripping down their faces. Who among these people hadn't run amok in the past? They had been the best of the best in the world. However, they had been frightened to such an extent by that man even after they had gathered together. This only proved one thing: the strength of that black-robed man was too strange and abnormal. Jianghu, do you have anything else to say? Or, do you have something else you want to discuss with me? Jun Moxie clasped his hands behind his back. His cold eyes gazed at Jianghu as he asked in an awe-inspiring manner. The aura of the black-robed man had become very unstable at the same time. It seemed as if it was brimming with manic rage. It seemed as if a hurricane had been set off on the sea. And it seemed as if the waves had reached the sky. Jianghu was taken aback. He knew very well that this powerful black-robed man in front of him was obviously on the verge of exploding. I'm afraid that he'll immediately attack and destroy everyone on my side if I don't give a satisfactory answer. What she didn't know was that Jun Moxie's heart was filled with anxiety. He was barely holding on. Activating the yin-yang escape was not a big deal. But once he used the flame of primal chaos, it was extremely difficult. Furthermore, Jun Moxie could clearly feel that the energy of the Hongjun Pagoda was becoming more and more restless as time passed. It seemed as if he was losing control of it. This fusion process had taken too long. His own mental strength was gradually losing control of the energy of the Hongjun Pagoda. It could break through the control of his mental strength at any time. At that time he would really be helpless. Since Senior has given the order, we will retreat immediately. However, regarding the matter of the divine pill, I hope that Senior can reconsider. After all, the war for seizing the heavens is not a matter of a single family. It concerns the future of the entire Xian continent. Jianghu bowed respectfully. And I have my own plans for this matter. When the time is right, I will make a trip to the Three Holy Lands. I will certainly go to the Three Holy Lands, Jun Moxie replied in a slow and deep voice. However, he was clenching his teeth in his heart. I'm not going to give you the divine pill. I'm going to vent my anger. I'm going to kill people. They dared to bully my Jun family. How can I live with my conscience if I don't take revenge? How can I face the great hospitality of the Three Holy Lands? Many thanks for your permission, Senior. Jianghu was overjoyed. She bowed deeply. But then she hesitantly said, but I don't know about the time. Forget it. I will personally go to the Three Holy Lands within 2 years, before the war for seizing the heavens at the latest. Do you have anything else to say? If there's nothing else, then leave. Don't ever come back to the Jun family again. You won't be able to leave if you do. As for what happens outside, this old man has no interest in taking care of it. That's all I have to say. Jun Moxie felt as if his head was about to split open. In fact, it felt as if his soul was being mercilessly torn apart. In fact, he almost wanted to groan. In fact, Jun Moxie even felt that this pain wasn't any less than the burning pain that Half-Bodied had suffered a moment ago. Then I request Senior to tell us your name, so we can return with an explanation. Jianghu had already made up her mind to withdraw. So she waved her hand and made a gesture. The 89 people of the Three Holy Lands gathered together, and prepared to withdraw regardless of whether they were injured or not. The people of the Hermitage were grieving and indignant. But they couldn't do anything about it. Half-Bodied couldn't even find a strand of his hair. So, what could he do even if he was grieving and indignant? Revenge? That's a joke. An elephant had trampled an ant to death. And the other ants wanted to take revenge. But the problem was, how could they take revenge? They could only wait for the palace lord to make a decision on this matter. After all, they would only be throwing away a few more lives if they were forced to act now. The Great Golden City and the illusory Ocean of Blood were preparing to withdraw. So, Ning Wuqing and the others also prepared to withdraw. This old man is called Feng Wuqing. I used to have a nickname in those days. It was called Heartless Beheading the Heavens. Jun Moxie coldly snorted and said, my old brothers from thousands of years ago would have known this old man's name if they were still alive. So, go back and ask your seniors. Jianghu took a deep breath. She nearly bit her own tongue. She was shocked in her heart. No wonder he has such a heaven-defying method. The man in front of me is a super old monster who has lived for thousands of years? She didn't dare to say anything. Instead, she respectfully bowed. Senior Feng, I'll take my leave. Senior Feng is always welcome to visit the Three Holy Lands. Jun Moxie snorted and didn't reply. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned around to ignore her. However, the aura on his body had become even more violent. It seemed that it had reached the critical point, and couldn't be controlled. However, Xi Jinghong and the others misunderstood once again. They thought that this old senior who had lived for more than 1,000 years was extremely dissatisfied with their procrastination. So much so that he might even attack them at any time. Their hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. Xi Jinghong made a prompt decision. She shouted, "Let's go." 89 people leapt up at the same time. The speed of a supreme master was extremely fast. They flashed past the walls of the Jun family's residence, and disappeared into the boundless snowstorm in the blink of an eye. They're finally gone. They're finally gone. Jun Moxie finally heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't hold on any longer. The enormous pressure of the Hongjun Pagoda had reached its limit. Jun Moxie was as helpless as the monkey sun under the Five Elements mountain. How could an ordinary person like Jun Moxie withstand the explosive power of a divine object that didn't belong to the human world? Jun Moxie had used all his spiritual power to fuse and communicate with the Hongjun Pagoda. However, he had to bear the full pressure of the Hongjun Pagoda. If it wasn't for Jun Moxie's astonishing tenacity and painstakingly persevering, his soul would have long been destroyed. Jun Imosie's mind relaxed as the strong enemy finally left. He had subconsciously relaxed his mind, which had been tensed up the entire time. An exceptionally berserk aura exploded with a loud bang like an explosion. Chapter 551. As for the weaker members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams, as well as the even weaker members of the Jun family, they simply fell to their knees. They were forced to their knees by this pressure, and some even prostrated themselves on the ground. The unprecedented pressure was accompanied by boundless pain. After the enemy retreated, Jun Moxie's consciousness frantically attacked. Jun Moxie could not help but let out a painful groan before disappearing with a swoosh. He did not even have the time to look at the Jun family's losses. He did not even have the time to look at his grandfather and third uncle's injuries. His entire consciousness had already been shattered, and he was sucked into the Hongjun Pagoda. He had completely disappeared without a trace. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui had originally thought that they were going to die, and they had already given up all hope. Who would have thought that they would be saved and the situation would turn around? They forced their injured bodies to go forward and thank him, but they did not expect that their savior would suddenly disappear. Such a strange temper. Both father and son had the same thought. But when they thought that such a powerful person was actually Jun Moxie's master, they could not help but rejoice. Therefore, the Jun family would be safe for a long time to come after this incident. Jun Zhantian sighed and looked at the mess in the courtyard. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, there were no major casualties. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. He calmly issued an order for people to clean up the courtyard and restore it to its original state. Everyone was to rest. Grandpa Jun did not say any beautiful words, but his tone was a lot more amiable. All of this could be clearly felt by everyone present tonight. Grandpa Jun was very clear. Everyone present tonight was the true backbone of the Jun family. People who could be relied on. These people were his own family from now on. There was no need to express gratitude towards one's own family. However, one must wholeheartedly seek the welfare of one's own family. This was what a family head should do. As for those who did not come, Jun Zhantian had already made plans. Once this storm was over, he would expel them all. What was the use of keeping people who could only enjoy and not go through trials and tribulations together? After making the arrangements, Jun Zhantian hurriedly instructed Jun Wui, "Hurry up and see how Wuxia is doing. Why hasn't such a big scene appeared yet?" Jun Wui accepted the order and left. As for Mei Shuiyin, she was shocked. Mei Shuiyin was the closest to Jun Moxie, and she was also the strongest among the people present. Although the groan Jun Moxie let out before he disappeared was almost inaudible, it was still captured by Mei Shuiyin. In a split second she was shocked. Why would such a powerful man let out such a painful groan? If he was still in the Jun family, then that would mean that the mysterious black-robed man was not him. But if he could not be found, then that groan, what did it mean? If it was really him, then what price did he have to pay to achieve what he had just done? At Mei Shuiyin's level, she already knew that there were many unexplainable things in the world. In fact, even when she was at her peak, if she had not suffered from internal injuries, she also knew that there was a secret technique that allowed her to borrow strength from the heaven and earth. But the price of using this secret technique was too high. Unless it was an unsolvable situation or if it was a situation of certain death, no one would be stupid enough to use this technique. Could it be that the technique that Jun Moxie used was this kind of strange technique? Then he had only just touched the edge of Xinxian, so how could he withstand the majestic power of the heaven and earth? Even I would have to pay the price with my life, let alone Jun Moxie, this insignificant Xinxian? If that was the case, then perhaps that weak groan could be explained. Mei Shuiyan's figure was like lightning, and she rushed into Jun Moxie's small courtyard, and then she searched everywhere. Then she came out again and ran around the entire Jun family like a lightning bolt. Her spirit sense was everywhere, and she did not miss a single corner. She had even forgotten that her internal organs were still in severe pain, and that blood was still slowly flowing out of the corner of her mouth. She had completely forgotten about it, and only her extremely anxious and tired eyes were still earnestly searching every corner. Finally, Mei Shuiyan stopped in front of the door of Elegant Fragrance Hut. Everything in the Jun family was the same as before, but Jun Moxie had disappeared. Although he had often disappeared mysteriously before, but Mei Shuiyan knew that this time, it was different. It was completely different. The snowflakes were still falling at a moderate pace, and this was the weather that Mei Shuiyan liked the most in the past. But today Mei Shuiyan, who had just escaped from a great calamity, felt completely gloomy in her heart. Leaning on the pillar, Mei Shuiyan felt weak for the first time. Where did he go? She gently closed her eyes and suddenly a drop of tears slowly seeped out. If I had been a bit stronger during the siege of the top 10 experts, how could I have been injured? How could I be of no help to him now? How could this be? Chen Sun Serpent Queen gently walked over and looked at her rather worriedly. Elder sister. Two extremely sharp and ruthless eyes suddenly burst out of Mei Shuiyan's eyes. She still stood motionless, but the black hair on her head suddenly fluttered. A good while passed and Mei Shuiyan suddenly turned her head. Her eyes were cold. Where are Tiger King and Bear King? Big brother, we are here. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker's bodies were riddled with wounds. They took a step forward and stood opposite to Mei Shuiyan. You two, why didn't you use the divine weapons that Jun Moxie had given you? You only knew how to use your fists and feet to kill. Are you stupid? Mei Shuiyan reprimanded them in a severe tone. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker were tongue-tied. They wanted to say that they didn't have the time, but they didn't dare to say it. Instead, they lowered their heads in shame. In fact, the two Beast Kings hadn't gotten used to the days when they had weapons in their hands. So, they had only remembered to use them after they had been fighting for a while. But the battle had ended by the time they were about to use them. However, this may be a good thing for now. The people of the three holy lands may misjudge your strength. So, you two must immediately return to the Tianfa forest. You don't need to hesitate to kill anyone who tries to stop you. And remember that those two divine weapons aren't just for show. You must bring those pills back safely even if your bones are crushed to pieces. Mei Shuiyan's voice was like 1,000-year-old Xian ice. Also, inform all the level 9 Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest that they can't break through the bottleneck within 2 years. Then, I will kill them one by one when I return. What's the point of keeping them if they're so useless? I will deal with all the other Xian beasts that are stuck in the bottleneck regardless of their level. Even you, Third Crane, and the others won't be an exception. Then I will gather in the Tianfa forest and wait for my orders. He dies. I will make the three holy lands and the millions and millions of creatures of this continent buried together with him. The murderous aura in Mei Shuiyan's eyes condensed into a blood-red substance as she spoke the last sentence. Her tone was resolute and decisive. In fact, there was no room for negotiation. Can a gentleman be deceived? Let's see what this enraged gentleman will do to those conspirators. Chapter 552. Big Bear and Earthcracker shrunk their heads as they looked at Mei Shuiyan. Then Big Bear stammered, Then, boss, are we leaving now? Get out of here. Mei Shuiyan snapped. The bodies of the two Beast Kings shivered. Then they rushed away as if they were fleeing for their lives. In the blink of an eye, the two tall and sturdy silhouettes had disappeared in the snowstorm that filled the sky. Their movement techniques were extremely fast. In fact, they were even faster than when they had fought against the three holy lands. Mei Shuiyan was feeling uneasy. But this was the best time. The people of the three holy lands were still in the vicinity of Tianxiang. They hadn't gone far. Mei Shuiyan had calculated their thoughts. Bear King and Tiger King would need to recuperate before continuing their journey since the Jun family's mysterious guest had helped them. So, even if they had planned to intercept them, they would have planned it a few days later. But the two Beast Kings would be thousands of miles away by then. So, it would be too late to intercept them. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan had made a prompt decision. She had ordered Bear Mountain and Earthcracker to return at full speed despite their injuries. because this was the safest time for them even though they were injured. This was much safer than the dangers they would face after recuperating from their injuries in a few days. Mei Shuiyin stood quietly in the wind and snow as she watched the two Beast Kings leave. She gently stroked the pillar with her hand as she looked at the courtyard with an infatuated look in her eyes. Jun Moxie's words and smiles seemed to appear in her mind. I wonder, how is he? I'm really worried. Chen Sun Serpent Queen stood quietly on one side with a complicated look in her eyes. A long time passed. Mei Shuiyin sighed softly and said, Have you found Jun Moxie's whereabouts? The Chen Sun Serpent Queen replied, The Jun family is also doing their best to search for him. Don't worry, eldest sister. Although we can't find him for the time being, he has such a tyrannical master. So he'll be fine. Mei Shuiyin sighed and closed her eyes helplessly. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that he's pretending to be his master. But I can't say it out loud. Mei Shuiyin is anxious, but there's nothing she can do. He stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, he felt agitated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just when Jun Moxie was finally unable to control it, and the Hongjun Pagoda's chi field suddenly exploded, the experts of the three holy lands who were running away suddenly stopped in their tracks, and turned around to look at the storm of chi from afar. They couldn't help but sweat profusely, and their hearts were filled with joy. So ferocious. Brother Z, it was really dangerous this time. If it wasn't for Brother Z's prompt decision, I'm afraid. The great Golden City's three-pearled throne master, Xiao Wei Quan, flew at high speed with lingering fear in his heart. He moved closer to Zi Jinghong, and the two of them ran side by side as he whispered. It was really dangerous. Zi Jinghong also wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She turned around to look and gnashed her teeth as she said, Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming, those bastards, went back and said that everything would be settled as long as we dealt with Venerable Mei. But who would have thought that we would encounter such a fiend when we came here in such a majestic manner? Not only did we suffer heavy casualties, but we also suffered a huge defeat. This pockmarks aren't called pockmarks, they're called scams. The third head of the Purple Clan was filled with righteous indignation at this moment. He thought of how he had lowered his head and bowed in front of that mysterious man, and couldn't help but feel angry. That man's astonishing strength would have left all 90 of us behind if it weren't for the sake of the war for seizing the heavens. Let's not talk about anything else. Just think about that black fire. It only touched Half-Body's body a little. And think about that old freak when we were facing Ning Wuqing. That old freak waved his hand and sent out 2 huge waves of black fire. Brother Xiao, this. Zi Jinghong smacked her lips and shook her head. That's right. That black fire alone had the ability to make us stay behind. Once the black fire was fully unleashed, it would burn an entire area in an instant. Furthermore, when he retracted his hand, such a terrifying thing had disappeared so easily and inexplicably. It was truly a godly skill. Brother Z. Xiao Weiqing shivered. However, he didn't know that Jun Moxie had also wanted to do the same thing. The problem was that Jun Moxie didn't have the ability to do so at that time. He could have plotted against 1 or 2 people. But Jun Moxie would have been at his wit's end if he had been prepared to put some distance between them. Xiao Weiqing said, That mysterious senior's black fire is extraordinary. But Brother Z, I don't know if you've noticed, but he suddenly reappeared after he had incinerated Half-Bodied. I thought that he must have drilled out of the ground. That's the only explanation. But the place where he drilled out didn't seem to be empty at all. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest bit of mysterious energy fluctuation. He came and went like a ghost. He could have drilled into the ground if he couldn't defeat his opponent. That's right. He's an old freak who has lived for more than 1,000 years. So, how can he be a small matter? Zi Jinghong comforted him. After all, he's been practicing for more than 1,000 years. What she meant was, how many years have we been practicing compared to that old freak? What's the rush? Brother Z is right. Xiao Weiqing changed his train of thought. Then he calmed down. The information we received was wrong. Our army was exhausted to death. Fortunately, our illusory ocean of blood didn't suffer many losses. Otherwise, wouldn't we have been skinned alive by the sovereign? It's no wonder that Huang Taiyang was vaporized without a sound. He had such a terrifying old freak. So, he would have turned into a black moon even if there were 10 or 8 Huang Taiyang here. Zi Jinghong hatefully spoke up. Our great golden city didn't suffer many losses either. Xiao Weiqing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then he gloatingly said, But Hermitage Half-Bodied has been set ablaze. This incident must have dealt a heavy blow to Hermitage. Even the great chief has been incinerated. He. The two of them looked at Hermitage Ning Wuqing's gloomy face, and they suddenly felt happy. I reckon that he won't feel good when he goes back. The information we received was seriously wrong. It had led to the death of the great chief. Even the sword that had accompanied him for many years had turned into molten iron. It would have been strange if the palace lord hadn't cursed Ning Wuqing when he returned to Hermitage. But that half-body deserves to die. Listen to his words. Does he have the bearing of a superior great master? Even a hoodlum wouldn't stoop to such a level. This old man looks down on him. Zi Jinghong snorted. Then she said, "This old man felt a faint sense of satisfaction when I saw that old man get incinerated." That's good. Feng Juqing was right. He only had half of his body left. So there's no point in him living? Brother Zi is right. Then should we change the other plan? Xiao Weiqing's eyes flickered. That won't be necessary. Senior Feng has always been the backer of the Jun family. He's a human being after all. He didn't mention anything about the Tian Fa forest. So we still have to do what we have to do. He didn't say anything about the Tian Fa forest even if he cares about it. So we can just push the blame and say that we didn't know about it. So he won't make things difficult for us for the sake of the war for seizing the heavens. Moreover, what's done can't be undone. So it'll be useless even if he gets angry. After all, can he fight against the entire strange races by himself? Won't the overall situation depend on us? Zi Jinghong slowly said. The corners of her mouth revealed a sly smile. She didn't know that Jun Moxie had wanted to say something at that time. But he was in so much pain that he couldn't say anything. Let's leave Tianxiang in that case. Then let's concentrate on Tian Fa. We can kill the Tiger King and the Bear King first. Xiao Weiqing clenched his fist fiercely. The Tiger King and the Bear King have suffered serious injuries today. So they should be able to rest for a few days with such strong reinforcements. So we can set up our trap. Unlike the Venerable Mei and the Snake King, they don't have divine weapons. So I believe it'll be easier to kill them. Zi Jinghong's eyes flashed. Alright. Didn't Jun Moxie always say that he wants to go to the Dongfang family? The Venerable Mei is in love with them. I'm afraid he'll follow them. That'll be our best chance. But we must be careful not to touch Jun Moxie. We must keep him alive. Maybe we can negotiate with the black-robed man. Also, we must increase our surveillance on the Jun family. If necessary, we can capture some of the Jun family members. Xiao Weiqing couldn't help but interrupt. Are you courting death? Zi Jinghong looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. That Feng Juqing is obviously staying with the Jun family. You must know that refining pills is always done in a fixed place. And the aristocratic hall of the Jun family has been auctioning those miraculous pills. The quantity is frightening. So, it's obvious that they were refined by that old monster. This also means that the old monster has always been with the Jun family. He has never left. Kidnapped the Jun family's people? You're the great Golden City's Three Pearls king. But you came up with such a suicidal idea. Xiao Weiqing's forehead started to sweat. He realized that he couldn't touch the Jun family. Actually, we might as well send people to mobilize a large sum of money. Moreover, we also need to gather all the elixirs we've collected over the years. That old freak's methods are brilliant, and he has supernatural powers. But he's still very concerned about the battle for seizing the heavens. So, we just need to follow the rules of the aristocratic hall. Or we need to sincerely ask for help. Then that old freak might not necessarily reject us. Perhaps he might even help us refine some pills. Hee. Brother Z is right. I believe that all our problems will be solved as long as we follow that old monster's instructions. Xiao Weiqing agreed. We can't relax about the Beast King either. Immediately send people to monitor the Jun family's road. Report to us if Tiger King and Bear King come out. Then we'll intercept them once they're 500 kilometers away from Tianxiang. Zi Jinghong resolutely ordered, it'll be a disaster if they break out of the encirclement and return to the Jun family's residence. You're right. Xiao Weiqing pondered and said, but we must also send a few people to the city gate. Or we must quickly dispatch horses to the southern heaven road. This is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. We must act quickly if that's the case. It was dangerous this time. But fortunately we didn't suffer any serious injuries. Our strength is still relatively intact. So, it won't be a big deal even if some of our people are injured. Zi Jinghong smiled mischievously. Hermitage's people are like a group of dragons without a leader. But we can still reorganize them. After all, their strength isn't small. Xiao Weiqing understood her meaning and smiled. Chapter 553. As for Jun Moxie, his mind relaxed and he immediately suffered a strong backlash. His consciousness became muddled and he was instantly sucked into the Hongjun Pagoda. He felt as if he had been fried in a wok of oil 500 times, and then his tongue was pulled out and his heart was gouged out 10,000 times. Jun Moxie completely lost consciousness the moment he was sucked into the Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Imosia's face, body, and the 7 apertures of his head started to ooze blood as he fainted. The black robe that was covering his body started to swell up in a strange manner. Then it suddenly exploded into pieces with a loud bang. Even the outermost robe was torn apart due to the extreme expansion. How could the rest of his clothes be spared? So Jun Dashao once again put on a limited version of nakedness. The extremely thick white fog was like a solid substance, and it carried traces of blood as it spurted out from all over Jun Moxie's naked body like a fountain. It only stopped after a long time. His blood-soaked body was still twitching in pain, twitching and twisting. It seemed as if the tendons of his entire body were also moving incessantly. The borrowed strength this time was really too much. It far exceeded the limit that Jun Moxie could bear. The damage to the body was naturally unprecedented and unparalleled. At the last moment, if the Hongjun Pagoda hadn't suddenly sucked him in, perhaps Jun Moxie would have already exploded into a mist of blood. After a while, the rich spiritual energy of the Hongjun Pagoda surged into Jun Moxie's body, which was lying on the ground. It madly surged into every part of his body, his 5 senses and every pore of his body. It madly surged into every nook and cranny of his body. After an unknown period of time, Jun Moxie finally twitched his fingers and slowly opened his eyes. He looked around with difficulty and finally murmured, "Motherfucker, I didn't die. Good, really good." It seemed that Jun Dashao also knew that he was going to die this time. This time he had really gone too far. As soon as he came back to his senses, he immediately felt a splitting headache as if there was a mischievous monkey jumping back and forth in his brain. The veins on both sides of his temples were twitching crazily, as if he was skipping rope. Every joint in his body felt as if there were 10,000 steel needles piercing him. The most terrible thing was that even his little brother was swaying back and forth in pain. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and cursed, "Damn it, it's none of your business. You're not needed in this kind of battle. Why are you making a fuss? Are you trying to show off your sturdiness?" Just as he finished cursing, he was quickly drowned by the pain. Since there was no one here to hear him, Jun Dashao simply could not bear it anymore. He screamed at the top of his lungs as if 10,000 pigs were being slaughtered at the same time. His aura was earth-shattering. "Motherfucker, why is it so painful? It's really fucking challenging my limits." Jun Moxie's mouth was the strengthened version of the 3-character sutra. He had gone over all the curses he could say from his previous life to this life, and even more than once. But he still felt the pain, so he cursed again in different dialects. From the various deities to the netherworld, from the Buddha to Thagata to the Earth Lord, they were all cursed. Then it was the people from the 3 holy lands who were cursed. Starting from the previous generation, then going back generation by generation, all the way to the 72 generations of ancestors. All the female direct relatives were cursed, not a single one was spared. Jun Dashao furrowed his brows, and his eyes widened as he cursed the heavens and the earth. He was in high spirits and his tongue became smoother and smoother. The more he cursed, the more skillful he became. His saliva flew everywhere. If a cursing competition could be held in his current state, Jun Moxie would definitely be the champion. And it would be an overwhelming victory. No one would have any objections and no one would be dissatisfied. It was enough to curse those dead people until their bones danced disco in their coffins until they died of exhaustion. While his mouth was moving non-stop, the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual energy did not stop healing him just because his tongue was too poisonous. It was still doing its duty, until suddenly, why doesn't it hurt anymore? Jun Moxie finally stopped cursing because he realized that his body did not hurt anymore. Could it be that cursing was actually a wonderful healing method? Wahahaha, in the past, Guan Yu could play Go without batting an eyelid. Today there's Jun Dashao's torrential cursing to resist the 18 levels of torture in hell. Looks like this young master, should also become an immortal legend. Jun Moxie was somewhat pleased with himself. It was a pity that this could not be spread out. Otherwise, the customs of this world would definitely change because of this. With Jun Dashao's combination of thousands of years of cursing, national cursing, and world cursing, if it were to be turned into actual words and spread out, this would be an earth-shattering change to the human society of the Shenzhen continent. At the very least, it would be able to change the monotonous concept of people's cursing, and form a diverse system of cursing. And this generation's super grandmaster was none other than Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao. Although it was indeed not painful anymore, his entire body still did not have the slightest bit of strength. He was still lying on the ground and did not even have the strength to sit up. In fact, he did not even have the strength to move a little. Jun Moxie was very scared. He naturally knew how dangerous it was for him this time. Although he was scared, if he had to choose again, he would still do the same. He would absolutely not regret it. Even if his soul really flew away and his body died, so what? Because the people here were his family, and they were the people he cared about the most in this life. As long as I, Jun Moxie, still have a single breath left in me, not to mention the 3 holy lands, even the gods in the heavens will not be able to harm them. At least, before stepping over my dead body, no one will be able to. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and slowly circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune in his body. Only when he raised his chi did he realize that his dantian was actually empty. There was not even a drop of inner energy left. It was truly deserted. With great effort, he opened his inner vision and used his divine sense to examine his empty dantian. It was like a dry and cracked earth, barren and desolate. Really awesome. Not even a little bit was left for me. This is really playing with me to death. At least leave some for me to nourish myself. Jun Moxie swallowed a mouthful of saliva, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his chi to recover. But he did not know that if he had not practiced alchemy like crazy, he would not even have been able to fuse and borrow the energy this time. Gradually, at an extremely slow speed, strands of energy were drawn out from his severely damaged meridians like gossamer threads, and slowly gathered in his completely dried-up dantian. Then Jun Moxie carefully controlled the strand of spiritual energy, and carefully circulated it in his body for 1 cycle. After 1 cycle, his spirit inexplicably rose. Then he began the 2nd cycle, and when he reached the 9th cycle there was a sudden boom sound. Everywhere in his body, his meridians, muscles, tendons, bones, the purest energy was released and added to the spiritual energy. The chi flow in his meridians became stronger and stronger, and after each cycle, it became thicker than the previous cycle. At the same time, the heaven and earth spiritual chi outside his body began to emit a shio-shio sound, and like a tidal wave, it crazily poured into his body, quickly transforming into energy, and then returning to his dantian. After 1 cycle, it completely transformed into the purest spiritual energy. At this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, Jun Moxie had entered into a transcendent state where he forgot about himself and everything else. He only knew that he was blindly circulating and crazily demanding. As the chi flow in his meridians continued to strengthen, his body's absorption of the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual chi also became faster and faster. The rich and boundless heaven and earth spiritual chi was produced inside the Hongjun Pagoda, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into a milky white chi flow, and drilled into Jun Moxie's pores. What kind of existence was the Hongjun Pagoda? No matter how much Jun Moxie demanded, it would always be able to supply it, and it seemed to be very easy. Jun Mosie's dantian had been completely dried up after his narrow escape from death. His dantian had become completely empty, and it had become completely clean and smooth. This had given rise to a sense of dread in the heart of the daring Jun Mosie. Therefore, Jun Mosie tirelessly operated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune again and again, round after round. He did not notice at all that the chi flow in his meridians was slowly transforming into a 3rd layer of thin silver thread, and then this silver thread continued to grow and strengthen along with the circulation of the Shin technique. The current silver thread had already surpassed the previous state of Jun Moxie, and it was still growing. If Jun Moxie were to open his inner vision, he would definitely find that his meridians were also beginning to expand due to the silver thread. At the same time, on Jun Moxie's forehead, a faint shadow slowly began to appear and gradually became clearer. A colorful and exquisite pagoda-shaped object appeared in front of his forehead, like a small forehead ornament hanging in the air. The pagoda-shaped forehead ornament gradually became clearer, and slowly condensed into a real object. It rotated on Jun Moxie's forehead, and every time it rotated, it would emit tens of thousands of rays of light, like a rainbow after the rain, all concentrated here at this moment. Of course, all of this Jun Moxie was completely unaware. The current him was like a ghost that had starved to death for 300 years, and suddenly saw a pile of steamed buns. He crazily absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual chi, endlessly and never satisfied. Even if he was stuffed to death, he still had to absorb. After an unknown amount of time, the small pagoda-shaped object on his forehead slowly stopped rotating, and stopped 3 inches away from Jun Moxie's forehead. He had finally reached his limit. Jun Moxie felt that his absorption of the heaven and earth spiritual chi was becoming slower and slower, as if it had completely stopped growing. At the same time, his entire body was swollen with pain, and his brain felt as if it was suddenly stuffed with a big ball of cotton, bulging so much that it seemed like a hole would be formed if he pressed it. At this moment, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune within his meridians suddenly stopped circulating, and became completely motionless. No matter how he urged his internal energy, he was unable to move the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, not even by a little bit. What was going on? Jun Moxie frowned in puzzlement, and was about to use his inner vision to check his current situation, when suddenly, without warning, boom. Chapter 554. Jun Moxie was indescribably shocked. Suddenly, a similar explosion occurred in his mind. Bang! Blood spurted out from Jun Moxie's mouth and nose at the same time. His meridians also felt an intense pain, as if they had been shattered into millions of pieces. Could it be that I've become a cripple? Before Jun Moxie had the time to be pessimistic, he discovered that his meridians were clearly still fine. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly discovered that a faint golden mist had appeared in his meridians. Then this faint golden mist became thicker and thicker, and gradually blocked the flow of his meridians. Another boom sound rang out, and Jun Moxie cried out in dizziness. He hurriedly used his internal energy to look inside his body, and discovered that the faint golden mist that had appeared in his meridians had suddenly dispersed without a trace. Instead, it had been replaced by a thin golden thread. It was like a golden stream of water was joyfully swimming in his meridians. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that this golden stream of water contained an abnormally large amount of energy. Compared to his previous level, it was completely incomparable. If the original third layer of silver spiritual energy could be said to be able to lift 100 jin, then the current golden thread could lift a small hill. At the very least, it could lift a ton or even 10 tons. This was simply an earth-shattering and terrifying transformation. Could it be that I've broken through again? This thought had just flashed through Jun Moxie's mind, and suddenly, there was an earth-shaking turbulence in his mind. He could only feel a pew sound in front of his forehead, as if something had broken. Of course, Jun Moxie did not know that this clear sound was the sound of the strange pagoda that had been formed by the heaven and earth's spiritual energy on his forehead. It had suddenly exploded into a colorful stream of air, and had entered his head through his Baihui acupoint. Then Jun Moxie felt the entire Hongjun pagoda shake and rumble, as if there was an earthquake. He was originally lying on the ground, but now he was thrown up high. Fortunately, his face was facing upwards. If his face was facing downwards, then he would have been intimately in contact with the earth, even though he was inside the Hongjun pagoda. Fuck me. Jun Moxie managed to turn around in the midst of the chaos, and managed to avoid falling flat on his face. He muttered in his heart, "What's going on?" Just as he opened his eyes, his gaze suddenly froze and his mouth fell open, unable to say a word. About 10 zhang in front of him, there was originally an empty pagoda wall, but now it had disappeared, and in its place was a door. A 7-colored door opened wide. The 4th level of the Hongjun pagoda. And at that very moment, breakthrough. Holy shit. If I can break through by risking my life once, isn't this forcing me to risk my life more? Jun Moxie was dumbfounded. Only by risking your life can you break through? It was like that last time, and it's actually the same this time. Is life that fun? Thinking of this, Jun Moxie could not help but blurt out, "How can I have so many lives to play with? If I do it again, I'll have to end my own life. It's too painful." Although he said that, Jun Moxie also knew that breaking through was not something that could be achieved by risking his life. After breaking through, even if he risked his life 1,000 times, he might not be able to achieve the next breakthrough so quickly. In this period of time, Jun Moxie had already built a stable foundation for his breakthrough. From the time that Jun Moxie broke through to the 3rd level of Tiannan, it was only a little more than 3 months. But this was the slowest breakthrough that he had made since his rebirth. Although the higher the level of Shen cultivation, the slower the breakthrough would be. But although Jun Moxie's breakthrough was unexpected, it was still within reason. Previously, when he was refining pills, he had unintentionally broken through the Tian Shen level and suddenly advanced to the Shen Shen level. At first, Jun Moxie thought that he had broken through to the 4th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. But after careful investigation, he found out that this was not the case. But from then on, Jun Moxie knew that although he had not yet broken through, he was already on the verge of breaking through at any time. Everything was just a matter of luck. Originally, he thought that the breakthrough would take a period of time. But this time, Jun Moxie was risking his life. It was too dangerous. Jun Moxie was the host of the Hongjun pagoda. How could the Hongjun pagoda allow him to play with his life? It must be known that the Hongjun Pagoda was currently residing in Jun Moxi's body. The two of them were already inseparable. Although their abilities could not be transferred easily, they were truly bound together. If Jun Moxi really died, then the Hongjun Pagoda would have no choice but to follow him into reincarnation. So at the most crucial moment, the Hongjun Pagoda finally displayed its divine might. It dragged this fellow back in at the last moment when his soul was about to scatter, and helplessly carried out a super repair. But this brat was still not satisfied. Taking advantage of the fact that his meridians were empty, he actually began to risk his life again, risking his life to absorb spiritual energy. And it was done unconsciously. This was even more helpless. Could it be that this fellow was going to self-destruct again so soon after he was pulled back from the brink of explosion? Fortunately, Jun Dashao's luck was great. He was not cultivating in the outside world but directly inside the Hongjun Pagoda. So, when the spiritual energy in his body self-destructed, the Hongjun Pagoda naturally compressed it back. This compression directly led to a qualitative change. Therefore, this breakthrough was both reasonable and unexpected at the same time. It was really a coincidence of opportunity. The right time, the right place, and the right people could not be missing. It was extremely rare. If the Hongjun Pagoda could hear Jun Moxi's words, risking my life once and I can break through. Looks like I have to risk my life more. No matter how strong his foundation was, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood in grief and indignation. This fellow really doesn't know how to love himself. Other than risking his life, what else can you fucking play with? Kid, are you playing with your own life? You're simply playing with this pagoda. Which of the previous masters did not treat their own bodies as treasured rafts to cross the world? Treasured incomparably? They were afraid of even the slightest injury. Why is it that after following this fellow, I have to be on tenterhooks every day? I've never seen anyone more willing to risk their life than this fellow. He's not even a silver Xian and he dares to provoke Yu Xian. He's just a gold Xian and he dares to provoke Tian Xian. He's finally climbed to Yu Xian's level with great difficulty, and he dares to challenge Shen Xian as an equal. He even wants to kill Shen Xian. It would be good if he didn't provoke trouble, but if he did, he would offend the Silver Blizzard City and Shuihun Manor. After the trip to Tiannan, he'd finally managed to raise his cultivation to Tian Xian's level. His actions had once again escalated, and he had directly started to fight against the great masters. Let's not talk about the past for now. Just a few days ago he had just risen to the Spirit Xian realm, and the most awesome operation in history had begun. He had directly challenged 30 people above the supreme level, and 60 of them were at the supreme level. That was a total of 90 peak experts. Such a large group of people had come to kill him. If the Hongjun Pagoda could sweat under such a situation, it would probably shudder at Jun Moxi's boldness. Sweat, big sweat, waterfall sweat, Genghis Khan. Along the way he'd been challenging those at higher levels. Moreover, he hadn't only skipped 1 or 2 levels, but had directly skipped 4, 5, 7, and 8 levels. It was basically no different from challenging those at higher levels. This fellow really doesn't know life from death. This was a good comparison. A person who just started cultivating and hadn't even built a good foundation, was provoking powerful people at the spirit-severing stage, void opening stage, ascension stage, and great ascension stage every day. This was simply putting one's head on one's belt every day, as if one's life didn't belong to oneself, but to some bitter enemy. Even if this motherfucker intended to frame me, it can't be so accurate every time. If it wasn't for my help, you would have already reincarnated dozens of times by now. And now you're saying, as long as you play with your life you can break through. If I could move, I would have spat on your face immediately. It's not that I haven't seen shameless people, but it's rare to see someone as shameless as you. How would Jun Moxi and Jun Dashao know about this? He happily strode forward, sighing that he'd gained a blessing in disguise. He shook his head and shook his buttocks as he entered the 4th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. This posture was like a poor farmer carrying a big bag into the country's treasury. The expression on his face was, "I'm going to be rich." In fact, that was the case. With such intense excitement, Jun Dashao had completely forgotten that he was still naked. This caused his current posture to be a little comical. He was swaying in front, twisting and turning at the back, and his face had an extremely infuriating expression. It was really too despicable. Actually, even if he really remembered, the current Jun Dashao might not care much about it. After all, he was the only one here. Besides, with Jun Dashao's super thick skin, even if there was really someone else, he would still sway like this. It's just a stinky skin. Dashao snorted. This guy was a typical case of forgetting the pain once the scar healed. He had just recovered and broken through, but he immediately threw the previous dangerous situation to the back of his mind. His eyes shone with a greedy golden light, and his face was filled with the most lascivious smile. He raised his long spear and walked in proudly. Once he entered, Jun Moxie felt that something was different. This place seemed to be very different from the previous 3 levels. The entire 4th level was a chaotic world. Spiritual chi filled the air, and it was as if it was a solid substance. Some of it even hit Jun Moxie's body. Jun Dashao could even feel the force of the impact. How pure must the spiritual chi be to be able to create such a scene in front of him? And that was not all. There were also red flames, green water, and black floating in the air. In short, there were many messy things. Jun Wuxia was startled. He hadn't expected to see such a situation on the 4th floor. He didn't even have time to think about it. Suddenly, a rainbow light flashed in front of him, and a few inexplicable chants appeared in his mind. Chapter 555. Jun Moxie only felt a stabbing pain in his mind, and his consciousness became blurry. In a daze, he suddenly understood that the 4th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had already entered his mind. This wasn't rare after all, the first few levels of the mantra were also learned in this way, but in the next moment Jun Dashao's naked body seemed to have become a bottomless pit in an instant, and suddenly emitted a terrifying and irresistible suction force. All the unstable elements in the 4th level, without exception, abruptly became orderly at this moment. Starting with the green energy, it rapidly drilled into Jun Dashao's body, then red, then black. At the same time, it absorbed the violent and almost tangible pure spiritual energy. Jun Wuxia could clearly feel that his meridians were like a boundless ocean, crazily absorbing all kinds of energy and spiritual chi. These energies disappeared as soon as they entered his body. Only the spiritual chi was getting thicker and thicker, and was crazily rushing into his body. In fact, it was like an avalanche, and 100 rivers were converging into one another. With the meridians in his body filled up, they naturally and rapidly strengthened. His dantian also seemed to be propped up by the rapidly expanding golden current. Slowly, the golden spiritual energy in Jun Moxie's body once again filled his dantian, and this time, it was no longer a gas, but a substance, an abnormally solid substance. After an unknown amount of time had passed, finally, the moment the spiritual energy in his meridians stopped circulating, the surging spiritual energy in the 4th level had actually been completely absorbed. New spiritual energy rushed in crazily, slowly filling up the 4th level, but it was already calm. But Jun Moxie's body could no longer absorb it on its own. Even if he deliberately circulated his chi to absorb it, there would be no effect. This was because his body was already completely saturated. In silence, Jun Moxie's full dantian suddenly began to slowly rotate. This time it was compressed, extremely compressed. The condensed golden spiritual energy became smaller and smaller, and a large amount of spiritual energy in his meridians was once again sucked in bit by bit, accelerating the compression in his dantian. Finally, the golden spiritual energy gradually condensed into a golden bead the size of a baby's fist. It was still rotating at a terrifying speed, crazily absorbing spiritual energy. Suddenly, at the moment when it was rotating at its fastest speed, it unexpectedly stopped without warning. Immediately after, Jun Moxie felt his whole body tighten, and an indescribable strange feeling suddenly emerged. On the top of his head, an extremely cool and clear stream of spiritual energy flowed down from the Baihui acupoint, all the way down along the Rin meridian like a hot knife through butter, all the way to the feet, and a warm stream of energy rushed up the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of the feet, going against the governing meridian upwards, all the way to the Baihui acupoint. His body shook violently, and the 2 streams of spiritual energy, one cold and one hot, suddenly collided at the intersection of the governing and conception meridians. Jun Moxie let out a miserable groan, and felt as if a mysterious door had been opened inside his body. The 2 streams of energy, one cold and one hot, quickly blended together, and in a split second, there was no distinction between them. His whole body instantly felt warm, and it was actually very pleasing. At the same time, the golden bead that had just condensed into a solid substance in his dantian suddenly shattered without a sound. Jun Moxie focused on his internal vision and couldn't help but be shocked. What is this thing? In Jun Moxie's dantian, a baby the size of a baby's fist suddenly appeared. It was pink all over, with 4 limbs and facial features, eyebrows, eyes, and pink and tender. It was very pleasing, and it was sitting upright with its eyes closed. It seemed to even be breathing. Damn. I'm actually pregnant. Jun Moxie cried in surprise and only felt that all the hair on his body stood up. Pregnancy without sex, cake seller, the second Jesus is about to be born. this idiot cultivator. He actually thought that a cultivator's nascent soul was pregnant. Once again, his IQ really had no lower limit. At this moment, Jun Moxie felt an inexplicable flash of golden light in front of him, and he didn't know why, but there was another large piece of densely packed text. Jun Moxie was overjoyed. It seemed that the harvest this time was really not small. He calmed himself down and finished reading in one breath, and couldn't help but become darker and darker. In the end, he couldn't help but scold, "Damn, you could have just said 4 words. This is immortal cultivation," and that would have been it. You actually wrote tens of thousands of words. Do you think I'm an idiot? Little did he know, if not for this text, he would really be more of an idiot than an idiot. It seemed that this extra harvest was probably because the Hongjun Pagoda really couldn't stand it anymore, and simply gave him an enlightenment in immortal cultivation as a pity for Xiao Bai. Well, it really wasn't much different from a children's book. Other than an introduction, it's just an introduction. Why isn't there anything more practical? Jun Dashao muttered and complained. Just teach me how to destroy the world. It'd be best if it's the legendary electric eye technique. If I see a pretty girl with a good temperament, I'll just stare at her, and then that girl will pester me and fall in love with me and won't marry anyone but me. How cool would that be? Hee. Jun Dashao's fantasies reached the end, and he started laughing lewdly to himself. After a round of fantasies, Jun Dashao officially began to check the specific harvest this time. Yes, it was really abundant. The power of water, fire, and earth. At the same time, a rather short and concise incantation appeared in his mind. Metal and wood are the foundation, water and fire are the same source. Thick earth is the virtue, it is the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements overturns heaven and earth, and in the end returns to chaos. After taking a look, Jun Moxie seemed to understand, but he didn't. However, there was one thing that Jun Moxie seemed to understand very clearly. This time he's rich. He's really rich. He had been in contact with the power of the 5 elements since the 3rd level, and he finally gathered all of them here. All of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If these powers of water and fire were as strong as the power of metal, it would be hard for him not to use them. If any trash from the 3 holy lands dared to say anything, he would directly break their legs. After carefully sensing the specific power in his body, Jun Moxie clearly felt that there was an obvious difference. The current him, according to the classification of the strength of a profound practitioner, was no longer an ordinary Shinshen strength. After breaking through, he had actually achieved the strength of a supreme martial artist, and it had directly surpassed the 5th level of Shinshen. This was the so-called 1st level of the supreme martial artist realm. But as for which stage he had reached, after all, there was no comparison, so Jun Moxie also had no clue. But now Jun Moxie started to have a headache about another matter. Because now he finally knew that what he was cultivating was the purest and most superior cultivation method. Then, it was almost certain that he would be immortal in the future. Then, if that was really the case, what would happen to his family? He couldn't possibly wait for tens or hundreds of years, when all his family members had died one by one, and the peerless beauties had all turned into skeletons, leaving him alone to live forever. Fuck. Was that cultivation or torture? Parting in life and death, just 1.5 people was already unbearable, not to mention being the only one left in the end? Could it be that he had to go through a cycle of parting in life and death? His ancestors lived for 800 years, and his descendants had dozens of generations. Their bloodlines came from the same source, and they met each other but didn't know each other. That wouldn't do. He had to change this situation that was very likely to happen. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes, seriously considering this matter. This matter was really not a small matter, and he definitely couldn't make a rash decision. But what should he do? Jun Dashao was naked and he was in a daze inside the Hongjun Pagoda, thinking of a solution. Meanwhile, the outside world was in chaos because of him, because Jun Moxie had gone missing for 3 days and 3 nights. This missing period of time was a little too long, especially after the previous major incident, causing people to be even more anxious. In the end, even Jun Wui, who had always been full of confidence in Jun Moxie, was extremely anxious. Although Grandpa Jun looked calm on the surface, his heart was already burning with anxiety. His only grandson's whereabouts were unknown. What should he do? Could it be that he had been captured by the people from the 3 holy lands? Mei Shuiyin had only meditated for 1 night, and her injuries had yet to fully recover. She had already gone out to look for Jun Moxie's whereabouts. Although she was 80% sure that Jun Moxie must have suffered a huge backlash, and was currently hiding somewhere to recuperate, or perhaps, he had already been turned into ashes. But she still held on to that one last hope, and found the gathering place of the three holy lands and closely monitored them. She only hoped that she would be able to find traces of Jun Moxie here. Although the results were not good, at least he was still alive. With her peerless Qinggong, she naturally did not have to worry about being discovered. As the days passed, Mei Shuyan's heart grew more and more desperate. That tyrannical and almost explosive emotion became more and more uncontrollable, and the desire to kill in her heart grew more and more intense. Right now, even when she looked at the ordinary citizens of Tianxiang City, her eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. This was a crazy thought that could not wait to destroy the entire world. All this while, Mei Shuyan had always regarded the war for seizing the heavens as her responsibility. She had concentrated on her cultivation, waiting for the completion of her mission. Even if the battlefield was dyed with blood, she felt that she had no regrets. In fact, it was a kind of glory. The greatest glory of the Tianfa forest that had been passed down since ancient times. In her heart, there had never been any other thoughts. As for the love affair between a man and a woman, she had always treated it as a joke or even a myth. Mei Shuyan had never believed that there was anyone in this world who could move her heart. Mei Shuyan was an extremely stubborn person. This could be seen from the fact that even when she was being hunted and framed, she still persisted in her beliefs. At the same time, she was also a proud woman who thought highly of herself. Chapter 556. Even though no one has seen my elegant demeanor, that's only natural, it's how it should be. How can ordinary people be worthy of seeing my peerless figure? If they see it, it will be blasphemy to me. Even great Master Xinxian is just a person who fights for power and profit. He's just a petty thief. I, Mei Shuyan, am such a person. How can I be associated with such a person? The plum blossoms and the snow proudly hold the mist. How many times do I move unhindered in the world? The heroes of the ages are all like this. Walking alone, carefree and unrestrained. She's like the bright moon in the ninth heaven. She's peerless and virtuous. Even the stars in the sky will feel ashamed of their inferiority when she appears. Not a single star dares to appear next to her. She indifferently looks at the vicissitudes of life. She indifferently performs her duty. She's been as calm as still water for many years. She's never been angry. Even when she was seriously injured and being chased, Mei Shuyan was able to deal with it with indifference. However, Jun Dashao had broken the tranquility of this proud and aloof woman. Moreover, he'd broken her tranquility in such a barbaric way. He'd used such an obscene and vile method to wantonly desecrate Mei Shuyan's pure and clean body. Although she was in the body of a small Shen beast at that time, Mei Shuyan still felt an intense anger. And a great humiliation. A great humiliation. It was that time in the Tianfa forest. Jun Moxie hadn't even known about it. He'd successfully provoked all kinds of emotions in Mei Shuyan's heart. She was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. Anger. A majestic anger that seemed to burn everything in its path. Hatred. A hatred that gnashed her teeth. But there was nothing she could do. Mei Shuyan didn't know how to deal with Jun Moxie. No matter how angry or hateful she was, Jun Moxie had healed her meridians. It could be said that he'd done her a great favor. Moreover, Jun Moxie was obviously related to the mysterious person who had stolen the sacred fruit from him. However, the sacred fruit of Tianfa was related to the future of the entire Tianfa forest. So Mei Shuyan had a new emotion, frustration. What should I do? Just let it go like that? Unreconciled, how could he be reconciled? But kill? No. Cripple? No. Driven by this jealous and contradictory mentality, she followed Jun Moxie all the way to Tianxiang. The two of them met several times. Just when Mei Shuyan thought that she had successfully let go of this matter, and was planning to let go of Jun Moxie offended her again. Furthermore, he had offended her in a hostile situation. Most importantly, that was when she appeared in her human form. This enemy, he actually kissed me and then spanked my butt, this lecher. This made Mei Shuyan's heart palpitate even more. The contradictory feeling in her heart was getting more and more intense. The worries in her heart were also getting heavier and heavier. Later, when she arrived at the Jun family, she saw Jun Moxie working hard without showing his face for several days just to fulfill her request. Regardless of how those divine pills were refined, there was one thing she was sure of. If it wasn't for Jun Moxie, those divine pills definitely wouldn't exist. Jun Moxie was the key to everything. But what kind of person was Jun Moxie? Mei Shuyan obviously understood this point. Not only did she understand it, but she also understood it very well. He was definitely an evil person, and definitely not a so-called gentleman. To put it bluntly, the war for seizing the heavens that she cared about the most was not even worth a fart in Jun Moxie's heart. The common people of the world had never been his object of consideration. He was by no means a noble person. But he was a true and pure person. He was not the least bit hypocritical. He did what he wanted. He believed that his fate was not up to the heavens. No amount of gold could buy his will. He could destroy an evil organization for a girl he didn't know. He could also stand up for the people he cared about. He didn't hesitate to make the whole world his enemy. He could use the most bloody and cruel methods to eliminate a group of people with high prestige. He didn't care about their good or bad deeds or their past achievements. In this world, other than his own family, Jun Moxie didn't care about anyone. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't an ambitious person. He wasn't a gentleman. Because he was a lowly person. A lowly person who acted on his own will. Jun Moxie only cared about his own identity. He was a member of the Jun family. He was Jun Zhantian's grandson, Jun Wui's nephew, Dugu Xiaoyi's lover, Guan Qinghan's man, Tang Yuan's brother, and the pillar of the Jun family. Jun Moxie. This was Jun Moxie's identity. He didn't recognize himself as a citizen of the Tianxiang Empire. He didn't even see himself as a member of the world. I'm just me. I'm independent. I'm just me. I won't change for anyone or anything. I'll be cool when I want to. I'll be a rogue when I want to. I'll act tough when I want to. I'll pick up girls when I want to. I'll draw my sword when I want to kill. I'll curse when I want to. The world called him a debauchee. But this was a real person. A person who indulged in his desires. He didn't care about the world's opinions. He looked at the world's slander with cold eyes. He didn't care about the future's evaluation. Go fuck yourself. All of you get lost. Following his heart's desire, doing as he pleased, that was Jun Moxie. Why would such a person be so generous if he didn't have a special reason? Divine pills came one after another. Divine weapons were given without blinking. If he couldn't move his heart, who would be able to get a little benefit from Jun Moxie? So, as Jun Moxie gave more and more, Mei Shuiyan's heart softened. She didn't do it for pills or divine weapons. She did it for Jun Moxie's red eyes every time he came. He couldn't hide his tiredness. It was all for him for the moment he arrived. But Jun Moxie had never mentioned it. Every time he came he would always make her laugh and make her happy. Even if she was embarrassed and embarrassed by him, she would still feel a heartfelt warmth in her heart. Because Mei Shuiyan's heart could clearly feel that Jun Moxie didn't want her to worry about him. He didn't want her to worry about him. He didn't want her to worry about him. He only wanted to bear all the pain alone. Then he would swallow it alone. He would chew it slowly and digest it. Then he would face everyone in the world with a cynical look. Even though her strength was countless times stronger than his, he was still willing to shoulder the storm for her, to lift up the cloudy sky, and to hold up a clear sky for her. He made her face the decline of the Tianfa forest and the oppression of the three holy lands. Suddenly, her heart was filled with hope for tomorrow. During this period of time, Mei Shuiyan had unknowingly gotten used to such happy days. Even though Jun Moxie was much weaker than her, he gave her a strong feeling. As long as he was here, she didn't need to worry about anything. She only needed to wait. Then everything would be ready. Everything would be fine. Unknowingly, as they interacted with each other, even Mei Shuiyan didn't know that Jun Moxie, this young man, had become the only person she could rely on in this life. As the days passed, Mei Shuiyan had gotten used to Jun Moxie's existence. She was used to having Jun Moxie make the decisions. She was used to showing her rare girly side in front of him. She was used to his teasing, his cynicism, his voice and aura. She was even more used to him as a person. At that time, Jun Moxie was always hanging around her. Mei Shuiyan didn't realize what was going on. Until now, Jun Moxie had disappeared. She had personally seen him disappear without a trace. At this time, Mei Shuiyan finally felt a heart-wrenching pain in her heart. This feeling came so suddenly, and it hurt so much. At that moment, when she heard that tiny moan, Mei Shuiyan felt as if her heart had been hammered by a 10,000-pound hammer. Looking at the sudden explosion on Jun Moxie's body, Mei Shuiyan felt as if all her internal organs were on fire. Was all for me. Was all for me. Mei Shuiyan finally shed tears for the first time in her life. For the first time in her life, she could clearly feel the saltiness of her tears. The feeling of her heart being broken was overwhelming. Guilt, self-blame, desperation, and despair flooded Mei Shuiyan's consciousness like a tide. If I didn't come to the Jun family, if I didn't force him to refine pills, if I didn't show off in the aristocratic hall, if I didn't expose my identity, why would the three holy lands send such a strong force? 30 superior great masters, 60 great masters. A total of 90 peak experts. What kind of lineup is this? Moreover, the purpose of their arrival was very clear. They had come to deal with Tianfa's people. But, he had appeared the moment I couldn't hold on any longer, and he had saved me. He wouldn't have forced himself to kill a superior great master if I hadn't vowed to kill Half-Bodied. He had risked his life to fulfill my vow. Half-Bodied was finished, but he had also disappeared, Jun Moxie had disappeared, and Mei Shuyan had finally understood her own heart. But, it was too late. Was it too late? Was it really too late? Mei Shuyan cried for half the night that very night, which was a rare occurrence. She shed tears in silence, and her heart was broken in silence. She suddenly felt that there was no longer that familiar aura, that comforting warmth, that glib-tongued teasing, that frivolous appearance, and the most important thing, was that she had lost that heartfelt sense of security. She had lost that silent expectation. She had lost that bashful hope. She had lost everything. The world had lost its splendor. Mei Shuyan suddenly realized that she couldn't live without this man. The entire world would become lifeless without him. It wouldn't have any interest in living. The three holy lands are nothing in comparison to him. The war for seizing the heavens is nothing in comparison to him. Even the common people of the world and the future of the continent are nothing in comparison. What does all of this have to do with me? Chapter 557. The fourth update. The title was wrong, it should have been 175, but it was written 174, depressing. If he dies, even if I become number one in the world, what can I do? Even if I win the war for seizing the heavens, what can I do? There are so many people who should have died in this world, why can't he live? On what basis? Those who should have died didn't die, those who shouldn't have disappeared disappeared. Those who are still alive, are you all worthy? On what basis do you want me, Mei Shuyan, to fight for you? To fight for you? And then you plot against me behind my back? To hurt me again and again? The people I care about are all gone, why should I care about you all? Who will care about us? Three holy lands, you are so vicious, so merciless, I, Mei Shuyan, swear that I will destroy you all. I will take revenge for this even if all the Shen beasts in the entire Tianfa forest are wiped out. For all eternity I will not rest until I die. 3 days had passed, and Mei Shuyan had fallen into despair. In these 3 days of observation from the conversations of the three holy lands, it was clear that they had no intention of capturing Jun and Wuxia. In fact, they didn't even have any intention of doing so. Then, it was easy to explain that the person who exploded in the courtyard was Jun Moxie. Such a strong explosion, even if Mei Shuyan was at her peak, she would not have been able to survive. If it was Jun Moxie's small body, there was no need to even think about it. Mei Shuyan returned to the elegant fragrance courtyard in the evening. Her face was cold and her entire body was emitting a murderous aura. In fact, she had a tyrannical and awe-inspiring mood. In fact, she looked like a demon walking over from afar. The Snake King stretched her head out and then shrank back in fear. Mei Shuyan had already made up her mind. If there was still no news tonight, then tomorrow morning she and Chen Sun Serpent Queen would return to the Tianfa forest. Then, in the shortest time possible, she would unite all the Shen beasts from Tiannan to Hai Bei, and then launch an all-out attack on the three holy lands. A relentless attack. Although the three holy lands were strong and had a deep foundation, they did not have a lot of people. A few thousand people would be enough. But there were billions of Shen beasts in the world. Even if Mei Shuyan did not use high-level Shen beasts and only used low-level Shen beasts, she would be able to flatten the three holy lands. For example, low-grade beehives, snake hordes, ant hordes, wolf hordes. Just these alone, every swarm had a terrifying number of billions of them. Such things could be found anywhere in the world and they could even be found locally. It would definitely be enough to give the three holy lands a hard time. Not to mention the monkeys, tigers, bears, apes, lions and other large animals. Not to mention the cranes, eagles and condors in the air. Based on the current situation, the three holy lands were much stronger than the Tianfa forest, but in terms of numbers and strength, they were not on the same level. Mei Shuyan did not have the confidence to defeat the three holy lands with her own strength, but she had the confidence to destroy the three holy lands. That was the reason. And this was also the main reason why the three holy lands had to get rid of the Tianfa forest. Mei Shuyan slowly arrived at the entrance of the elegant fragrance hut and walked in lightly. It was an unusually familiar place, an unusually familiar facility, and an unusually familiar smell. Mei Shuyan stood in the courtyard in a daze and felt that her mind had suddenly gone blank. She was actually so afraid to return to this courtyard. Because this courtyard had his scent, the scent that broke her heart, the scent that she could not bear to look back. But she longed to return to this courtyard so much. At the same time, because this courtyard had his unique scent, it made her linger back and forth, yearning for it. she stood there in a daze. That feeling of weakness that she hadn't felt for so many years once again assaulted her. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her heart and tears filled her eyes. She muttered, "After today I'm going to leave, I'm really going to leave. If I can't trample the 3 holy lands to the ground for you, I might never come back. Don't be lonely, wait for me to avenge you and I'll accompany you." Emocia, Emocia. This was the first time she called out this affectionate nickname. Mei Shuyan's heart turned sour, and her tears fell like rain again. He couldn't hear it anymore? This feeling could be remembered, but she was already lost at that time. Why did she have to wait until she lost him to understand that her heart could not be without him? Haha, this beautiful lady? Why are you calling out this young master's name so affectionately? This big brother is very thin-skinned. Hearing you call me like that, half of my body has gone limp. It's really hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Forget it, this young master will force himself to let you marry her. Suddenly, a voice abruptly rang out. It had the usual glib and cynical tone, and there was a hint of evil in its tone. Anyone who heard it would know that it was an out-and-out hedonistic and playboy type of person. Mei Shuyan's body shook, and she suddenly felt the world spinning around her. Her body swayed unnaturally, and she slowly turned around in disbelief. She was afraid that if she turned around too fast, this voice would suddenly disappear like a phantom. Even if this was a dream, she wanted to wake up from this dream as late as possible. It would be best if she didn't wake up at all. All the trees were silent, waiting for the rain to fall. No matter how slowly she turned around, there would eventually be an end. Mei Shuyan finally turned around and looked over with tears in her eyes. A hateful smiling face was swaying in front of her eyes, slowly becoming clearer. Jun Moxie's handsome face was looking at her with a strange expression. Mei Shuyan was stunned, completely stunned. She couldn't help but use the back of her hand to wipe her tears, and then rubbed her eyes. A strong person like her actually showed such a clumsy behavior of not trusting her own eyes. It could be seen that this matter had a huge impact on her heart. Hey. Jun Moxie's face was full of smiles as he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Mei Shuyan. He teased, "Wow, who is this beautiful lady who is crying like a kitten? Why don't I recognize her? So it's Lord Tianfa's Beast King Venerable Mei. Am I dreaming? I really didn't expect Venerable Mei to have such a woman's side. If this is really a dream, then wake up later. What a beautiful and sad dream." Mei Shuyan was startled when she heard this. She looked at Jun Dashao in a daze and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her smile had just bloomed when it disappeared. Her mouth flattened and she let out a cry. Tears flowed down her face, and she suddenly rushed into Jun Moxie's embrace. She hugged him tightly as if she wanted to melt her body into his. Her body trembled. After a long time, she finally stood up from Jun Moxie's embrace. She carefully looked at Jun Moxie's strange face, and finally confirmed that the person in front of her was a living person. Suddenly, the emotions that she had accumulated for the past few days exploded out. Her small fists pounded on his chest like crazy. She didn't care about her image as she cried, "You bastard, you bastard, you bastard! I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. You scared me to death. Boo-hoo." After pounding on him for a while, she suddenly hugged him with all her might again. It was as if she had suddenly regained an extremely important treasure, and couldn't bear to let go of it. Jun Moxie naturally didn't know that he had already let the cat out of the bag. He was still feeling very strange in his heart. Why is Mei Shuyan so emotional today? Why is her mood so abnormal? What's going on? Could it be that my cultivation has improved greatly, and even my character has improved greatly? For such a beauty to throw herself into my arms and even pounce on me, isn't this a little too much? But with a beauty taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms, it would be a waste not to hug her. Even if he hugged her, it would still be a waste to hug her. Such a ready-made advantage that was delivered to his doorstep, it wouldn't be too much even if he had 8 or 10 of them every day. How could he not take advantage of it? But Jun Moxie immediately dispelled this thought. Because he could feel the delicate body of the beauty in his arms trembling uncontrollably. It was obviously a sign of extreme fear. Just what had happened to cause the #1 person of Tianfa to be in such a panic? Jun Moxie's mind was spinning rapidly. No matter how he looked at it, he shouldn't be behaving like this. In the room, Guanqing Han and Chen Sun Serpent Queen immediately rushed out. These few days the two of them were also extremely anxious. They weren't any less anxious than Mei Shuyan. Now that they saw Jun Moxie suddenly appear, the two of them suddenly had an urge to rush into his arms and hug him tightly. But the moment they came out, they saw the two of them hugging so tightly in the courtyard. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the two girls. They stood quietly at a distance, looking at the two people hugging each other. They felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts. There was sadness, gratification, happiness, and disappointment. Guan Qinghan let out a silent sigh. Her eyelids drooped and she quietly took 2 steps back. After an unknown amount of time, Mei Shuiyan finally calmed her emotions. She immediately knew that something was wrong. She hurriedly left Jun Moxie's embrace and looked at him longingly. Only then did she return to her previous icy state. She was graceful and magnanimous, but the tear stains on her face and her red eyes looked a little out of place. Mei Shuiyan forced herself to be dignified. Her face was still red and white. She felt extremely embarrassed for her behavior. She forced a straight face and asked with a frown, "What have you been doing these few days? You didn't even greet us. Don't you know that everyone is worried about you? How can you be so irresponsible? How can you not care about the bigger picture? How can you be so selfish? How can you be so—" The last "and" he uttered was heavy and full of majesty. Jun Moxie scratched his head. His face was full of curiosity. He stretched out his hand to touch Mei Shuiyan's forehead. He asked suspiciously, "Mei, you don't have a fever, do you?" Mei Shuiyan immediately became angry. She slapped his hand to the side and said sternly, "Speak. Where did you go?" Jun Moxie's face turned bitter. He had just come from Grandpa Jun and the third uncle's place. He had already been interrogated twice. He did not expect to be interrogated a third time. Am I going to be a criminal today? What an unlucky year. Jun Moxie had no choice but to use the same excuse he had told her twice. Little did he know that the person in front of him already knew his background. Mei Shuiyan did not intend to do anything. Where did Jun Moxie go these few days? Was there a need to ask? He must be recuperating. The reason why Mei Shuiyan had asked this question was because she felt embarrassed to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. As for how Jun Moxie would answer, it was not important to her at all. The important thing was that he was still alive. That was more than enough. If he was not around, the world would be buried with him.